of India's prestigious LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3, the mission of ISRO to the moon. I am Madhuri giving the commentary in English. With me is my co-commentator Shri Vikas Swarnkar giving the commentary in Hindi. We are joining you from the Mission Control Center at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Shar, Sriharikota, the spaceport of India. The launch of LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 is scheduled to take place today, the 14th of July 2023 at 14:35 hours Indian Standard Time from the second launch pad. The mission intends to place Chandrayaan-3 weighing 3,900 kilograms into an elliptical parking orbit having a perigee of 170 kilometers, an apogee of 36,500 kilometers, and an inclination of 21.3 degrees. Eventually, the destination of Chandrayaan-3 is the moon, located 384,000 kilometers away, which will be achieved through a series of orbit raising and course correction maneuvers over the next few weeks.
नमस्कार। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अभियान और इसरो के गौरवपूर्ण इतिहास में एक और अध्याय जुड़ने जा रहा है, जिसके साक्षी हम सब होंगे। आज 14 जुलाई 2023 को इसरो के सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र के श्रीहरिकोटा के द्वितीय प्रमोचन मंच से भारतीय मानक समय के अनुसार दोपहर 2:35:17 पर LVM3-M4 चंद्रयान-3 मिशन का प्रमोचन किया जाएगा।
ನನ್ನ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗೋಳು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಒಬ್ಬಳು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ.
यह पूरे भारतवर्ष के लिए एक उत्साह और गौरवपूर्ण भरा समय है। हम मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष से मैं विकास स्वर्णकार अपने साथी कमेंटेटर मिस माधुरी पी के साथ आप सभी दर्शकों का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं। हम आपको मिशन से जुड़ी सारी जानकारियां तथा आंखों देखा हाल सुनाते रहेंगे, तो बने रहिए हमारे साथ और साक्षी बनिए इस ऐतिहासिक मिशन के लिए।
TC शार 1 and 2।
इस मिशन को कुल 4 मुख्य भागों में बांटा गया है। पहला, चंद्रयान-3 अंतरिक्ष यान को LVM-3 द्वारा 170 बाई 36,500 किलोमीटर की इलिप्टिकल पार्किंग ऑर्बिट में 21 डिग्री के झुकाव के साथ अंतक्षेपित किया जाना। दूसरा, पृथ्वी की कक्षा को छोड़ चंद्रमा की कक्षा में जाना। तीसरा, चंद्रमा की सतह पर लैंडर का सुरक्षित लैंड करना। और अंत में रोवर का चंद्रमा की सतह पर विचरण करके तात्विक तथा रासायनिक विश्लेषण कर वैज्ञानिक आंकड़े जुटाना।
On your TV screen, Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology and Prime Minister's Office, Dr. Jitendra Singh.
जी हाँ, आज के मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में यहाँ उपस्थित हैं विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी राज्य मंत्री माननीय डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह।
We are about 31 minutes from the scheduled launch time. You're watching this live from the Mission Control Center. Apart from Doordarshan, you can also watch the launch event on ISRO website, YouTube, Facebook and Twitter.
आपको ज्ञात हो, चंद्रयान-1 22 अक्टूबर 2008 को PSLV C11 द्वारा प्रक्षेपित किया गया था और 8 नवंबर 2008 को वह चंद्रमा की कक्षा में जाने में सफल रहा था और अपने मिशन का उद्देश्य पूरा किया, जिसमें चंद्रमा पर पानी की खोज भी शामिल है। फिर 29 अगस्त 2009 में चंद्रयान-1 से हमारा संपर्क किसी कारणवश टूट गया, लेकिन इसमें मील के पत्थर ने चंद्रयान-2 का मार्ग प्रशस्त किया था। चंद्रयान-2, जिसमें ऑर्बिटर के साथ चंद्रमा की सतह पर उतरने के लिए लैंडर और आसपास के क्षेत्र का विश्लेषण करने के लिए रोवर की अभिकल्पना की गई थी। चंद्रयान-2 को जुलाई 2019 को भेजा गया था। इसमें ऑर्बिटर ने भली भांति अपना मिशन पूरा किया, लेकिन लैंडर मॉड्यूल चंद्रमा की सतह पर सुरक्षित उतरने में असफल रहा था। इसके पश्चात गहन अध्ययन और उन्नत तकनीक से परिपूर्ण सभी परीक्षणों और सिमुलेशन के पश्चात तैयार है सुदृढ़ चंद्रयान 3। आपको संक्षिप्त में LVM3-M4 प्रमोचक यान की जानकारी देते हैं। LVM3 प्रमोचक यान अन्य सभी यानों की तुलना में सबसे अधिक विकसित तथा उन्नत अभिकल्पित किया गया है। इसकी ऊंचाई 43.5 मीटर तथा व्यास 4 मीटर का होता है। इसका कुल उत्थापन भार 640 टन का होता है। यह 3 चरणीय यान है जिसकी क्षमता 4 टन के नितभार को भूतुल्यकालीय अंतरण कक्षा में यानी 180 बाई 36,000 किलोमीटर में ले जाने की क्षमता है तथा 8 टन के नितभार को निम्न कक्षा में स्थापित करने की क्षमता है। इस यान में प्रथम चरण में 2 S200 स्टेप-ऑन बूस्टर्स लगे होते हैं जो कि ठोस नोदक पर आधारित चरण हैं, जिन्हें सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र में उन्नत और परिपक्व उत्पादन प्रणाली द्वारा निर्मित किया जाता है। दोनों S200 के मध्य में L110 चरण है जो कि तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है और इसके ऊपर की ओर 28 टन के क्रायोजेनिक ईंधन वाले C20 इंजन का प्रयोग करते हुए C25 चरण है जो कि भारत का सबसे बड़ा क्रायोजेनिक इंजन है। इसे इसरो के लिक्विड प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम सेंटर IPRC द्वारा विकसित किया गया है।
As we await the launch, let me tell the viewers about the flight events for LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission. At T0, the twin S200s will be ignited and the mighty LVM-3 rocket lifts off. The core L110 stage is airlit 108 seconds into the flight, while the rocket is at an altitude of 45 kilometers. The S200 strap-ons and L110 will thrust together for the next 20 seconds. Thereafter, the strap-ons will separate at 127 seconds past launch time, while the rocket is at 62 kilometers altitude. The relative velocity gained by the rocket in the meantime is 1.59 kilometers per second. At an altitude of 71 kilometers, closed loop guidance is initiated for LVM3. Separation of payload fairing takes place at 195 seconds past the launch at an altitude of 115 kilometers. The core 110 stage, having completed its burn time of about 200 seconds, is separated from the ongoing rocket. This event takes place at 306 seconds into the flight. At this point of time, the altitude will be 175 kilometers and the rocket would have acquired 4.2 kilometers per second relative velocity. Then the upper cryogenic stage C25 ignites 2 seconds later and continues to burn for close to 650 seconds. During the operational regime of C25, the largest relative velocity addition takes place. It increases from 4.178 kilometers per second to 9.804 kilometers per second. And the most awaited moment of the Chandrayaan-3 separation is scheduled to take place at 969.7 seconds into the flight. The altitude will be 179.3 kilometers, which is a part of elliptical transfer orbit of 170 by 36,500 kilometers. From then on, the mooncraft Chandrayaan-3 would commence its journey to the moon.
इस मिशन का काउंटडाउन 25.5 घंटे पूर्व शुरू हो चुका है और इस दौरान रॉकेट तथा अंतरिक्ष यान को पावर ऑन कर सभी तंत्रों की स्वास्थ्य जांच की जा रही है। इस दौरान L110 चरण तथा क्रायोजेनिक चरण पर ईंधन का भराव सुनिश्चित किया जा चुका है। यह काम प्रमोचन मंच से सुदूर स्थल पर पूर्ण स्वचालित तकनीक से पूर्ण सुरक्षा के साथ संपूर्ण किया जाता है। आप अभी अपनी स्क्रीन पर यहाँ व्यूअर्स गैलरी का दृश्य देख रहे हैं। बहुत भारी संख्या में यहाँ लोग उपस्थित हुए हैं इस रोमांचक दृश्य को देखने के लिए। मौसम विभाग के अनुसार मौसम पूरी तरह सामान्य अनुकूल है इस प्रमोशन के लिए। अब आपके सामने प्रस्तुत है LVM3 का इंटीग्रेशन वीडियो।
Was fire.
कौन सी गली से आया भाई? बोरीवली की गली से सर। बोरीवली से सीधा ब्रॉन्क्स।
We bring to you a small clipping of the integration video for the LVM3 rocket.
Minus 25 minutes.
On your TV screens, you are watching the visuals from second vehicle assembly building where the full LVM3-M4 rocket has been assembled. These are the strap-on boosters getting assembled segment by segment.
Roger.
Each S200 has got 3 segments
Roger.
called nozzle end segment, middle segment and head end segment, to which the nozzle is assembled, and one after the other the segments are joined together. When the fully assembled solid rocket booster is handled carefully with a crane and being lowered on to the mobile launch pedestal as an integrated rocket, the igniter assembly then takes place, and this is the strap-on nose cones. On your TV screens, it is the core L110 stage being brought to the second vehicle assembly building for tilting and assembly between the S200 boosters.
जी हाँ, अभी आपने देखा दोनों S200 स्ट्रैप-ऑन बूस्टर्स के साथ L110 को भी संलग्न कर दिया गया है और यह है क्रायोजेनिक अपर स्टेज, CH-25 कहा जाता है इसे। बहुत ही जटिल इंजन है ये C-20 इंजन। बहुत ही सावधानी पूर्वक पूरी दक्षता के साथ यह कार्य संपन्न किया जाता है। यह है इक्विपमेंट बे, जो कि दिमाग है इस रॉकेट का, और यह है हमारा प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल, चंद्रयान 3 का प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल है ये। चंद्रयान 2 के पश्चात इसमें काफी सुधार किए गए हैं।
TCTC SHAR 1 and 2 confirm normalcy of both telemetry
758
carriers.
वॉट के सोलर पैनल्स लगे हुए हैं, 440 न्यूटन के थ्रस्टर्स हैं। और यहाँ आप देख रहे हैं लैंडर और रोवर को। ये रोवर है जो चंद्रमा में विचरण करेगा। पूरी सावधानी के साथ इसे संयोजित कर दिया जाता है और यह लैंडर मॉड्यूल रोवर के साथ अब इस लैंडर मॉड्यूल को प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल के साथ संयोजित कर दिया जा रहा है।
Minus 22 minutes. Request all stations change over to channel 2 at T minus 21 minutes. No confirmation
सभी
is needed
परीक्षण
to control.
पूर्ण होने के पश्चात
MCC confirms data from chain 2.
इस समुच्चय को पेलोड फेयरिंग के अंदर सुरक्षित कर दिया जा रहा है। पेलोड एडेप्टर, अंतरिक्ष यान और पेलोड फेयरिंग, इन सभी के समुच्चय को एनकैप्सुलेटेड असेंबली कहते हैं। अब इसे व्हीकल असेंबली बिल्डिंग लाया जा रहा है और क्रेन की मदद से इसे क्रायो स्टेज के ऊपर संयोजित किया जा रहा है। अब पूर्णतः तैयार LVM3-M4 रॉकेट व्हीकल असेंबली बिल्डिंग से निकलकर लॉन्च पैड की ओर जा रहा है। इसे मोबाइल लॉन्च पेडेस्टल पर रखकर करीब
21 minutes.
1 किलोमीटर
Request
की दूरी
all
तय की जाती है।
stations change over to channel 2.
RSO to ROD, range safety systems are ready.
ROD Roger.
CNC to TTC director.
अब इसे सावधानी पूर्वक लॉन्च पैड ले आया गया है और बाकी की स्वास्थ्य जांच यहां से पूरी की
All
जाएंगी।
stations to note, event number 430 and 431 is completed. Chandrayaan-3
पूर्ण संयोजित और तैयार LVM3-M4 रॉकेट आगे की जांच तथा तरल नोदक का भराव यहां संपन्न किया जाता है।
The LVM3-M4 rocket standing majestically against a picturesque background in the second launch pad. LVM3 rocket will fly for the 7th launch today. 43.5 meters tall and 642 tons heavy launch vehicle has been operationalized after an experimental and 2 developmental missions. Mission executives on your screen. That's the spacecraft director
Control to note, event number 430
and associate spacecraft director. LVM-3 is India's largest and heaviest launch vehicle, ferrying Indian and international customer satellites.
हम लाइफ को दूर दूर से नहीं देखते, पास जाते हैं, लार्ज बनाते हैं। Say it with me. आज लार्ज, आज लार्ज। जिसे सब फॉलो करते हैं, वो ट्रेंड्स हम बनाते हैं। अपने ड्रीम्स के लिए दुनिया छोटी पड़ जाए तो हम दुनिया को लार्ज बनाते हैं। कोई XYZ नहीं, हम है जनरेशन लार्ज। रॉयल स्टैक पैकेज ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, इट्स आवर लाइफ, वी लिव इट लार्ज।
Turn and turn heads. Presenting the all-new Kia Seltos, the badass reborn.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Vehicle Director to Mission Director. LVM3-M4 launch vehicle is ready for the Chandrayaan-3 mission. Mission Director Roger.
Mission Director to
अब हम उड़ान से 19 मिनट 12 सेकंड की दूरी पर।
Health is normal and cleared for launch.
Mission Director Roger.
ROD to Mission Director. Range is ready for LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 launch.
Minus 19 minutes.
Mission Director Roger.
TTC Director to Mission Director. All track stations and network is ready to support LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission.
रेंज ऑपरेशन डायरेक्टर, टेलीमीटर ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड डायरेक्टर, सैटेलाइट डायरेक्टर और व्हीकल डायरेक्टर अपने तंत्रों की जानकारी मिशन डायरेक्टर को देते हैं।
All necessary clearances are obtained for the launch of LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission. Mission Readiness Review Committee and Launch Authorization Board have already given authorization for the launch of LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission. Based on the readiness of vehicle systems, range, spacecraft and TTC confirmed by respective mission executives and the prevailing favorable weather conditions, Mission Director hereby authorizes for the launch operation sequence of launch of LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission at 14 hours 35 minutes 17 seconds Indian Standard Time today, the 14th July 2023 from second launch pad of SDSC Shar.
Control Roger. All stations to know, Mission Director has given authorization for launch.
जी हाँ, अभी आपने घोषणा सुनी। मिशन डायरेक्टर ने इस लॉन्च के लिए ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करने का अनुमोदन दे दिया है। इसके पश्चात व्हीकल डायरेक्टर ALS ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करेंगे।
On your screens, you have just watched Mission Director Shri Mohan Kumar giving clearance for the initiation of automatic launch sequence. This is based on the confirmation of readiness of all participating team for range, launch vehicles, spacecraft and tracking. The automatic launch sequence is scheduled to begin at T-14 minutes 30 seconds, as a part of which the most critical control system elements are checked for the launch vehicle.
Minus 17 minutes.
Very close to the launch time, control will be passed on to the onboard computers.
VLCC2, LCC2 to note.
व्यूअर्स गैलरी दर्शकों से खचाखच भरी हुई।
VLCC रॉजर।
बहुत भारी संख्या में यहाँ लोग उपस्थित हुए हैं। आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत है सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र में।
Enthusiastic viewers from all across the country gathering at Satish Dhawan Space Center Launch View Gallery for witnessing this historic moment of Chandrayaan-3 launch.
Copied.
The countdown for LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan-3 mission has lasted for 25.5 hours. It was commenced on 1:30 p.m. yesterday.
While of operation of hydrogen tank.
During countdown, the launch vehicle stages are serviced with propellants. Gas bottles meant for stage operations are charged. While the Earth storable propellant filling was concluded more than 16 hours ago, the cryogenic propellants
servers activated. MC confirms data from SHAR1
अभी कंफर्म किया गया है। व्हीकल डायरेक्टर श्री बीजूसी थॉमस ने ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू कर दिया है। अब यह लॉन्च व्हीकल LVM3-M4 रॉकेट ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस के अंतर्गत है। इसका मतलब ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर पूरी तरह स्वचालित हो चुका है।
We are very close to the launch, and the day of launch wind biasing data is fed during the countdown to the onboard computers to enable most suitable steering of the launch vehicle through atmosphere. Up next, we will watch a curtain raiser video on this mission.
Number 465, request CGSS to confirm supply of GN2 to cryo.
Moon, this familiar object in the night sky, has inspired the imagination of astronomers and ordinary people alike. From time immemorial, humans have marveled at the beauty of the moon, used it to count time and navigate the high seas. In modern times, Moon, the only natural satellite of the Earth, has acquired added importance due to the belief that Moon is the key to our understanding of the evolution of the solar system in general and Earth in particular. Besides, Moon's precious resources and low gravity have further endeared it to humans. India, a major spacefaring nation, has conducted a detailed exploration of the Moon through its Chandrayaan program. The country has sent 2 robotic spacecraft to orbit the Moon and to take a repeated look at its surface. Chandrayaan-1 demonstrated India's ability to reach the surface of the Moon at a place and time of its choice. And with it, India became the 4th country to reach the surface of the Moon in November 2008. Besides, Chandrayaan-1's conclusive discovery of water on the Moon in 2009 was praised as a path-breaking discovery. The follow-on mission, Chandrayaan-2, had an orbiter, a lander called Vikram, and a rover named Pragyan. In the past 4 years, the orbiter has repeatedly observed the lunar surface and even today is working satisfactorily. Now, 3,900 kilograms Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft is being sent to the Moon with the objective of making yet another focused attempt to slowly land on the lunar surface and to explore it with the help of a rover. Following the spacecraft launched by India's most capable rocket LVM3, the Chandrayaan-3 lander carrying a rover within it will be carried into an orbit around the Moon by the propulsion module. A little later, the lander will separate from that module and will attempt to make a soft landing in the south polar region of the Moon. This region is of intense interest as it has many permanently shadowed craters which could contain water ice and precious minerals. Chandrayaan-3 lander has 4 scientific instruments or payloads, of which one will study the moonquakes, while the other one studies as to how the surface of the moon allows heat to flow through it. The third one will study the plasma environment near the moon's surface. And the fourth instrument will enable scientists to measure the distance between the Earth and Moon very accurately. The 2 instruments on the rover help us study the composition of the Moon's surface using X-rays and laser respectively, while the lander and rover will be in direct contact with each other. The propulsion module circling the Moon will observe the light coming from Earth, the only planet which we know which is definitely teeming with life. This observation will help in understanding the nature of distant planets circling stars other than the Sun. As Chandrayaan-3 undergoes important tests and gears up for launch, thousands of ISRO scientists, including those who will launch it, control it and receive the precious scientific information from it using giant dish antennas, are readying themselves for the challenging tasks ahead. In the past, their dedication and skill have enabled India to earn praise from across the world and made it proud. Let us wish them well in this great endeavor called Chandrayaan-3.
ನೀವು ಹೋಗ್ತಿರೋದು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಅಜೆಂಡಾ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಿದೆ.
ಮೊದಲು ಅವನಿಗೊಂದು ಹುಡುಗಿನ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಯ್ತು ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಈ ಸರ್ತಿ ನಾನೇ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ.
ಒಂದೇ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಹುಲಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಂದು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು.
ಶೋಕಿ ಈಗಳೇ ಶೋಕಿ ಅಂತೆ.
आपके सामने हैं इसरो के अध्यक्ष श्री एस सोमनाथ। अभी अभी आपने देखा एक संक्षिप्त वीडियो जिसमें एनिमेशन की मदद से इस पूरे मिशन की यात्रा को बताया गया है, इस मिशन के ऑब्जेक्टिव को समझाया गया।
Chandrayaan-3 has 2 predecessors with destination Moon as their mission objective. Chandrayaan-1, launched by PSLV C-11 in October 2008, included lunar orbiter and impactor. During the mission life of around 10 months, Chandrayaan-1 had mapped the minerals on lunar surface, acquired 70,000 images to help create 3D atlas of Moon, and what's more, found water on Moon's polar regions. Chandrayaan-2, launched by LVM3-M1 on 22nd of July 2019, consisted of lunar orbiter, lander named Vikram, and rover named Pragyan. The orbiter is still providing insightful scientific information through its payloads like spectrometers, synthetic aperture radar, and cameras.
चंद्रयान 3 की चंद्रमा की सतह में उतरने के इस मिशन को कुल 10 चरणों में पूरा किया जाएगा। संक्षेप में यह इस प्रकार है। सर्वप्रथम चंद्रयान 3 को LVM3 प्रमोचक रॉकेट द्वारा पृथ्वी की एलिप्टिकल टारगेट ऑर्बिट, जो कि 170 बाई 36,500 किलोमीटर की ऑर्बिट है, उसमें प्रमोचित किया जाएगा। वहां से चंद्रयान में मैन्यूवर कर पृथ्वी की गुरुत्वाकर्षण की सहायता से चंद्रयान की गति को वृद्धि की जाएगी। फिर चंद्रयान पृथ्वी की कक्षा से निकलकर चंद्रमा की कक्षा में जाएगा। चंद्रमा की कक्षा में जाते ही उसमें फिर से मैन्यूवर कर चंद्रमा की 100 किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाएगा। फिर सही समय आने पर लैंडर मॉड्यूल को प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा। यह आप अपनी स्क्रीन पर देख पा रहे हैं, यह प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल। प्रपल्शन मॉड्यूल का मुख्य उद्देश्य है लैंडर तथा रोवर को पृथ्वी की कक्षा से चंद्रमा की कक्षा में, जो कि 100 किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार कक्षा होगी, उसमें उचित अभिवृत्ति में लैंडर मॉड्यूल को अपने से पृथक कर चंद्रमा की सतह पर भेजना है। ऐसा करने के लिए इसमें एमएमएच और मॉन का प्रयोग कर 440 न्यूटन के थ्रस्टर्स वाले इंजन लगे हुए हैं। इसमें आवश्यक संचार सुविधाएं भी उपलब्ध हैं।
Speaking about the major milestones in the journey of Chandrayaan-3 to the moon, the spacecraft consists of propulsion module, lander and rover. Lander is planned to touch down at south pole of moon. The major 10 phases of the mission are: the first phase, called the Earth-centric phase, comprises of pre-launch, launch, ascent and earthbound maneuver. While the second phase is the lunar transfer phase, as the name suggests, the Chandrayaan spacecraft moves closer to the moon. Next 8 phases are in the moon orbit. The third being the lunar orbit insertion, followed by the moon-bound maneuvers phase, which mark the fourth phase. And next it is now that the propulsion module separates from the lunar module
6 minutes.
when 100 by 100 circular orbit of the moon is achieved. The Chandrayaan-3 in its sixth phase carries out D-boost from 100 kilometers to 100 by 30 kilometers orbit, followed by the pre-landing phase as seventh phase, and then the most awaited landing phase takes place.
आपके सामने है मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष का दृश्य। सभी सेंटर डायरेक्टर्स अपने स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं कि ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस किस तरह पूरा हो रहा है। दर्शक दीर्घा भी इस इंतजार पे। प्रमोशन से हम 5 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं।
-5 minutes.
Most of you might recall the Chandrayaan-2 mission and the intense moments when all the enthusiastic Indians were waiting for the touchdown of the lander on the surface of moon. The launch view gallery with the overwhelming crowd of visitors.
पूरे दर्शक दीर्घा यहाँ बहुत उत्साहित। मौसम में थोड़ी परेशानी हो सकती है, लेकिन सब अपनी सुविधाओं के साथ में यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं।
We are close to 4 minutes from the scheduled launch time.
-4 minutes.
Gaining from the heritage of Chandrayaan-2, the Chandrayaan-3 is upgraded in several aspects for the enhanced robustness through extensive ground tests and simulation.
Onboard computer in flight mode.
ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस जारी है। इस दौरान सभी संचार तंत्रों की स्वास्थ्य जांच, बैटरी आवेशन पूर्ण किया जा चुका है। कुछ अंतिम गतिविधियां जैसे ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर रियल टाइम प्रोग्राम लोड करना, पायरो लाइन को आर्म मोड में लाना, गैस टैंक का अंतिम आवेशन, और यह सभी घटनाएं संतोषजनक तरीके से पूर्ण की जा रही हैं।
-3 minutes.
अब हम उड़ान से 3 मिनट की दूरी पर हैं। प्रमोशन तथा इस प्रमोशन की घटनाक्रम को पहले ही बताया जा चुका है। सर्वप्रथम दोनों S200 स्ट्रप ऑन बूस्टर प्रज्वलित किए जाएंगे T0 पर।
Activation of the hydrogen tank commenced.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
ಫ್ರೂಟ್ನಿಕ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಪ್ಲಸ್ ರಿಹೈಡ್ರೇಟ್ ಇದರ ವಿಭಿನ್ನವಾದ R3 ಫಾರ್ಮುಲಾ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರೋಲೈಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುತ್ತದೆ, ಗ್ಲೈಕೋಜನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ತುಂಬುತ್ತದೆ, ಸ್ಥಾಯಿಗಳ ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ.
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
S200 के प्रज्वलन के 108 सेकंड के पश्चात L110 जो कि
-2 minutes.
तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका प्रज्वलन शुरू कर दिया जाएगा. L110 के प्रज्वलन के पश्चात करीब 137 सेकंड पर S200 बूस्टर्स को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा.
We are close to 1.5 minutes from the scheduled launch time.
सभी दर्शकों को ज्ञात है यह एक ऐतिहासिक मिशन होने वाला है. पूरे भारतवर्ष की आंखें इसमें हैं. इस यादगार पल के लिए यहां सब उपस्थित.
-1 minute.
अब हम उड़ान से 1 मिनट की दूरी पर
seconds. -50 seconds.
All sequencers armed. Stage ready.
-45 seconds. -40 seconds.
L110 VHPP open. MOV 79 open.
-35 seconds. -30 seconds.
Real-time programs activated.
-25 seconds.
L110 VSPP open.
-20 seconds. -15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM3-M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
P2 tracking.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन LVM3-M4 रॉकेट का. यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है. इसे हम यहाँ महसूस कर सकते हैं और यही दहाड़ है जो वैज्ञानिकों को रोमांचित करती है. LVM3 के उत्थापन के साथ ही हमारे अंतरिक्ष यान चंद्रयान-3 की चंद्रमा की यात्रा प्रारंभ हो चुकी है.
As the rocket is soaring through the clear skies, every second moving closer to the accomplishment of the most important milestone in its mission to moon. Every Indian witnessing the launch live is content with the feeling of watching history in the making.
चंद्रमा की सतह पर अपना छाप छोड़ने के लिए चंद्रयान-3 अपने मिशन को पूरा करने निकल चुका है. वर्तमान में दोनों S200 स्टेप ऑन बूस्टर सामान निष्पादन करते हुए अपनी निर्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं.
The S200 motors thrusting simultaneously, generating a peak thrust of close to 6,000 kilonewtons in vacuum. They are made of HTPB-based solid propellant. 204.5 tons in each strap-on. Close to 2 tons of propellant being burnt each second.
S200 स्ट्रैप-ऑन बूस्टर्स का कुल प्रज्वलन काल 126 सेकंड का है और अभी अभी घोषणा की गई L110 स्टेज का भी प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है.
Apart from the strap-ons, the core stage has also commenced its operation. This stage, based on combination
200 stages are separated
of hypergolic Earth's storable liquid propellants UH-25 and N2O4. Now the S-200s have been separated.
घटनाक्रम के अनुसार इस यान से S-200 स्ट्रैप-ऑन बूस्टर्स को सफलतापूर्वक पृथक कर दिया गया है। यह काम सेपरेशन मोटर्स की मदद से किया जाता है। इसके बाद L110 तरल नोदक पर आधारित और विकास इंजन के साथ यह चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करता हुआ अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ रहा है। अभियान क्लोज लूप गाइडेंस के अंतर्गत है।
L110 stage performance normal.
The trajectory of launch vehicle is closely following the prediction.
Payload fairing separated.
जी हाँ, पेलोड फेयरिंग को पृथक कर दिया गया है यान से, क्योंकि यान अब 114.8 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई प्राप्त कर चुका है। इस चरण का कुल प्रज्वलन काल 200 सेकेंड होता है और इस दौरान यह करीब 1600 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता है।
We are 220 seconds past the launch time. Current altitude is 135 kilometers. In the 200 seconds of its operation, the L110 stage carries the rocket up to 175.5 kilometers altitude and imparts a relative velocity of 4.18 kilometers per second. That is 250 kilometers every minute.
घर के लिए टाइल्स देखने कब चलना है?
अरे अभी के अभी कर लेते हैं ना कुछ डिजाइन शॉर्टलिस्ट।
अरे ऐसे कैसे कर लेते हैं बिना देखे कि टाइल्स लगने के बाद कैसी दिखेंगी?
देख लो, सिंपोलो डिजिटल शोरूम। यहाँ हम अपने बजट के हिसाब से टाइल्स बदल बदल कर बेडरूम, लिविंग रूम, किचन, बाथरूम जैसे घर के अलग अलग हिस्से और आउटडोर्स के भी प्रीव्यू देख सकते हैं। घर के लिए टाइल्स चुनो, घर बैठे।
Visit simpolo.net. Simpolo Tiles and Bathware.
L110 stage performance normal.
LVM3-M4 रॉकेट का द्वितीय चरण पूर्णतः सामान्य निष्पादन करते हुए इस चरण में कुल 113 टन के तरल नोदक भरे जाते हैं। N2O4 तथा UH-25 अर्थ स्टोरेबल प्रोपेलेंट को ईंधन के रूप में प्रयोग किया जाता है इस चरण में।
Stage ignition is authorized.
अगला चरण C25 का प्रज्वलन भावी है।
Plus 5 minutes.
L110 stage thrust cut off and separated to C25 ignition command. 25 ignition confirmed.
That's a piece of really good news that the third stage has started its operation. The C25 stage has been ignited.
जी हाँ, एक बहुत ही जटिल प्रक्रिया होती है क्रायो इंजन का इग्निशन और इसके प्रज्वलन के साथ ही तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से गूंज उठा है मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष। तृतीय चरण C25 वर्तमान में प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर रहा है। पूर्णतः सामान्य, सभी तंत्र पूर्णतः सामान्य हैं।
118 kilonewtons thrust in vacuum is what the stage develops with its 28.6 tons propellant combination of liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Present altitude is
performance normal.
तृतीय और यह अंतिम चरण है इस यान का C25। यह क्रायो ईंधन पर आधारित चरण है जिसमें लिक्विड हाइड्रोजन, लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन का इस्तेमाल होता है। इसमें कुल 28 टन का क्रायो ईंधन पूरी सुरक्षा तथा सावधानी के साथ भरा जाता है। इस चरण में 186 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न होता है और यह करीब 640 सेकंड तक प्रज्वलित रहेगा। इसमें दिशा नियंत्रण के लिए इंजन जिम्बल का इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। क्रायो ईंधन का विशिष्ट आवेग 446 सेकंड के करीब होता है।
Currently, the rocket is at an altitude of 210 kilometers.
Plus 7 minutes.
While there is no much variation in altitude, this stage will add to the relative velocity immensely.
Cryo stage
आइए
performance
अब आपको
normal.
पेलोड के बारे में जानकारी देते हैं। लैंडर मॉड्यूल्स पे कई वैज्ञानिक प्रयोगों के लिए पेलोड्स लगाए गए हैं।
India's prestigious lunar landing spacecraft Chandrayaan-3 moving closer to its intended injection spot in the orbit. The propulsion module provides propulsion for earthbound maneuvers, translunar injection, and moonbound orbits. It also has a payload to study the spectral and polarimetric measurements of Earth and lunar orbit. The abbreviated name of the payload is SHAPE. Among the payloads of the lander module, the following are included. A landwehr probe called Rambha to measure the near-surface plasma density, that is the density of ions and electrons, and its changes with time. The second payload is Chandra's Surface Thermophysical Experiment, or CHAST, to measure thermal properties of lunar surface near polar regions. To measure the seismicity around the landing site and delineating the structure of the lunar crust and mantle, payload ILSA is there. The rover, after its descent, will further the scientific study objectives through its own payloads. For better understanding of chemical and mineralogical composition of lunar surface, LIBS, or laser-induced breakdown spectroscope, is included. Another payload is the alpha particle X-ray spectrometer.
जी हाँ, लैंडर मॉड्यूल में 3 पेलोड हैं, रोवर में 2 और प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल में 1 पेलोड भेजा गया है। चंद्रयान 3 के स्वदेशी लैंडर और रोवर में नितभारों का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। यह अंतर्ग्रही मिशन के लिए भी आवश्यक तकनीकों का प्रदर्शन करेंगे। लैंडर के पास यह क्षमता है कि वह चंद्रमा की उबड़-खाबड़ सतह में भी बड़ी सावधानी से उतर सकेगा और रोवर को बाहर लाने के लिए और संचार सुविधाएं प्रदान करने के लिए सक्षम होगा। चंद्रयान 3 के लैंडर और रोवर में कुल 6 नितभार हैं। रेडियो एस्ट्रोनॉमी ऑफ मून बाउंड हाइपर सेंसिटिव आइनोस्फीयर एंड एटमॉस्फेयर, जिसे शॉर्ट में रंभा कहा जाता है, यह चंद्रमा की सतह के पास प्लाज्मा के घनत्व तथा समय के साथ बदलाव का मापन करेगा। इसके बाद चंद्र सरफेस थर्मोफिजिकल एक्सपेरिमेंट चंद्रमा के ध्रुवीय सतह के आसपास की थर्मल प्रॉपर्टीज का मापन करेगा। इंस्ट्रूमेंट फॉर ल्यूनर सिस्मिक एक्टिविटी लैंडिंग साइट के आसपास के क्षेत्र में भूकंप जैसी गतिविधियों का पता लगाएगा। रोवर में चंद्रमा की सतह के तत्वात्मक विश्लेषण के लिए लेजर इंड्यूस्ड ब्रेकडाउन स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोप और अल्फा पार्टिकल एक्सरे स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोप इसका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। एक बहुत ही दिलचस्प वैज्ञानिक नितभार है शेप स्पेक्ट्रोपोलैरिमेट्री ऑफ हैबिटेबल प्लैनेट अर्थ, जो कि चंद्रमा से पृथ्वी से परावर्तित नियर इंफ्रारेड किरणों का विश्लेषण दूसरे जीवन सहायक ग्रहों को खोजने में मदद करेगा।
सोसाइटी को लगता है कॉमर्स वालों की पढ़ाई साइंस वालों के कंपैरिजन में बहुत चिल होती है।
वाह आरती, तू सीए करने वाली है?
मतलब अकाउंट्स तो स्ट्रेंथ है वैसे मेरी।
दैट्स द स्पिरिट और ऑनेस्टी इंटेग्रिटी मेरी आराम से निकाल लेंगे यार।
कौन सा अटेम्प्ट है इस बार? अरे रॉड साहब आप भी
लेडीज से उनकी उम्र, बच्चों से मैथ्स के नंबर और सीए एस्पिरेंट से नंबर और अटेम्प्ट्स नहीं पूछते। ये तो हाफ सीन है अभी।
सीए आर्ची मेहता, मुझे तो बस इस टाइटल को रियलिटी बनाना है।
ऑटो।
बाहर के लोग जब मुंबई आके शौक हो जाते हैं ना तो बड़े क्यूट लगते हैं। नॉट दैट तुम वैसे क्यूट नहीं हो।
ये सीए की पढ़ाई को लेके इतना सीरियस है कि इसने कॉलेज तक ज्वाइन नहीं किया।
वर्तमान में C25 इंजन कार्यरत है और पूर्णतः सामान्य प्रदर्शन कर रहा है। अब हम प्रमोशन से 700 सेकंड की दूरी पर आ चुके हैं। सापेक्ष गति 6.5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड, ऊंचाई 191 किलोमीटर।
As we have told you about the Chandrayaan-3's upgrades in the aspects of enhanced robustness through extensive ground tests and simulation, during the last phase of landing, the module will have a vertical velocity of less than 1 meter per second and a horizontal velocity of less than 0.5 meters per second from a height of 3 meters. The lander legs are designed to be robust enough to drive the impact. The cameras are tuned to take pictures ahead of the landing and enable intelligent decision making for choice of best location to land, avoiding craters and boulders on lunar surface. The successive pictures will also enable the craft to determine its horizontal and vertical velocity in real time. Laser Doppler velocity sensor is an upgrade in Chandrayaan-3 over its predecessor. It helps to determine instantaneous velocity of craft. Insights into the behavior of Chandrayaan-2 in the last few minutes of its descent has revealed to the scientists the necessity for upgrade in the guidance algorithm. Inputs from various sensors are used by the autonomous navigation guidance algorithm of Chandrayaan-3 to plan the flight path to the most suitable landing spot. The engines of Chandrayaan-3 are capable of more gradual throttling also.
वर्तमान में हम प्रमोशन से 817 सेकंड की दूरी पर आ चुके हैं। करीब 950 सेकंड पर तृतीय चरण क्रायोजेनिक इंजन को शट ऑफ कर दिया जाएगा। और उचित अभिवृद्धि प्राप्त कर चंद्रयान-3 को यान से पृथक कर दिया जाएगा। चंद्रयान-3 को LVM3-M4 द्वारा इलिप्टिकल पार्किंग ऑर्बिट में लॉन्च करने के पश्चात 170 किलोमीटर की पेरिजी पर क्रमशः 5 बार मैन्यूवरिंग कमांड दिया जाएगा। 5वीं बार में यह पृथ्वी से चंद्रमा की ओर प्रस्थान करेगा, जिसे हम ल्यूनर ट्रांसफर ऑर्बिट के नाम से जानते हैं। फिर 5 अगस्त 2023 को यह चंद्रमा की कक्षा में प्रवेश करेगा और फिर क्रमशः 5 मैन्यूवरिंग के पश्चात प्रोपल्शन मॉड्यूल चंद्रमा की 100 किलोमीटर की वृत्ताकार कक्षा में स्थापित हो जाएगा। यहाँ यह उचित समय और अभिवृद्धि में लैंडर मॉड्यूल को पृथक करेगा और 23 अक्टूबर 2023 को चंद्रमा की सतह पर लैंडिंग की प्रक्रिया शुरू की जाएगी।
Plus 15 minutes.
We have come close to 900 seconds after the launch. Currently, the C-25 stage is thrusting. Current relative velocity is 9.29 kilometers per second.
जी हाँ, कुछ ही क्षणों में हम देखेंगे तृतीय चरण LVM3-M4 रॉकेट का चंद्रयान को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर ले जा रहा है और उद्दिष्ट कक्षा प्राप्त होते ही और उचित अभिवृद्धि प्राप्त होते ही चंद्रयान-3 को अंतक्षेपित कर दिया जाएगा।
Cryo stage thrust cutoff. satellite injection condition is achieved.
अभी पुष्टि की गई चंद्रयान 3 को प्रमोशन की कक्षा प्राप्त कर ली गई है।
Chandrayaan 3 satellite separated.
चंद्रयान 3 को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है एलिप्टिकल पार्किंग ऑर्बिट पर।
Chandrayaan 3 has attained a major milestone successfully.
Chandrayaan 3 mission accomplished. Handing over to mission director.
This is mission director. The LVM3-M4 Chandrayaan mission accomplished its precise satellite injection conditions. LVM3-M4 mission is successful. Jai Hind.
The launch has also added a feather in the cap of LVM3 rocket. You can watch the jubilant congratulatory gestures of ISRO scientists in the Mission Control Center.
जी हाँ, चंद्रयान को सफलतापूर्वक अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है, लेकिन चंद्रयान 3 की यात्रा अभी जारी है। अब इस मिशन के बारे में हम अध्यक्ष महोदय से सुनेंगे और हम आपसे आज्ञा लेते हैं।
We sign off. Up next is address by Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO.
Congratulations, India.
Royal Stag Boombox.
रहते हम साथ में पर चल नहीं पा रहे, बस निभा रहे, जाना ऐसी मजबूरी है क्या? ये तेरा मेरा दोष नहीं, हम दो बेचारे हैं दीवारे, पहले वाला नहीं है वो मजा।
पहले जैसी बात नहीं, ओ हम पहले जैसे साथ नहीं, अब पहले जैसे खास नहीं, ओ क्यों पहले जैसी बात नहीं, अब पहले जैसी बात नहीं, ओ हम पहले जैसे साथ नहीं, अब पहले जैसे खास नहीं, ओ क्यों पहले जैसी बात नहीं।
साथ में नहीं पर बढ़ते ही जा रहे, हम खुशियाँ थी पहले अब दर्द के सहारे, हम वैसे का वैसा पता नहीं क्या मिसिंग है दुनिया के लिए, बस रिश्ता निभा रहे, हम पटरी के जैसे बस जुड़ ही नहीं पा रहे, भारी ये रिश्ता सा तोड़ ही नहीं पा रहे, वो खुशबू नहीं पहले की मुरझे से फ्लारे, हम दोनों की गलती नहीं दोनों बेचारे। मुझे पसंद नहीं अब मैं वो बंदा नहीं, मुझे पसंद नहीं तुझसे क्यों बंधा नहीं, हम जैसे थे पहले क्यों वैसे नहीं, अब मर रही है फीलिंग और कंधा नहीं, शायद रह रह कर साथ में उब गए, अब जाने को दिल ढूंढे रूप नए, हो सकता है लिखा था इतना ही साथ, क्यों प्यार के झरने यूं सूख गए।
पहले जैसी बात नहीं, ओ हम पहले जैसे साथ नहीं, अब पहले जैसे खास नहीं, ओ क्यों पहले जैसी बात नहीं।
मुझे थोड़ा बता दे कैसे रिश्ते संभाले, मुझे थोड़ा बता देना।
अब कोई बता दे कैसे रिश्ते संभाले, अब कोई बता देना। जाने क्यों ये हमको हुआ, धुंधला लगे आसमां, जाने क्यों ये हमको हुआ, धुंधला लगे आसमां, पहले जैसी बात नहीं, ओ हम पहले जैसे साथ नहीं, अब पहले जैसे खास
जैसी बात नहीं, ओ हम पहले जैसे साथ नहीं, हम पहले जैसे खास नहीं, अब पहली वाली बात नहीं।
ओह मास्टर शेफ, इडली डोसा दोनों?
हाँ।
थैंक यू। एक ही बैटर काफी है ना? बैटर तो बैटर होता है।
हो, मैं ऑफिस मीटिंग के लिए रेडी होता हूँ, इडली जरा देख लेना।
ओके।
नाइस। ओके बाय।
ये पहन के मीटिंग के लिए जाओगे?
क्यों? कपड़े तो कपड़े होते हैं ना।
जब इडली और डोसा सेम नहीं तो आपका बैटर सेम क्यों? ले आइए MTR का मिनट फ्रेश बैटर।
MTR।
Chandrayaan-3 has started its journey towards moon. Our dear LVM3 has already put Chandrayaan-3 craft into the precise orbit around Earth. 170 by 36,500 kilometers was its intended target orbit, and it is precisely there now. And let us wish all the best for the Chandrayaan-3 craft to make its further orbit racing maneuvers and travel towards moon in the coming days. So let me wish all the very best to Chandrayaan-3 for its further journey towards moon. Before that, let me introduce the team behind this mission, the mission director, Mr. Mohan Kumar, and also the project director of LVM3, and we have also the mission director for the Chandrayaan-3 craft, the project director of Chandrayaan-3, Veera Muthuvel. So over to them, Mohan.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Minister of State for Science and Technology and Departments of Space and Atomic Energy, Dr. Jitendra Singh, respected Chairman ISRO and Secretary Department of Space, former secretaries of the department, invited dignitaries, respected dignitaries and invitees, I am very happy to report here that the LVM3-M4 vehicle has injected the Chandrayaan-3 satellite to the precise orbit, and once again the vehicle is proved to be the most reliable heavy lift vehicle of Indian Space Research Organization. Congratulations to the teamwork of ISRO family. I would like to appraise three things here. The vehicle systems are in the continuous process of quality improvement, especially in the event of our human rating efforts towards making the systems reliable. Secondly, the payload also, capability of the payload also is improved by mission strategies as well as vehicle engineering approaches. We are in the process of increasing the launch frequency of this vehicle considering the national requirements as well as satellite demands. Here, so many improvements we have incorporated in this vehicle. For example, the S200 nozzle, they are processed exactly as per the human rating standards, enabling us to have 100% NDT, and the inherent pocket erosion characteristics are removed. The L100 stage Vikas engine, mostly it is 100% qualified to be the human rated engine with indigenously developed LET throats, and the pocket, the back wall gas entry also is eliminated, and it is a perfect system. And CE20 stage also is perfectly, actually, sir. Good.
So we will describe all those details later because of shortage of time.
Yes, sir. I take this opportunity to thank all the mission executives because mission executives for all the supports all along the launch campaign process as well as the launch. Once the launch manifest is released and mission executives are identified, really this is a penance of so many across the ISRO centers, our launch vehicle centers, VSSC, LPSC, IPRC, IASU, SDSC, SHAR, URSC and SAC, along with all our industrial partners, major players to the small scale industries who supply us with all the deliverables in time, quality products, the suppliers of chemicals, propellant ingredients, suppliers of avionics systems, and our own GOCO facility operators. Actually, the industrial manpower is really our ISRO's virtual manpower. Everybody's efforts went into this, and also the prayers and best wishes of all our seniors, retired executives, everyone's prayers and our own family members. I take this opportunity to pray God Almighty for all the blessings in the form of this success, which was the penance by the ISRO family for last 73 days. And my prayerful pranams for the successful continuous operations of the Chandrayaan spacecraft, for its safe and soft landing on lunar surface and further experiments. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Respected Chairman ISRO, Center Directors, dignitaries, and my team Chandrayaan-3, very happy to note that our Chandrayaan-3 has been injected into an intended orbit with very close orbital parameters. Congratulations and thanks to LVM3 team. And all our spacecraft health parameters are normal, including the power generations in both propulsion module and lander module. Our journey to moon has begun now for the most awaited soft landing. We'll be closely monitoring and controlling the spacecraft from ISRAC Bangalore. Many critical events are lined up, starting from earthbound maneuvers, insertion into the lunar orbit, and separation of lander, and set of deboost maneuvers, and finally the power descent phase for a soft landing. I take this opportunity to thank Chairman ISRO, Director URSC, and all the center directors for entrusting me this opportunity, who have been the motivational and guidance force behind this mission. My special thanks to Chandrayaan-3 project executives, Associate Project Director Kalpana, Deputy Project Directors, Project Managers across the ISRO centers who have provided an excellent support in building the spacecraft. My special thanks to the expert committees for their constant guidance throughout the various stages of the project. I also thank the various work centers and industries who have contributed directly and indirectly to this mission. My special thanks to URSC council members, group directors, deputy directors across the ISRO centers, and looking forward for the soft landing with all your wishes and blessings from the God. Thank you.
We have our Honorable Minister for Space, Minister of State for Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, amongst us during this historic occasion of success of launching of LVM3. So we would like to hear a few words from him. Over to you, sir.
It is indeed a moment of glory for India and a moment of destiny for all of us over here at Sriharikota who are a part of the history in making. Thank you, Team ISRO, for making India proud.
ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮದುವೆ ಆಗೋಳು ನನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನ್ ಬೆಲೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
ಒಬ್ಬಳು ಹುಡುಗಿ ಇದ್ದಾಳೆ.
ಒಂದೇ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ 3 ಹುಲಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೊಂದು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು.
ಶೋಕಿ ಇಗಳೇ ಶೋಕಿ ಅಂತೆ.
And thank you, Honorable PM Narendra Modi ji, for having made this possible by unlocking the gates of Sriharikota and enabling the India's space sector. You would recall, Honorable Prime Minister had very recently said, sky is not the limit. And living by his words, I think the Chandrayaan today has gone beyond the limits of sky to discover the unexplored horizons of the universe beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, this day today, the 14th of July 2023, is also a day of vindication. Vindication of the dream that Vikram Sarabhai saw 6 decades ago. He might have been short of resources, but never short of confidence. And when we see those pictures of a launcher vehicle being carried on the carriage of a bicycle, without any remorse, without any slightest embarrassment. That is because Vikram and his team had faith in themselves, faith in India's potential, faith in India's acumen. And today, here, we are vindicating and we are reiterating India's indigenous capabilities, living up to the ideal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And before I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, as Mother India enters into the next 25 years of this Amrit Kal, she pledges to play a leading global role in the emerging world scenario of 21st century. Thank you and congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. We will also introduce the directors of the centers who have done all those great work of building the rocket, building the scientific instruments for Chandrayaan-3, the Chandrayaan spacecraft itself, and made all those critical systems, and also the agencies who are going to handle the rest of the mission part, the tracking and the ground stations, and all those teams are here. So I request the directors of those centers to join. First, Director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center.
Good afternoon, India. In last 1 year, this is the 10th mission, including the precise landing of the reusable launch vehicle. So with this mission, this is the 7th mission of LVM3, the successful mission. With this, the success rate of LVM3 is 100%. And this is the ideal vehicle for Gaganyaan. Some of the changes that we are incorporating in Gaganyaan, we have implemented here, and the Mark III has crossed the reliability of 0.9 and inching forward. So I take this opportunity to salute the entire ISRO community, especially the VSC community and all launch vehicle centers, industry partners for making the stages, making the sub-assemblies and testing. In fact, this is the 3rd launch of LVM3 in 1 year. You know, the realizing the stages, assembling, testing, and then launching 3 LVM3s in 1 year is a Herculean task. I salute the industry as well as all the ISRO centers for this. And I wish all the very best. We know that when the beginning is good, the ending has to be good. I wish all the very best to the Chandrayaan for its solitary journey through the vastness of space and for making a feather-like soft landing in the 4th week of August. Good luck. Thank you.
Dr. Narayanan, Director LPSC.
Good afternoon to all of you. It is a historical event for Indian space program and a proud moment for all the Indians across the globe on this momentous occasion of the successful launch of the Chandrayaan-3. 3-in-1 spacecraft in the required orbit with the highest level of precision by our heaviest launch vehicle, LVM3. After the 2 launches of LVM3 vehicle this year, this vehicle is realized in the record shortest time. Today, once again, all the vehicle systems have performed, demonstrated the 7th successful launch. As you all know, the entire spacecraft community has put wholehearted effort during last 4 years, and we have realized a marvelous, great scientific satellite. For this mission, the entire vehicle performance is as expected, as predicted. In fact, the precision in which the satellite is launched shows the reliability of this vehicle. And we too have 4 liquid propulsion modules, 2 in the launch vehicle. The L110 stage, C25 stage, it has performed extremely well along with all other vehicle systems. We too have 2 more propulsion modules, one for taking the spacecraft to the moon, another one for soft landing. I think it is already well integrated, the system health is very good. Today's success is the culmination of the dedicated, smart and hard work of all the ISRO team members and the work culture of ISRO and the review process what we follow. I am sure all further mission operations will be a grand success and we'll have the successful soft landing. On this occasion, let me congratulate and compliment the members of ISRO team, our family members who have really sacrificed, the partners from industry and academia, and the various review fora. Thank you. Jai Hind.
The Chandrayaan craft was built at the URO Satellite Center, so I request the Director of URC to speak.
My turn.
The badass reborn.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to first thank my colleagues from the Launch Vehicle Center for providing a textbook-like launch for Chandrayaan-3 on its journey towards Moon. Thank you very much. And as Director LPSC and Director VSSC mentioned, realizing this kind of launch vehicle, third launch vehicle within a year's time is indeed a Herculean task. And thank you very much for the effort that has been put by all the members of the launch vehicle community and the industry supporting them. Coming to Chandrayaan-3, Mohan was telling that it is a penance. In fact, it is a penance of the Chandrayaan-3 team for the last 4 years, which has come today as an outcome. It is sitting like a brain sitting inside the head of a human being on that mighty vehicle. On top of that, that satellite was sitting, and it was such a happy moment to see that satellite getting separated. And our work continues from now for the next 42 days till we reach the lunar orbit and touchdown softly on Moon. So we'll speak the rest of the things after the soft landing on top of Moon. Till then, thank you very much for all the members of the satellite community and the industry for your support, which has been continuing over several years, and I'm sure will continue in future also. Thank you very much.
Space Application Center Ahmedabad plays very important role in our scientific instruments and building of the satellites. Over to Director SAC, Nilesh Desai.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. At the outset, let me compliment Team ISRO for this excellent work, and especially vehicle team as well as the project team. And as we begin this historic journey towards Moon, well begun is half done, as it is said. So I'm sure that we'll succeed in our effort and endeavor to land on Moon safe and in secured manner with a soft landing after 45 days. So I wish all the best to all the people who have contributed directly or indirectly, and especially to the project team, spacecraft team, as well as my team at Space Application Center, who has developed sensors and other hazard detection and avoidance system, which will help for a secured and safe landing on Moon. So once again, I thank all who have contributed in this mission. Thank you.
Director of this center, Satish Space Center, is the chairman of the Launch Authorization Board and also realizing the solid motors of this rocket. So over to Director SDSC Shar Rajarajan.
Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh, respected Chairman, our mentors and the dignitaries present here, and the entire ISRO family, a very successful launch, and hearty congratulations to all the LVM3-M4 and Chandrayaan-3 mission. So, once again, the Fat Boy has done its job and put a very precisely our prestigious lunar mission Chandrayaan-3 in the transfer orbit. And I congratulate the SDSC SHAR team Because throughout this launch, we had many launch campaigns of 355 and 56. Along with that, we are proud to have this. In spite of the weather conditions here, we have successfully launched LVM3 in the prescribed launch window time between July 12th and 19th. And we had a very good, smooth campaign here. And all the hearty congratulations to the entire launch vehicle team, as well as for the last 2 months for hosting the Chandrayaan-3 team here and carrying out all the tests to make sure that Chandrayaan-3 is also ready for the mission. And I also thank our entire logistics team who handled this huge crowd throughout this campaign period, in particular last 2-3 days. And my sincere thanks to the various Indian industries who are now participating in various aspects of solid motor processing as well as the assembly activities of our launch vehicle to make it successful. And I wish a glorious success in the future to come. And I wish, as mentioned in the last week of August, to have a successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3 lander on the moon surface and to make history. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind.
I request all center directors to join on the podium. Please come, all of you. Can you lower this? Please come. Please come here. Come.
नमस्कार, आप सभी दर्शकों का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हैं इसरो के एक और प्रमोशन मिशन के सीधे प्रसारण में। मैं विकास स्वर्णकार अपने साथी कमेंटेटर मिस माधुरी पी के साथ सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र शाह श्रीहरिकोटा से प्रमोशन का आंखों देखा हाल आप तक लाने के लिए हम श्रीहरिकोटा से के मिशन नियंत्रण कक्ष से इस प्रमोशन से जुड़ी सारी जानकारियां आप तक उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं। यह मिशन जिसका नाम है GSLV F12 NVS-1 मिशन, इसमें GSLV F12 रॉकेट का प्रमोशन आज 29 मई 2023 को भारतीय मानक समय के अनुसार सुबह 10:42 पर सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र के द्वितीय प्रमोशन मंच से किया जा रहा है।
Namaskar and good morning to the viewers. You are watching the launch event of GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission, live on Doordarshan National. I am Madhuri giving the commentary in English for the launch event. With me is my co-commentator Shri Vikas Swarnkar giving commentary in Hindi. The launch of GSLV F12 NVS-01 is scheduled to take place today, the 29th of May 2023 at 10:42 hours Indian Standard Time from the second launch pad at Satish Dhawan Space Center, Shah, Sriharikota, the spaceport of India. Apart from DD National, the live streaming is also available on ISRO website, YouTube and Twitter.
CDP Roger. Control noted.
What area can sit on the radiation?
Today's launch will be the 4th launch of ISRO this year. Now may I ask the curtain raiser for this video, for this launch mission to be played.
Fire!
कौन सी गली से आया भाई? बोरीवली की गली से सर। बोरीवली से सीधा ब्रॉन्क्स।
5 है baby, 5.
To control event number 4.
GSLV F-12 is the 15th flight of India's geosynchronous satellite launch vehicle GSLV and the 9th flight with indigenous cryo stage. This is the 6th operational flight of GSLV with indigenous cryogenic stage. The Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, IRNSS, with an operational name of NAVIC, stands for Navigation with Indian Constellation. It provides accurate real-time positioning and timing services over India and the region extending approximately 1500 kilometers around the Indian mainland. The variety of services offered by NAVIC aid in different applications like vehicle tracking and fleet management, location-based services integrated into mobile phones, terrestrial navigation aid for travelers, time dissemination, and more, including services to our strategic users. NAVIC consists of 3 segments: space, ground, and user. The space segment consists of base layer constellation of 7 satellites in GEO and GSO plane. NVS-1 satellite is the first of the second generation navigation satellite series. NVS-1 is based on the standard I2K bus structure and has a mass of more than 2,200 kilograms. NVS-1 satellite has a navigation payload working in L1, L5 and S frequency bands. As compared to the first generation satellite series, the second generation satellite series includes L1 navigation band and incorporates indigenously developed rubidium atomic clock. The inclusion of L1 navigation band improves the position, navigation and timing services for civilian users and also facilitates interoperability with other GNSS services. The NVS-1 satellite is designed for a mission life of about 12 years.
Minus 25 minutes.
The GSLV
Request
F12
all
will
stations
place the
change over to
NVS-1
channel 2
satellite
at
into a
T-24
geosynchronous
minutes.
transfer orbit.
No confirmation
It will
is
be
needed to
launched
control.
from the second launch pad of Satish Dhawan Space Center, Sriharikota, the spaceport of India.
अभी अभी आपने एक संक्षिप्त कट एंड रेजर वीडियो देखा इस मिशन से जुड़ा हुआ। इस मिशन में मुख्य उपग्रह के रूप में NVS-1 नामक नौवहन उपग्रह है, जिसे निर्धारित 170 किलोमीटर की पेरिजी तथा 36,744 किलोमीटर की एपोजी वाली भूतुल्य स्थानांतरण कक्षा में 19.36 डिग्री के झुकाव के साथ प्रक्षेपित किया जाना है। NVS-1 उपग्रह, जो कि नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट की श्रेणी में द्वितीय पीढ़ी का उन्नत उपग्रह है, यह नेविगेशन विद इंडियन कॉन्स्टलेशन नाविक द्वारा प्राप्त सुविधाओं में बढ़ोतरी कर देश में नेविगेशन जैसी सुविधाओं को और उन्नत बनाकर भारत का इस दिशा में स्वदेशीकरण की ओर एक और कदम है।
COT to TCTC, all radar signals are normal. Teacher, is it copied?
Control to note, even number 481 and 482 completed.
बहुत से छात्रगण यहाँ पर आंखों देखा अनुभव लेने आए हैं। यह बहुत ही रोमांचक अनुभव होता है जब रॉकेट का प्रक्षेपण हम देखते हैं।
We are 23 minutes from the launch. The GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission intends to place the NVS-01, a navigation satellite weighing 2,232 kgs, into an orbit with perigee at 170 kilometers and an apogee of 36,744 kilometers with 19.36 degrees inclination. It is going to be an eastward mission for a geostationary satellite. Today's launch will be the fourth launch of ISRO this year, while the second launch pad is playing host for second time in 2023. This is 15th launch of GSLV, which flew its first ever mission in 2001. Present launch is 9th flight with indigenous cryo stage, of which 3 were developmental and this one, 6th, is the operational flight.
इस वर्ष का यह चौथा प्रमोशन मिशन है। SSLV D2 से सफल शुरुआत करते हुए LVM3 OneWeb India 2 मिशन, फिर PSLV C55 Telios 2 मिशन हमने देखा और आज GSLV F12 NVS-1 हम देखने जा रहे हैं। यह GSLV Mark II श्रेणी में इसरो की चतुर्थ पीढ़ी का रॉकेट है। यह इस श्रेणी में इसकी 15वीं प्रमोशन होगा।
ROD, Roger.
COI to ROD, all EA systems are ready for launch.
GSLV F12 के साथ स्वदेशी क्रायो इंजन भी संलग्न है और यह उसकी 9वीं उड़ान होगी।
ROD, Roger.
RSO to ROD, range safety systems are ready for
This year, ISRO has conducted the launch of SSLV D2 EOS-07 mission from the first launch pad in the month of February. In March, LVM3-M4 OneWeb India 2 mission was held from the second launch pad. PSLV C55 Telios 2 mission successfully lifted off in April from the first launch pad, and here we are, all set for the GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission from the second launch pad.
अब हम प्रमोशन से 20 मिनट 23 सेकंड की दूरी पर हैं।
ROD to Mission Director, range is ready for GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission.
Mission Director Roger.
TTC Director to Mission Director. TTC Director confirms readiness of ISRO stations and network for supporting GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission.
Mission Director Roger.
Minus 20 minutes.
Control event number 506 completed.
GSLV F12 NVS-1 मिशन के प्रमोशन की उल्टी गिनती 27.5 घंटे पूर्व शुरू हो चुकी है। इस दौरान यान को पावर ऑन किया गया है। सभी तंत्रों तथा प्रणालियों की स्वास्थ्य जांच की जा रही है। L40 स्टेज तथा GS2 स्टेज जो कि तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, उन पे भराव की स्थिति प्राप्त कर भराव पूर्ण कर लिया गया है। ऐसा ही क्रायो स्टेज के लिए भी स्वास्थ्य जांच पूर्ण की जा चुकी है तथा लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन, लिक्विड हाइड्रोजन का भराव सुनिश्चित किया जा चुका है। सभी सहायक तथा सुरक्षा तंत्र अपेक्षानुकूल प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं। साथ ही उपग्रह को भी पावर ऑन कर स्वास्थ्य जांच तथा बैटरी आवेशन किया जा रहा है। सभी प्रणोदक टंकियों पर उचित दबाव सुनिश्चित किया जा चुका है। रियल टाइम प्रोग्राम को भी ऑन बोर्ड कंप्यूटर पर लोड कर दिया गया है।
Has cleared to go ahead with the countdown and launch operations of GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission. Based on the readiness of the GSLV F12 launch vehicle, NVS-01 spacecraft, range systems, TTC network, and considering the favorable weather conditions, Mission Director authorizes commencement of the launch operation sequence for GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission for launch at 10:42 hours IST today, that is 29th May 2023.
All stations to note, Mission Director has given authorization for launch.
Kissing me, ferme les yeux, missing me, ferme les yeux, tes doigts reflètent le plaisir de tes lèvres. Je vois tes yeux pleins de bonheur. Kissing me, ferme les yeux.
Feels like a French kiss. New Cadbury Silk Ganache.
Valve authorized for H tank and O tank.
The countdown for the launch has been 27.5 hours long, that had started at 7:42 in the morning on Sunday. During the countdown, the launch vehicle systems, liquid propellant storage and servicing systems at the launch complex, and the range instrument systems
Data loggers are on short to station.
carry out final preparation activities leading to the launch. And you have a little while ago watched the Mission Director Shri N.P. Giri authorizing the start of automatic launch sequence. It is basically a capsule of very critical functions of the launch vehicle stages and satellites run and monitored by ground-based computers. If all the parameters are found acceptable, the onboard computer takes over and very soon thereafter the actual launch takes place.
Minus 17 minutes.
सभी वैज्ञानिक अभियंतागण अपने कार्य कुशलतापूर्वक पूर्ण करके इस मिशन के लिए आतुरता से इंतजार कर रहे हैं। कुछ अंतिम गतिविधियां तथा जांच बाकी हैं। अभी अभी हमने देखा मिशन डायरेक्टर ने ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करने का अनुमोदन दे दिया है। ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस शुरू करने के पश्चात पूर्ण नियंत्रण ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर के पास चला जाता है। रॉकेट के पास खुद का ऑनबोर्ड कंप्यूटर है, वह पूरे जांच
minus 16 minutes.
पूर्ण रूप से सुनिश्चित करता है और तत्पश्चात कोर स्टेज के प्रज्वलन का कमांड लेगा।
ALSC Roger.
These servers activated. MC confirms data from SHAR-1 and SHAR-2.
Automatic launch sequence initiated for GSLV F12 launch. ALS in auto mode.
आप सभी दर्शकों के लिए अब प्रस्तुत है इस लॉन्च व्हीकल GSLV Mark II GSLV F12 का संक्षिप्त इंटीग्रेशन वीडियो।
Minus 15 minutes.
प्रथम चरण जो कि ठोस नोदक पर आधारित चरण है, इसका यह नोजल एंड सेगमेंट कोर बेस श्राउड के साथ यहाँ SVAB सेकेंडरी व्हीकल असेंबली बिल्डिंग पर लाया गया है। तत्पश्चात ऊपर की ओर मिडिल सेगमेंट बहुत ही सावधानी पूर्वक, सतर्कता पूर्वक, धैर्य पूर्वक ये कार्य किया जाता है। इसमें कोई भी त्रुटि की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं होती है। कोर स्टेज में 3 मिडिल सेगमेंट्स होते हैं तथा अंत में ऊपर की ओर यह हेड एंड सेगमेंट लगाया जा रहा है। यह पूरा कार्य SSAB बिल्डिंग पर किया जा रहा है। अब ये देख रहे हैं आप इग्नाइटर। यह इंटर स्टेज है जिसे अब समायोजित कर दिया गया है प्रथम चरण पर। अब आप देख रहे हैं यह L40 स्टेज है जो कि तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है। इसमें विकास इंजन लगा हुआ है। UH-25 तथा N2O4 पर आधारित यह चरण। ऐसे 4 स्ट्रेप-ऑन बूस्टर्स कोर बूस्टर S139 के साथ में संलग्न किए जा रहे हैं।
Imagine you are exactly where you need to be. It's your happy place.
Like my Furlenco home.
Great homes start with great furniture. Furlenco. Rent it, buy it, own it your way.
अब यह प्रथम चरण पूर्णतः तैयार हो चुका है तथा इसे SSAB बिल्डिंग से निकालकर VAB तक लाया गया।
The second stage, GL40HT, having prepared in a separate facility, is being moved to the vehicle assembly building for integration about the first stage. That is the cryogenic upper stage. Entering into the vehicle assembly building, carefully being tilted and being integrated above the second stage. The equipment bay for the compatibility checks, and there are the visuals from the clean room for the satellite preparation.
Minus 12 minutes.
This is the concept of encapsulated assembly, where the satellite is being ensconced into the heat shield house, into the clean room facility, which is a separate facility, and then as an integral unit, it will be moved to the vehicle assembly building and then integrated to the launch vehicle.
Completed.
This is a 4-meter diameter ogive payload fairing And this is the second time a similar payload fairing and a similar design is going to fly.
उपग्रह को ऊष्मा कवच के अंदर सुरक्षित कर दिया गया है और अब पूर्णतः तैयार GSLV F12 को व्हीकल असेंबली बिल्डिंग से umbilical टावर लाया जा रहा है.
The second launch pad is based on the concept of integrate, transfer, launch.
जी हाँ, यह नज़ारा GSLV F12 का है जो कि पूर्णतः तैयार है अपने मिशन को पूरा करने के लिए. यह द्वितीय प्रमोचन मंच है.
Views from the Mission Control Center on your screens now.
ऑटोमेटिक लॉन्च सीक्वेंस जारी है तथा अंतिम जांच के पश्चात प्रज्वलन का कमांड इशू किया जाएगा. अब हम प्रज्वलन से 10 मिनट 13 सेकंड की दूरी पर हैं.
Minus 10 minutes.
Health of cryom-hydraulic system is normal and cyclic charging is in progress.
GS2 redundant chain actuation.
अभी आपने इंटीग्रेशन वीडियो देखा, हम उसको और थोड़ा वर्णन करते हैं. GSLV F12 एक त्रिचरणीय यान है. प्रथम चरण में ठोस नोदक वाला S139 बूस्टर के साथ 4 L40 जो कि तरल नोदक पर आधारित स्ट्रेपॉन्स हैं, वह संयुक्त रूप से GSLV के प्रथम चरण कहलाते हैं. कोर बूस्टर लगभग 4800 किलोन्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करता है. वहीं 4 L40 स्ट्रेपॉन बूस्टर्स विकास इंजन के साथ 2720 किलोन्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करते हैं. L40 के विकास इंजन में इलेक्ट्रोडायनामिक एक्चुएटर्स लगे होते हैं जिससे यान को पिच, याव तथा रोल नियंत्रण प्रदान किया जाता है. द्वितीय चरण में फिर से तरल नोदक पर आधारित चरण है.
GS2 prime chain actuation in progress.
UH-25 तथा N2O4 ईंधन के रूप में इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं. यह दाब भारित उच्च प्रणोद वाले विकास इंजन लगभग 846 किलोन्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न करते हैं. इसमें भी इंजन जिम्बल के लिए इलेक्ट्रोडायनामिक एक्चुएटर्स लगे हुए हैं. इस चरण को GL40HT भी कहा जाता है क्योंकि इसमें हाई थ्रस्ट विकास इंजन्स लगे हुए हैं. इस चरण का प्रज्वलन काल 141 सेकंड का होता है. ऊपर की ओर चलते हुए तृतीय चरण जो कि क्रायो इंजन से संयुक्त है. क्रायो इंजन पूर्णतः स्वदेशी क्रायो इंजन लिक्विड प्रोपल्शन सिस्टम सेंटर द्वारा VSSC तथा IPRC के सहयोग से विकसित किया गया है. वर्तमान में GSLV में क्रायो इंजन के उन्नत वर्जन C15 का इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है. इस चरण में लिक्विड ऑक्सीजन तथा लिक्विड हाइड्रोजन का ईंधन के रूप में इस्तेमाल होता है और इसमें कुल 74 किलोन्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न होता है. इस चरण का कार्यकाल लगभग 841 सेकंड का होता है. यही वह अंतिम चरण है जो उपग्रह को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर ले जाता है तथा अंतक्षेपित करता है. बहुत से गणमान्य व्यक्ति यहाँ उपस्थित हैं.
On your TV screens, the dignitaries getting ready for witnessing the launch event of GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission. Ahead of the launch, let me inform the viewers the flight events that are going to take place during the mission. The total duration of mission is about 18 minutes. The L40 ignition takes place 4.8 seconds ahead of T0. After ascertaining the health of L40 strap-on engines, the ignition of core S139 motor takes place. The S-139 stage, based on HTPV-based solid propellant, burns for 110 seconds and burns out at an altitude of 41 kilometers. In the meantime, the rocket gains a relative velocity of 1.5 kilometers per second. The four strap-ons, called the L-40, operating on Earth-storable liquid propellant-based Vikas engine, burn for about 150 seconds. The ignition of second stage, called the GS2, takes place soon after the shut-off of L-40s. The separation of GS1 takes place 2 seconds after the ignition of GS2. This is called hot separation, in which the upper stage exhaust imparts thrust over the spent lower stage to ensure impact-free separation event. By now, the rocket will be at 75 kilometers altitude. The closed-loop guidance is initiated, indicating that the rocket no longer needs to steer itself for a better journey through the atmosphere. 237 seconds past the launch time, the heat shield separation takes place when the rocket is at an altitude of 115 kilometers. By the time the second stage completes its operation of 142 seconds, the rocket gains a relative velocity of 4.7 kilometers per second. The second stage, GS2, is separated few seconds later. Cryogenic upper stage, CUS-15, is the third stage, based on liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen stored at cryogenic temperatures as propellants. This stage operates for 13.5 minutes and increases the relative velocity of the rocket from 4.7 kilometers per second to 9.7 kilometers per second. The satellite NVS-01 is injected at an altitude of 251.5 kilometers with a relative velocity of 9.7 kilometers per second. Let me remind the viewers that the geosynchronous transfer orbit of NVS-01 has a perigee of 170 kilometers, which is how far the satellite will be at a point nearest to the Earth, and apogee, or the farthest point from Earth, of 36,744 kilometers nominally. Thrust burns of the satellite will then take it to the geostationary orbit.
Pyro and wall battery on.
अब हम प्रमोचन के पास आ चुके हैं. अब प्रमोचन 3 मिनट 24 सेकंड की दूरी पर है. इस मिशन के मुख्य उपग्रह NVS-1, जिसका कुल भार 2232 kg है, और इस श्रेणी में यह L5 तथा S बैंड के अलावा L1 फ्रीक्वेंसी बैंड का उपयोग अतिरिक्त सेवाएं प्रदान करने के लिए कर रहा है. इस उपग्रह में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पेलोड है रुबिडियम परमाणविक आवृत्ति मानक घड़ी. परमाणविक घड़ी एक स्थिर आवृत्ति मानक प्रदान करता है जो कि सभी नेविगेशन पेलोड के लिए एक निर्देश का काम करेगा. NVS-1 उपग्रह यह प्रयोग कर अपनी परिशुद्ध नौवहन सुविधाएं को उन्नत बनाते हुए भारत के विकास के लिए समर्पित है.
We are about 2.5 minutes from the launch time. The network of ISRO telemetry tracking and command network stations view the launch vehicle along its trajectory. The trajectory parameters and separation events are ascertained through these stations. For the present mission, Shah, Port Blair, Brunei and Beak stations are participating.
-2 minutes.
सभी दर्शक दीर्घा बड़ी बेसब्री से इंतजार करते हुए प्रमोचन का. मौसम प्रमोचन के लिए पूरी तरह अनुकूल है.
Bright sunny morning here at Sriharikota.
सर्वप्रथम हम देखेंगे T-4.8 सेकेंड्स पर चारों L40 इंजन्स का इग्निशन। तत्पश्चात T0 पर कोर बूस्टर का प्रज्वलन होगा और उसके बाद यान का उत्थापन।
There's a little over 1 minute from the launch.
O tank ready.
Minus 1 minute.
All subs armed.
Minus 55 seconds.
L40 VHPP opened.
Minus 50 seconds.
Battle ready.
All sequences armed.
Minus 45 seconds.
Tank ready. Cryostage ready.
Minus 40 seconds.
40 seconds to go. Stand by for the launch.
Minus 35 seconds. Minus 30 seconds.
L40 VSPP opened.
Activated.
Minus 25 seconds.
DS2 VSPP opened.
Minus 20 seconds. Minus 15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Have you heard about this Samsung flip phone? You only have to look at it once. It's great. And then it gets like stuck inside your mind or something. And the only way to stop it is to switch.
That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'd never switch to Samsung. Leave. Now.
कार्ड छपवा दे, मंडप सजा दे, घोड़ी पे सवार आ रहा है रानी का राजा।
Hold your horse. See, the problem is कि हमारी families बहुत अलग है।
रिश्ते का स्टीयरिंग व्हील चाहे अपना हाथ में हो, बैक सीट ड्राइविंग फैमिली करता है।
It's a switch. 3 महीने के लिए तू मेरे घर पे और मैं तेरे घर पे।
Plus 5 seconds.
Lift off normal.
प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन GSLV F12 का चारों L40s तथा कोर बूस्टर S139 अपना सामान्य निष्पादन करते हुए उद्देश्य कक्षा की ओर अग्रसर।
Nominal launch of the GSLV F12 mission. The rocket flying by spewing fire into the clear sky of Sriharikota. GS1 and L40s together thrusting currently. The Shah ground station is currently tracking.
Shah 1 main auto. Shah 2 is in main auto.
वर्तमान में प्रथम चरण प्रज्वलित है। इसका कार्यकाल लगभग 110 सेकंड का होगा। इसमें 4800 किलोन्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न होता है।
P2 change over to SCBT2.
The core 139 motor will continue to burn for 110 seconds, while the L40s continue to burn for a total of 150 seconds. Thrust developed by the GS1 S139 motor is 4,815 kilonewtons, while each of the L40s develops 762.5 kilonewtons.
प्रथम चरण को कट ऑफ कर दिया गया है। L40 अभी भी प्रज्वलित हैं।
This is a confirmation for the S139 burnout. L40s still developing thrust.
कुछ ही क्षणों में हम देखेंगे द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन तथा प्रथम चरण का पृथक्कन।
Current altitude is 67 kilometers.
40 stages thrust cutoff. Stage separated. Second stage ignited.
जी हाँ, द्वितीय चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है जैसा निर्धारित था और प्रथम चरण को यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है.
The second stage has ignited and the first stage has been separated from the ongoing launch vehicle. Currently, Shah station is tracking.
Plus 3 minutes.
जी हाँ, यान पूर्णतः निर्धारित पथ को अनुकरण करता हुआ जा रहा है और द्वितीय चरण भी सामान्य निष्पादन कर रहा है. इस चरण का कुल कार्यकाल लगभग 140 सेकंड का होगा. इस दौरान यह 846 किलो न्यूटन का प्रणोद उत्पन्न कर यान को करीब 130 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई तक ले जाएगा.
High thrust Vikas engine developing a nominal vacuum thrust of 846 kilonewtons. Vikas engine is a pump-fed engine.
Second stage performance normal.
Of UH-25 as fuel and N2O4 as oxidizer.
Plus 4 minutes.
Load fairing separated.
चूंकि यान घने वातावरण से बाहर जा चुका है इसलिए ऊष्मा कवच की आवश्यकता नहीं रह गई है और इसलिए इसे यान से पृथक कर दिया गया है.
Two major flight events have taken place in recent past. The initiation of closed loop guidance and the separation of payload fairing.
Performance normal.
Currently the vehicle is going as per the predicted trajectory. Shar and Port Blair stations currently
Stage
tracking.
is authorized.
द्वितीय चरण सामान्य निष्पादन करते हुए यान को उद्देश्य कक्षा की ओर ले जाता हुआ.
Second stage thrust cutoff. Second stage
Plus
separate.
5 minutes.
Thrust ignition is commanded.
द्वितीय चरण को कट ऑफ के बाद में यान से पृथक कर दिया
Ignition
गया
is
है
confirmed.
और अंतिम चरण क्रायो अपर स्टेज का प्रज्वलन शुरू हो चुका है.
The cryogenic upper stage has commenced its operation. The nominal burn duration for cryo stage is more than 13 minutes.
सोसाइटी को लगता है कॉमर्स वालों की पढ़ाई साइंस वालों के कंपैरिजन में बहुत चिल होती है.
वाह आरजी, तू सीए करने वाली है?
मतलब अकाउंट्स तो स्ट्रेंथ है वैसे मेरी.
That's the spirit और ऑनेस्टी इंटेग्रिटी मेरी आराम से निकाल लेंगे यार.
कंसल्टेंट है इस बार. अरे रौत साहब आप भी लेडी से उनकी उम्र, बच्चों से मैथ्स के नंबर और सीए एस्पिरेंट से नंबर और अटेम्प्ट्स नहीं पूछते. ये तो हाफ सीन है अभी.
सीए आरजी मेहता, मुझे तो बस इस टाइटल को रियलिटी बनाना है.
ऑटो.
बाहर के लोग जब मुंबई आके शौक हो जाते हैं ना तो बड़े क्यूट लगते हैं. नॉट दैट तुम वैसे क्यूट नहीं हो.
ये सीए की पढ़ाई को लेके इतना सीरियस है कि इसने कॉलेज तक ज्वाइन नहीं किया.
सीए एग्जाम तो हर 6 महीने आएंगे. कॉलेज लाइफ तो एक ही बार आएगा ना.
रियलाइजेशन अकाउंट
मतलब यू रियलाइजिंग कि अगर आईपीसीसी सिर्फ 10% लोग क्लियर कर पाते हैं तो यू आर डेफिनेटली नॉट वन ऑफ देम.
सुनना ए सुनना सुनना.
और अगले हफ्ते से दुकान में आके बैठो, समझे?
बहुत दुकान पे नहीं बैठ सकता मैं.
क्यों? सामान बेचने में शर्म आती है.
गंदा कोर्स है ये. ना कॉलेज लाइफ एंजॉय करने देता है ना दोस्ती रहने देता है.
सर मेरा तो ये तीसरा ही अटेम्प्ट है लेकिन हम 8वें तक कैसे रुके हुए.
अच्छा, अपने यहाँ जो एग्जाम्स है ना, IIT, PMT, UPSC, बस इनमें एक रेस लगाई जाती है. सीए इज द ओनली वन जो बिल्कुल भी कॉम्पिटिटिव नहीं है.
सोचना
We are the most important people for every earning citizen of this country. In fact, the Prime Minister of India has said, our signature is more important than his. हमारा कोई राजेंद्र नगर या कोटा नहीं है। जहां बुक उठा ली, जहां पढ़ लिया, वही हमारा राजेंद्र नगर है, वही हमारा कोटा है।
Amazon शॉपिंग ऐप के अंदर मिनी टीवी का बटन दबाइए और देखिए मेरा नया शो हाफ सीए बिल्कुल फ्री।
An Indian working professional who uses ChatGPT and AI with Microsoft Office applications like Excel, PowerPoint and Word is going to do the work of 10 people. So, what will happen to the jobs of the rest 9 people? They are all going to lose their job. And the one person who uses AI is going to replace them all. If you are someone who wants to use AI as an opportunity to not just survive in your job, but also to get your next promotion, I have some good news for you. Hi, I'm Jatan Shah, a Microsoft certified trainer, and I have created a 3-hour live and interactive workshop that will
Nominal thrust of the cryogenic upper stage is 73.97 kilonewtons, while the operated thrust is 83.34 kilonewtons. The cryogenic propellants have a specific impulse of 453.5 seconds.
तृतीय चरण, जिसे हम क्रायो अपर स्टेज के नाम से जानते हैं, यह बहुत ही जटिल इंजन होता है, इसलिए यहाँ काफी तालियों के साथ गड़गड़ाहट हम सुन सकते हैं जब तृतीय चरण का प्रज्वलन शुरू हुआ। कोई भी त्रुटि की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं होती है अंतरिक्ष मिशन में। जैसा कि आपको बताया गया, यह मिशन पूर्वी दिशा का मिशन है, इसलिए हमारे ग्राउंड स्टेशन शार तथा पोर्ट ब्लेयर स्थित भू स्टेशन इसे ट्रैक कर रहे हैं। तृतीय चरण का निष्पादन सामान्य और यान अपनी उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर बढ़ता हुआ जा रहा है। अब हम प्रमोचन से 405 सेकंड की दूरी पर आ चुके हैं। ऊंचाई 145 किलोमीटर तथा सापेक्ष गति 5 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड।
We are more than 400 seconds past the launch time. Current altitude of the launch vehicle is 146 kilometers and the relative velocity 5.14 kilometers per second. Let me describe to the viewers in the meantime the description of the satellite taking ride in this mission. Navigation services using Indian constellation of satellites provides accurate real-time positioning and timing services over India.
Cryo stage performance normal.
1,500 kilometers around India. The Indian Regional Navigation Satellite System, IRNSS, goes by an operational name Navik. The launch of IRNSS-1A took place in July 2013, and with the launch of IRNSS-1I in April 2018, the constellation of Navik with first generation of satellites, that is 3 in geostationary and 4 in geosynchronous orbit, was complete. The present satellite, NVS-01, is the first in the second generation navigation satellite series, which will ensure continuity of legacy Navik services. The satellite has navigation and ranging payloads. The navigation payload operates in L1, L5 and S bands and employs a tri-band antenna. The heart of the navigation payload is the rubidium atomic frequency standard RAFS, the atomic clock which acts as a stable frequency reference for the navigation payload. This clock is indigenously developed by the Space Application Center of ISRO at Ahmedabad. The RAFS is one thing that distinguishes second generation of navigation satellites from the first. The other noteworthy feature is the inclusion of an L1 navigation band, which is popular for providing PNT, that is precision, navigation and timing services for users and for interoperability with other GNSS signals. The ranging payload consists of C/C transponder used for two-way CDMA ranging to facilitate precise orbit determination. NAVIC is significant for India in the application of navigation in terrestrial, aerial and maritime areas, geodetic surveying, fleet management and marine fisheries. Apart from these, NAVIC is useful in providing location-based services in mobile devices. Timing services are provided to the agencies for which accurate time is of utmost importance, like financial institutions, power grids and such. The other applications include Internet of Things, strategic and emergency services.
I took the decision of joining Scalar around July 2021. That is when my wife was pregnant. You know, you will have more responsibilities. We should be taking that risk now.
சின்ன வயசுலேருந்தே அவனை சொல்லி சொல்லி வளர்த்தது வந்து சாஃப்ட்வேர் இன்ஜினியர் ஆகணும் அப்படின்றது தான் என்னது எண்ணம்.
யாரோட சப்போர்ட்டும் இல்லாமல் சொந்த காலில் நிற்கிறது அது ஒரு பெரிய விஷயம்.
The roadmap is something that I always missed. I thought, you know, we should have from IIT or something because that's where people will learn these stuffs. I didn't know like that time that it would put me somewhere this ahead in life. Hi, I'm Ashwin. I am software engineer 2 in Microsoft. I grew up in this only. I was studying in a school called St. Anne's Matriculation School. It's near Jesur. So my father used to drop me and my mom as well. My mom was a teacher in nearby school. So from my childhood, I felt doctors are great. Then I studied towards that. But my marks didn't help me to get that place. So I did switch back to IT. Then I joined Amazon as a non-technical role, which is catalog associate. And I thought, like, you know, it is not something that I wanted because I loved a bit of coding. That's when I joined Scalar. I was a developer for around 5 years of experience in my career. Also, I lacked skills in data structures and low-level design. I met my wife in November 2019. It was an arranged marriage, so we met casually first. After marriage, we both were doing, work from home during the COVID time.
So at that time only he just saw this Scalar courses. He just told me that I really wanted to give a try to it. I cannot maybe spend time with you very well.
Especially that my wife was pregnant, so I had a very little time to dedicate for upskilling. I was working as well. Little financial constraint we had in our work. But my mom has always she helped me with some of her jewels and I converted the remaining into EMI and managed it.
எனக்கு இருக்கிறது 2 பிள்ளைங்க தான். புரியுதுங்களா? என்ன ஒன்னாலும் பே பண்ண ரெடி.
அவன் வந்து சொன்னா இந்த மாதிரி வந்து ஸ்காலர்ல ஜாயின் பண்ணணும், இந்த மாதிரி இந்த கோர்ஸ் பண்ணால் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபியூச்சர் எனக்கு அமையும் அப்படின்னு. சரி, நீயே அதை வந்து இது பண்ற, முடிஞ்சா பாரு, இல்லையா என்கிட்ட சொல்லு, நான் வந்து நாங்கள் எங்கே இருந்தாலும் நான் அதை அமௌண்ட்டை கலெக்ட் பண்ணி நான் கொடுத்து.
When he started this course, he will get up at first, cook me breakfast and make sure that at 11 o'clock every meal is okay. My work starts from 11 a.m.
I used to connect for work around 9 and we'll work till 6. After 6, we'll spend time with her, we'll go for walking and all. Once she slept, I'll come and sit on the laptop. 9 to 12, it's the time I literally dedicated to Scalar.
Sometimes it will extend to 4 a.m. also. But still, at the next day, he will wake up before me. And especially that streak.
I just remember struggling hard to get that first 30 days streak. After that, it was like, I should not miss this. whatever it happens, I'll just go and just to solve at least one problem. I got a chance to be instructed by Anshuman for HLDs, and he is the one person who will not close the session until everyone's doubt is cleared. He is a founder, but still he dedicates his time to ensure the quality of the course never reduces, right? I had a mentor named Indrajit. He's from Amazon. He was able to find the problems that I face without me telling him. Like, during the mock interviews and all, he told that, Ashwin, don't jump to conclusions. You need to take your time. Be interactive as much as possible. I literally felt those little suggestions I got from him helped me clear many interviews in the later part. There is an interview experience sharing group where I saw people posting questions from Microsoft, what they have attended. At that time, I got opportunity from Microsoft to attend one of their online coding rounds. I took it. The result came after a month. I cleared it.
I just started Scalar DSML. He's the only one who pushed me, not to Scalar, but personally, so maybe fingers crossed.
Scalar's motto, right? 1% better every day. That is something that I loved it, and I will carry it with my life forever. Hi, I'm Ashwin. This is my story.
Introducing One Power Readers, the revolutionary patent-pending readers with flexible power. America loves One Power Readers. The 5-star reviews say it all. Just put them on. One Power Readers custom correct your vision precisely to your individual power needs. Every pair of One Power Readers can correct from 0.5 to 2.75 power. They adjust for you. Just put on a pair and see up close clear. There are no ugly dials or cranks to adjust. The secret is Flex Focus Optic Science. This patent-pending technology designs each lens with a range of different corrections. Your eye automatically looks through the lens and finds the right spot where the correction is right for you, so you can focus and read clearly.
I wear a 1.0.
I wear 2.5, and we had reading glasses all over the house.
With One Power Readers, we can share the same pair and still both read clearly.
Whether you need 0.5 power, 2.75 power, or somewhere in between, One Power Readers give you a just right custom correction for precise up-close vision. You can even wear them over your contacts. They're perfect for threading a needle or reading directions on prescriptions and vitamin bottles. Plus, they're made to last with durable spring hinges. You can drop them, step on them, or even sit on them. They're backed by a lifetime replacement warranty. Get the readers that give nearly everyone just right close-up vision with precision. Order now.
तृतीय चरण क्रायोजेनिक इंजन के सभी तंत्र सामान्य रूप से कार्य कर रहे हैं। इस चरण का कुल कार्यकाल लगभग 840 सेकंड का होगा। यह वह अंतिम चरण है जो उपग्रह को उचित कक्षा में पहुंचाकर अंतःक्षेपित करेगा। इस दौरान आपको इस उपग्रह से जुड़ी कुछ जानकारियां उपलब्ध कराते हैं। देश के नौवहन आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने के लिए इसरो द्वारा नाविक नेविगेशन विद इंडियन कॉन्स्टलेशन की स्थापना की गई। नाविक को इंडियन रीजनल नेविगेशन सैटेलाइट सिस्टम IRNS के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। नाविक को 7 उपग्रहों के नक्षत्र के साथ डिजाइन किया गया है। इस नक्षत्र के 3 उपग्रह भूस्थैतिक कक्षा में रहते हैं तथा अन्य 4 उपग्रह भूमध्य रेखा से 29 डिग्री के झुकाव के साथ भूतुल्य काली कक्षा में रखे गए हैं। नाविक 2 सेवाएं प्रदान करता है, नागरिक उपयोगकर्ताओं के लिए तथा प्रतिबंधित सेवाओं के लिए। इन दोनों सेवाओं में L5 और S बैंड का उपयोग किया जाता है। नौवहन के कवरेज में भारत और उसके सीमाओं से लगे 1500 किलोमीटर के क्षेत्र में यह सुविधाएं प्रदान करने में सक्षम होगा। इसमें नौवहन सिग्नल 20 मीटर के विभेदन क्षमता और 50 नैनोसेकंड से अधिक की समय परिशुद्धता के लिए डिजाइन किया गया है। NVS-1 L1 बैंड पर अपनी अतिरिक्त सेवाएं प्रदान करने के लिए भी डिजाइन किया गया है। नाविक के अन्य अनुप्रयोगों में है भौमिक, आकाशीय तथा समुद्री नौवहन,
परफॉर्मेंस नॉर्मल,
भूगणितीय सर्वेक्षण, आपातकालीन सेवाएं, मोबाइल की स्थिति आधारित सेवाएं, उपग्रहों का कक्षा निर्धारण, महत्वपूर्ण संस्थानों में सामयिक सेवाएं, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स और ऐसे अनेक युक्ति अनुप्रयोग शामिल हैं। तृतीय चरण पूरी तरह उद्दिष्ट पथ का अनुकरण करता हुआ
+13 मिनट्स।
यह वह अंतिम चरण है जो यान को 251 किलोमीटर तक ले जाएगा तथा गति 9.75 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड। यह गति NVS-1 उपग्रह को
कौन सी गली से आया भाई? बोरीवली की गली से सर।
5 है बेबी, 5।
वर्तमान में यान की सापेक्ष गति 7.1 किलोमीटर प्रति सेकंड तथा ऊंचाई 133 किलोमीटर।
We have come 827 seconds past the launch time. The current relative velocity is 7.22 kilometers per second. The current altitude is 134 kilometers. The trajectory being followed by the launch vehicle is as per the prediction, very precise.
उपग्रह का पूर्ण परिशुद्धता से कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाना बहुत आवश्यक होता है। इससे उपग्रह की लाइफ भी बढ़ती है और सेवाएं उपलब्ध कराने में बहुत आसानी होती है।
क्रियो स्टेज परफॉर्मेंस नॉर्मल।
For the present mission GSLV F12, the cryo stage is provided with active pressurization system for the propellant, which is an upgrade to enhance the reliability of the engine and stage. Presently, Port Blair and Brunei stations are tracking.
Plus 16 minutes.
क्रायो स्टेज व अंतिम चरण है GSLV F12 का, जो कि उपग्रह को उद्दिष्ट कक्षा में स्थापित करेगा। यह चरण LPSC द्वारा निर्मित किया गया है।
Cryo stage performance normal.
Plus 17 minutes.
कुछ ही क्षणों पश्चात तृतीय चरण को बंद कर दिया जाएगा तथा उचित कक्षा पहुंचते ही उपग्रह को प्रमोचित किया जाएगा।
The current altitude is 189 kilometers. The cryo stage is still operating, and in the last few seconds of its operation,
अब कुछ ही क्षणों पश्चात हम देखेंगे क्रायो स्टेज का बंद होना तथा उपग्रह के अंतक्षेपण की स्थितियां प्राप्त होते ही उपग्रह का अंतक्षेपण।
Brunei and Bayak ground stations are currently tracking.
Cryo stage thrust cutoff. Sled injection condition is achieved.
क्रायो स्टेज को कट ऑफ कर दिया गया है तथा अंतक्षेपण की स्थितियां प्राप्त की जा चुकी हैं। अब कुछ ही क्षणों में
NVS-01 satellite separated.
The satellite NVS-01 has been separated and placed into the intended
LVM3-M4
orbit.
NVS-01 mission accomplished.
ये हम ऑनबोर्ड कैमरा की मदद से देख पा रहे हैं। NVS-1 को सफलतापूर्वक उद्दिष्ट कक्षा में अंतक्षेपित कर दिया गया है और इसके साथ ही यह मिशन सफल होता है।
The launch of GSLV F-12 mission has been successful. The jubilant ambience in the Mission Control Center is a testimony to how much this success matters to ISRO. Many congratulations to all the teams of ISRO. We take leave from you. Do continue to be with us for the address by Secretary DOS, Chairman ISRO, Shri S. Somnath.
Giri and satellite.
Good morning, all of you. Congratulations for the excellent GSLV F-12 NVS-01 mission outcome. I'm very happy to announce the NVS-01 navigation satellite for the Navi constellation has been placed in the precise orbit by GSLV F-12 vehicle. Congratulations to the entire team ISRO for making this mission happen.
Do you have the courage to make 8 lakhs a month, which is 1 crore a year? See, many people will get offended by the ad and things that I'm going to share right now. Many men and even women do not have the courage to follow their dream, to work hard, put in the effort and do something which is not being usual which has been conditioned by the society, media, and the education. A lot of people will skip the ad right now. In fact, 90% of you would not even like me because, oh, Dev Gadvi is making too many ads and pushing people, charging this much. You know what? It's okay, you can skip the ad. But there is 10% people watching this. They will say, you know what? Let me listen to what this guy is saying. Most of us, we have become chicken-hearted right from the school and education system. We became too comfortable in our job. We always admire people, think that, oh, this guy can do it, that girl can do it. They become millionaire, they become rich. I can't do it. I'm this, I'm that. Stop all this nonsense. For 1 minute, I want you to think, what if the life that you want, it's actually possible? All it takes is little bit of courage. You don't have to break the mountains like Dasarath Majhi. पहाड़ नहीं तोड़ना है, बस छोटा सा चीज करना है at the comfort of your home. Is just have an open mind, attend this 3-hour webinar, learn the process of how to find the passion and convert that into a business. सैकड़ों लोग कर चुके हैं, हजारों लोग कर चुके हैं. ये passion movement जो है, it's going to become a revolutionary movement. But you see, it's not about me. It's not about other people. It's about you. Are you going to be part of that movement and the change, or you're going to be comfortable in the job or whatever you're doing and get busy and disappear? My name is Dev Gadvi. I'm sorry if I've offended you, but my goal is to wake you up and ask you if you really have the courage to earn 8 lakhs a month, which is 1 crore a year. If you think you do, or if you think that you can muster some courage, I want you to join me for a 3-hour journey where I share with you this process called Passionpreneur Blueprint. This will blow your mind and help you to see what it takes to make 1 crore a year. I went from being in a job 16 plus years to become a multi-millionaire, traveling the world, living the life of my dreams. You can do that as well. Click the link, see me in the webinar.
When I joined Dev Gadvi, I transformed myself.
He's someone who has a heart of gold.
My perspective towards seeing the business has changed. He was a person I will always look as an epitome of serving.
Building up that enthusiasm and energy to go behind what you like, that's what Dev Gadvi had impacted a lot around this.
एक और इंसान थे, उनके हाथ और पैर 14 बार कटे. जब हमारे पास में आई तो उनके पति उनको ऐसे कंधे पे उठा के लेके आ रहे थे. हमने उनको हाथ लगा दिया. अब हाथ लगाने के बाद में वो रो रही थी. उन्होंने कहा, अब ना मैं घर जाके ना अपने बेटी के बाल बनाऊंगी. मेरे को ना उस दिन सब कुछ मिल गया. मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई भी मिडिल क्लास फैमिली या लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली 24 लाख अफोर्ड कर सकती. हर साल 40,000 से भी ज़्यादा लोगों के हाथ या पैर कटते हैं, और इसमें 85% लोग ऐसे हैं जिनके पास आज भी कोई सोल्यूशन नहीं. मैं 20-22 साल का था तभी, और मैंने एक डिसीजन लिया कि मैं सब कुछ छोड़ के एक सस्ता अफोर्डेबल हाथ बनाऊंगा जिससे लोगों की मदद हो सकेगी. सबको ऐसा लग रहा था शायद मैं पागल हो गया. इतने ही पैसे बचे थे कि या तो मैं अपना रूम रेंट दे दूँ या तो मैं 2 टाइम खाना खा लूँ. चाहे उस रास्ते पे चलते चलते मैं मर जाऊं चलेगा, पर मैं अब पीछे नहीं जा सकता. आज ये सिचुएशन है कि इंडिया में 10,000 से भी ज़्यादा लोगों को हमने हाथ और पैर लगाए. मुझे नहीं पता कि अगर मैं 2 दिन या 10 दिन भी लेट हो जाऊं तो किसकी लाइफ कम हो जाए. आज मुझे मदद की ज़रूरत है इन लोगों तक पहुंचने के लिए, ताकि मैं 1000 इंसान और 500 जानवर इनको वो नई जिंदगी देने में एक कोशिश फिर से कर सकूं. क्योंकि अभी तक मैं अकेला था. तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट आप सब से जो इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं कि आप प्लीज़ आगे आके इस कैंपेन को सक्सेसफुल करने में मेरी मदद करिए.
As all of you are aware, this mission of GSLV F12 is after the debacle that we had in F10 mission, where there was an issue in the cryogenic stage. The cryogenic engine ignition could not be accomplished. And I'm very happy that the corrections, the modifications in the cryogenic stage that we have done in this stage, as well as the lessons that we learned out of it to make our cryogenic stage more reliable, has really paid benefits. And we are seeing the success in our GSLV Mark III LVM3 mission with the C25 stage, as well as with the CUS stage with the required modifications done. So I want to specifically thank the entire failure analysis committee who went through this and made our life much better. And also for LPSC, Liquid Propulsion System Center, who worked hard to make sure the cryogenic stage is brought back to its high levels of reliability. Today, the NAVIC satellite NVS-01 is the second generation of navigation satellite with additional capabilities that we have already brought into this satellite constellation, where we make the signals more secure. We made a civilian frequency band L1, and also introduced our atomic clock, which is designed and developed by Space Applications Center, ISRO. And this is one of the 5 series of satellites in this new configuration that are to be launched. So I would like to thank all those people who worked to make this satellite as well and make this mission a really grand success. Now the satellite is in a geotransfer orbit. Now the satellite team will take over, and now we'll do the rest of the functions of circularizing it and placing it at the right place in the position where it is intended to be. So I wish all the very best to the satellite team for subsequent missions. So today we have with me the mission director, Sri Giri, who will speak to you, and also the satellite director, who will speak afterwards.
Good morning. Hearty congratulations to the entire ISRO team for the grand success of GSLV F12 NVS-01 mission. The GSLV F12 has injected the satellite into a very good orbit, 173 by 40,779 kilometers, which will give better life for satellite. See, this is the first successful flight of the GSLV with a 4-meter payload fairing. The earlier 4-meter fairings, we had anomalies, not because of PLF, but because of some other reasons in the other systems. Now, with the 4-meter PLF, GSLV has the capability to launch bigger payloads and provide them a better aerodynamic environment. We can now confidently launch NISR next year. See, last flight GSLV F10 anomaly was heartbreaking for all of us. But Chairman ISRO was always acting as a moral booster, because of his constant encouragement and encouragement directors. The core team, along with the SDS, has recovered fully, and the cryo stage is modified with the FAC recommendations. I especially compliment IPRC, LPSC teams for bringing out the cryo stage with the support of BSSC and the SDSC. I salute the SDS and SR teams spread across the various centers of ISRO, who has put their heart and soul in the great work to bring back GSLV to success track. Now GSLV has become combined with other satellites with to have an operational launch vehicle for ISRO, and has come back to the success. There has been excellent support from center directors for bringing back GSLV. I salute the excellent review by subsystem FRRs, FRLV, APEX, MRR, National Expert Committee, which helped in resolving issues and making the launch vehicle very robust. The industries in India have contributed immensely to the realization of this vehicle. I acknowledge the contribution by HAL, especially in realizing 4-meter OPLF on time. The GSLV core project has demonstrated excellent teamwork, perseverance and persistence, because we were always slightly hampered by the earlier failures, but the team kept the morale and they took the excellent task of bringing back GSLV to success with the support from all SDS spread across various centers. The role played by Regulatory Tommy Joseph, who has been here in SHAR for many days and in realizing systems, is to be specially mentioned, and Associate Director Sri Karthikeyan. Other important contributions were from Sri Getty Jose and Sri A.V. Mercy. They require special mention. The NVS-01 satellite launched today is very special because it has the L1 band and they use indigenously developed atomic clock. My best wishes to the NVS-01 spacecraft team for the upcoming spacecraft operations, which will provide better navigation capability for India. Once again, my hearty compliments to the entire ISRO team, to the loving family members who supported the team members for achieving this success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Now the satellite director, Mr. Bhaskar.
Good morning to one and all. I do believe that Naughty Boy has been fully tamed. Respected Chairman, Directors, distinguished invitees, a very good morning. The launch of NVS-01 is an event which all of us in the navigation community have been looking forward to for quite some time because of two reasons. One is we have included the popular civilian band L1, and the inclusion of this band will make us interoperable with international operators. Second, and the most important reason is we have included our very own indigenous atomic clock developed by SAC Ahmedabad. A big kudos to all the teams from SAC payload team. Also wish to place on record thanks to Chairman ISRO for giving us an early launch despite a slew of flagship programs lined up. I would also like to thank Director URSA for his constant guidance and support, and to all my mentors and reviewers for making the realization of the satellite. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all my team members from various centers of ISRO who have made this possible today. And in a few days from now, we'll be making the satellite operational and we'll be putting the satellite in the desired position. And later on, we'll be getting the navigational information from this. In short, if the launcher has the will, satellite will show the way. Thank you.
So we will now request our center directors who have contributed immensely to this program to have a quick briefing on this. So we don't want to take a long time. So I will start with Director SAC Ahmedabad.
Good morning, everybody. At the outset, let me congratulate Team ISRO as well as Chairman ISRO and all the stakeholders in this mission. And as we celebrate 70 years of climbing of Everest, it was a field task for Team ISRO. It is like climbing Everest only. And once again, I compliment all my team members at Space Application Center for developing an excellent payload. And I hope that surely you are going to hear a lot about NAVIC in near future. Thank you.
Director of the Satellite Center, Mr. Shankaran.
Good morning. After a long time, a satellite going into geo orbit has been launched by us. Of course, last year we had the commercial launch for NCIL, but our own satellite, it's quite some time we are having a launch. And today, on a hot summer day in Shar, where the temperature is more than 40, but you feel like 50, what more pleasure than having an operational satellite with GSLV, putting it in the precise orbit. What more pleasure do we all need? Thank you very much for the entire community for contributing to make this launch vehicle as well as satellite success. The satellite now has deployed its solar panels, gone through its venting sequence, and is ready to now take up the next operations to raise its orbit and go to the geostationary orbit at 5-degree inclination. So looking forward to operationalizing this satellite as part of the new NAVIC constellation. Thank you all. Jai Hind.
Now the Director of the Liquid Propulsion System Center, Dr. Narayanan.
Good morning. Heartiest congratulations to each and every one of you. It is a very proud moment for ISRO as well as the entire country that we have accomplished a very important mission, GSLV F12 NAVIC 01. And this vehicle has got more number of propulsion systems. In fact, 7 propulsion systems which has worked in a synchronized way and delivered the satellite in the required orbit. Very heartening to note that All the vehicle systems have performed extremely well. Coming to the cryo stage, after a setback, when we have come back with the necessary corrections and improvements, really the teams have done extremely well, exceptionally well, and today the performance reveals that cryo stage performance is as expected and as predicted. On this occasion, let me congratulate and compliment each and every team members, our family members, and the satellite team for realizing an excellent satellite. Thank you. Jai Hind.
The director of the ISRO Propulsion Complex at Mahendragiri, Sri Asir Pakiraj.
Yeah. Congratulations, India. It's very heartening to note the success of the GSLV NVS-01 mission. At this point of time, let me place on record the appreciable efforts taken by the liquid propulsion community in bringing out the GS2, L40 and the CUS stages. I thank my IPRC family for a tireless work to bring these stages and showing the success of the GSLV vehicle once more. Thank you.
The director of the ISRO Satellite Tracking Network, Mr. Ramakrishnan.
Good morning to all. Thank you, sir. It's a really great mission. After a long time, we had a very great success here. And all our tracking stations have provided very immensely useful data. And I'm sure the satellite will be put in right orbit, and it is going to prove our navigation community a very, very useful system. And I compliment the entire country and the entire ISRO team. Thank you. Thank you all.
I'll invite Dr. Sam Dayaladev, the director of the ISRO Inertial Systems Unit.
Good morning. Really very happy to see the successful flight of GF-12. Really I compliment as well as congratulate all of you for the excellent contribution really coming after a setback in F-10. So the type of reviews that had gone through, especially for the cryo stage, excellent reviews, and all the elements were really put into great rig so that so nothing is left unturned. So really very happy to see the performance of the whole stages. And also personally, I think ISRO Inertial System Unit is also very happy that because in NVS-01, the first magnetic levitated reaction wheels is being flown, where with the excellent micro vibration capability. So we are looking forward the performance because a magnetic suspended reaction wheel typically, literally, the life is infinite. So that contribution also we are very happy. So I wish all the very best for the subsequent spacecraft operations, and see that our indigenous atomic clock also performing to the best in par with the rest of the world. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I wish to invite Dr. Unikrishnan Nair, the director of Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, who is from where the rocket has come.
Very good morning, India. Congratulations to all the system development agencies across all ISRO centers, all industries, and all the national eminent experts and academia who have been the part of the failure analysis committee. And since the last failure to today, it has been a learning phase. We have understood and we corrected. That is why GSLV is back in action. GSLV is there for launching 2-ton class of GEO satellite. And demonstrating that with 4-meter fairing, we have demonstrated in GSLV. And with this launch, GSLV also inching towards higher reliability. It has crossed the 0.9 reliability mark. And GSLV will be there for more missions in future. Thank you very much.
Finally, I wish to invite the director of this center, the Satish Dhawan Space Center, and he is the chairman of the Launch Authorization Board, Sri Rajarajan.
Congrats, Team India, across ISRO and the industries for making one more vehicle after all these failures. Some vehicles require coaching, and this seems to be well done by all the failure analysis committee and recommendation, and has been strengthened, and it has been shown today. Both the vehicle as well as the spacecraft is having better instrumentation and augmentation to serve the country. At SHAR, we had the 2023 fourth successful launch. Every month we are having a habit of a successful launch. Let us keep it. Whether the weather is helping us or not, I hope the entire team across centers and this one comes into here for the last mile activity and making this a very good way to progress in a time-bound manner. And I also thanks Chairman for giving all the support, making us that all the support is available at this place to carry out the work without any hitch. Already we are having vehicles further, and I'm also happy to note at SDS Ishar that we have multiple launch campaigns going on simultaneously, both commercial as well as development, and I compliment all the people to do the work once again. And once again I thank the entire community for making a successful launch. Thank you.
On this very happiest occasion, it's very important that I should recognize the support that we are getting from the government, especially in authorizing us to have this launch of GSLV after a failure, and the confidence the decision makers, our honorable prime ministers and other key functionaries who reviewed it to see that we have done the required work, and also to see the Navi constellation is something that is very crucial for this nation to have a regional navigation constellation, and it must be made to fully operational status. It must be put to use for various applications that we already started to work on. I take this opportunity to tell you that we are going to make this NAVIC system fully functional and operational for the benefit of this nation. There is huge amount of opportunity that is waiting for us to exploit in the future. And also the case of GSLV, we had, of course, there were issues in the past, but I am very sure the full configuration which we all dreamt to make it operational is on the way, and we are having the next launch of GSLV with a climate and weather observation satellite called INSAT 3DS that will be happening soon. And after that, the same rocket is bound to take the NISR, the India NASA synthetic aperture radar satellite as well. Coming months, we are going to have launches of PSLV as well as GSLV Mark III, and we are also getting ready to launch the test vehicle of the Gaganyaan. Of course, the launches of further PSLVs and SSLVs in the offing. The SHAR is abreast with a lot of activities towards all of this. So let me take goodbye from you today at this moment, and hope to tell you the final status of the orbitarizing process and the operationalization of NAVIC in due course. Thank you, goodbye from Satish Dhawan Space Center.
National Research and Innovation Agency making a presentation. We request you to please take your seat here in front. And thereafter, Space Angel Australia and SABR in Australia. The presentations will be made, ladies and gentlemen, from this podium. We also have a clicker for your convenience. The clicker, the slide changer, as you can see, has a green button, which is to go ahead on your slides, and the red button is to go back, should you skip a slide. And the other thing that I have to announce is each presenter is going to get 3 minutes. We request you to please stay within time limit, and a buzzer will be sounded at the end of 2 minutes 30 seconds. So that will alert you when you have 30 seconds remaining. Additionally, there's going to be a timer running on the topmost right corner of your screen for you to assess time.
Technology has changed over the decades, and that's made music and audio more accessible than ever.
With Google, we have a design paradigm that we call adaptive UI, modeled after Google's material design.
Users' audio is available in every moment of their life.
People are able to express themselves in ways that we couldn't have imagined.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So the lady in white, there, she's the one who will write it. The lady in the white. Yes. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now starting with the Space Business Connect session. In this session, we have actually invited overseas and Indian companies to make a pitch about their companies. We have a total of 49 companies as well as 2 industry associations whose representatives are going to be making a pitch presentation. As I said earlier, we request each speaker to be brief and complete their talk in under 3 minutes. Before we begin with the pitch presentation session, we'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman InSpace, who's going to be chairing this session. We extend a very warm welcome to Mr. Somnath S., Secretary, Department of Space and Chairman ISRO, seated on the head dais. And we also extend a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Dr. Vinod Kumar, Director Promotion InSpace, and Mr. Shantanu Bhattavdekar, who's the Scientific Secretary of Indian Space Research Organization. Let's extend a hand and welcome the dignitaries in our midst. And I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished delegates. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would first, of course, request Dr. Pavan Goenka, Chairman InSpace, to do the opening remarks. Can we have the microphone on, switched on the dais, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Secretaries, DOS, and my other colleagues here. Welcome to the grand finale of a hectic 2 days of schedule. And as was mentioned by Swarya, that we have about 50 people who will be presenting their pitch on their company. And this will be a Guinness Book of World Record probably for 50 people to finish their talk in 2.5 hours. And that too engineers and scientists and business people. So no politicians though. So, so let's see how we manage that. But let me just say it's in a way continuation of what we talked about in the morning, where we talked about what each country is doing, and now we are talking about what some of the companies are doing. We have a very good lineup of companies that will be making the presentations. And I think you will find, as I looked at some of the presentations, that fair amount of work is happening all over the world, something that none of us perhaps have a full view of. And when we go through this impressive presentation, we will really realize that private sector has come of age when it comes to the space sector. I'm going to request my colleague, Dr. Vinod Kumar, who is Promotion Director in space, to make an opening statement, and then we will start the presentations.
Thank you, sir. Respected Sri Somnathji, Secretary Department of Space, and Dr. Dhawan, Chairman in Space. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon. On behalf of G20 SELM Organizing Committee, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to this amazing Space Business Connect session. During this session, this presentation are planned by global space industry. It is indeed a very significant day as we gather here to witness the cutting-edge innovation and capabilities of space industries from around the world. Friends, we are witnessing a new space era in human history where the space industries are working to revolutionize our understanding of the universe. I am honored to be here before you all as we embark on this journey that we shape the future of space explorations. It is truly inspiring to witness the incredible growth and potential of the global and Indian space industry. The blossoming Indian space industry has garnered worldwide attention and admiration in recent times. You should have read a recent article in New York Times, Explosive Growth of Indian Space Tech Startups. I am pleased to see that out of total 50 plus presentation, over 60% are from Indian industry. Your dedication, ingenuity, and relentless pursuit of excellence have positioned Indian space sector to account within the global space community. Friends, the space industry with its ever-expanding opportunities has the power to transform not only the understanding of our universe, but also everyday lives of here on the earth. Under various verticals of space, I would like to express my gratitude to the G20 SELM Organizing Committee for this initiative. Your commitment to nurturing the space ecosystem is commendable, and we are privileged to have your unwavering support. The potential partnership that can develop here can propel your ventures to new heights. Without further ado, let us embark on this remarkable journey of limitless possibilities. Friends, new space era has begun. Thank you, and let the presentation begin. Please stick to the allotted time as we have to have presentation from 50 plus presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will first start with the presentations from the industry bodies. So I'm going to request Mr. Anil Kumar Bhatt, Director General of ISPA, Indian Space Association, to please make his presentation. Sir.
Good afternoon and Jai Hind. Chairman ISRO, Chairman in Space, dignitaries on the stage, and industry delegates in the Space Economy Leaders Meeting. It's my honor to represent the Indian space industry here, and I will quickly go through some of that has been spoken in the last 2 days, would be a repetition. Please pardon me for that. but I would skip most wherever that is required. The Indian Space Association was made in October 2021 to create an enabling environment for strengthening the private industry in the Indian space sector and to propel India to the global forefront in the entire space ecosystem. And our focus areas were, of course, most importantly, unified for the policy framework, for energizing business growth, to interface with the defense and security agencies in India, for capacity and knowledge building, and for international partnerships. During our inauguration, these are the 4 frameworks the Prime Minister gave us. The first was allow the private sector freedom of innovation. Government to play the role of an enabler. We have to prepare the next generation for the future in space and treat the space sector as a resource for the progress of the common man. We today have these members I am flashing to you to just flash to you the major industry players in space which are there in India. 7 of our founding members, 9 of our core members, all of these have been suppliers of components or vendors to ISRO. And now we are looking at them to evolve as independent entities to do end-to-end work in space. We have associated members also, which are also some of them international companies, and we have a large number of startups. Putting them as per their expertise, this is how the upstream, midstream, and downstream looks in India. This slide was flashed yesterday by the chairman of InSpace. What I wanted to add is from September last year, when the draft telecommunication policy was taken out, and thereafter the draft geospatial policy, and in April this year, the release of the space policy, these have been very important events in the growth of the Indian space sector. And we are awaiting the FDI policy, which we are hopeful will be coming very soon. Notwithstanding that, activities by our industry members have already started in India. This is how the startups have grown today, with a total about 148 which are there recorded, and much more who have registered themselves with InSpace. The chairman ISRO, in one of his talks 6 months back, coined a new word called the National Space Enterprise of India. And what he said was, beyond ISRO, now it is NSIL, InSpace, the entire Indian Space Association, and the entire Indian space industry, that includes startups and academia. And all these, which form the space enterprise, would lead India's future space journey. Of course, many of our industry members will be supported and handheld by ISRO, which has a legacy of more than 60 years. Move the next slide, please. We have had a very positive indication even before the government had announced the policy in 2020, and this is the kind of investment which our startups received in India. And every year it has been increasing, and in 2023, we are very confident that it will cross the figures which are there for 2022. Some of this was again flashed by my chairman, but I would like to highlight to you some of the major activities which has happened is, of course, firstly is the signing of the contract for the PSLVs, 5 PSLVs, with HAL and L&T consortium. Then is Skyroot, which was a startup which just came up in 2018 and was able to launch in November 15, 2021. Agnikul is another company which is making a 3D printed semi-cryogenic engine which has been tested on ground, and we hope they would be launching very soon this year. We had a historical launch of 72 satellites in 2 launches for OneWeb, which happened last year and this year in April. Digantara, again a startup, has successfully launched the world's first commercial space-based weather monitoring systems. Pixel has been able to launch 3 satellites and has also got a contract from NRO in USA. Dhruva has launched 2 nano satellites, while Nelco and Telesat are successfully have had a demo on LEO in India. Ajista, just in June, on 10th June, has launched their first satellite. These are just some of the many successes we have had in the last 1 year after the new policy was announced. And in all this, hand-holding by ISRO and support from InSpace has been a very, very major and important factor in the growth of our private sector. These are the other activities which have happened. I'll not go through each one of them. We also got a very policy which I mentioned in April, which gives an opportunity to NGEs to do everything possible, be it in communication, remote sensing, navigation, and in all domains, including space mining and extraterrestrial activities. A lot of faith which has been put in non-government entities by the government, and I'm very sure that our industry will live up to these expectations. We have released certain documents. This document I just wanted to highlight. We had got, with E&Y, we had got a study done last year on what is the overall Indian space economy compared to the world one, and the figures by their prediction by 2025, we would have an economy of about 13 billion. In various segments, the figures are given there. Of course, launch vehicles would be the least, about 1 billion. This is what the division of the sectors and the likely percentages growth which are likely to happen in satellite manufacture, launch services, ground segments, and satellite services. The largest growth, of course, would be in the launch services. We have also done a study. We had a meeting along with US and IIT Madras, where we were looking at the association of all space entrepreneurs in the Indo-Pacific. We all met there and we agreed that we would be making an association for all of us being together. On the aspect of space technology parks, many of our states in India have been moving in it. Kerala, Gujarat, Trivandrum, where at one spot they are providing all the opportunities for our space industry companies and especially the startups. We in ISRO, ISPA, carry out 2 conclaves. One is the Indian Space Conclave, which we started last year, and we had the Minister and Chairman ISRO there to support us, and a Defense Space Symposium where we looked into what all the defense forces would require, all the 3 services, and we have been able to get 75 defense challenges for the industry from the Ministry of Defense. We would be having the next conclave from 4th to 6th October this year, and we would welcome all of you for that. I finish here. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, we would once again reiterate the time limit. We have to stick to 3 minutes. Now I'd request Mr. Sanjay Kumar, President, Geospatial World, to kindly make his address.
Thank you very much and very good afternoon. Thank you to Dr. Somnath and Dr. Pawan for giving us this opportunity to talk about. I will be talking on behalf of the global geospatial community, a community which is more on to the downstream applications of space infrastructure, and my title would be more about space infrastructure and geospatial value for the world economy and society. Looking at what's happening around us is a lot of change which is on the rise is climate change, disasters, wasteland, or inflation. And the consequence of that is depleting agrofields, water scarcity, depleting natural resources, flora and fauna, and very important, depleting wealth of the nations. Especially in the last 3-4 years, a lot of wealth has gone away from us. So how do we deal with this situation? It's all about resilience, and resilience of all kinds, be it economic, be it social, be it environmental, be it infrastructure, cultural, or human, diversity, equity. These are the kind of resilience the transition is going on currently around us. So what is the role of space and geospatial infrastructure in that? Geospatial infrastructure and space help you measure, model, monitor, and manage what? And the output is in the form of productivity. It does help you increase productivity, efficiency, transparency, and compliance. And these are very important topics. And actually, when you talk about sustainability of everything, the compliance and transparency are equally important tool of sustainability of everything. And that's where the use of technology for productivity and efficiency is what leads to the economic growth, what leads to the sustainability of everything. Looking at geospace, the foundation of the digital economy. Geospace is actually the foundation. Today, we live in a digital age, and everything is dependent on geospatial technology and space infrastructure. What we help to do is describe the problem, diagnose the problem, predict the solutions, and then prescribe how to address that. This is the kind of workflow cycle we have to find hindsight, insight, and foresight. And that is how the economy is growing. That is how the businesses are using this technology across huge enterprises. You just said so many businesses are just dependent on the power of location, power of GNSS. PNT is inside every digital device of this world. And if the PNT is messed up, all of us are messed up. I'm telling about the economic impact. And what is that impact happening around us is that impact is transitioning our industry as a whole. The industry which was seen as a technology, the industry which was seen as a laboratory or a government function is an industry. So now you don't hesitate in saying that space is an industry or a geospatial is an industry in itself. And that is the kind of transaction taking place. And why this market map talks about is the fact that we have GIS and analytics, Earth observation, GNSS and positioning, frontier technologies, infrastructure modeling, solutions and system integrators, and the new kid on the block is the consulting firms. I can share these slides. I know it is not visible, but that is how the global geospatial and space market is organized. And look at the kind of companies, how they are playing into different parts of the role, and that's what we make a solution. And this slide, it talks about the $202 billion of investment in the last 3 years around geospatial and space. I heard about $100 billion investment, which has been said by various speakers in this summit. But where does other $102 billion comes in? That other $102 billion comes in actually from the location and geospatial investments. Host of investments is going on across the location companies, across the 3D modeling companies, across the indoor GIS companies, across the every aspect of living where we are making use of this technology. This industry is actually growing nowhere less than 17 to 20% CAGR every year. Just depends how do you want to define, how do you want to scope it up. That is what is the scope and definition is what makes you believe or not believe, or rather further believe. So global geospatial industry market currently is about $512 billion, out of which This includes GNSS and Earth observation as well. And let me tell you that 65 to 70% of this market is driven out of GNSS and Earth observation. And GNSS is almost 55% of that model. We give a lot of emphasis on Earth observation, but if you look at the actual uses of the space technology for the citizens or the consumers or the businesses or the security, GNSS is at the driving force. GNSS is the driving force, I want to tell you. And this is growing at the stage of about 14%. I have a caveat to share. When somebody says that, geospatial space economy is about $1 trillion going to be in 2030, I actually disagree. Space economy right now is already $1.7 trillion. But depends on how do you want to define that. Do you take all the applications, which is Uber or Airbnb or Zomato or all those applications and their business values, do you take them into account as part of your economy? Yes. 35 billion deliveries have taken place in India in last 1 year. 35 billion deliveries means what? Every delivery is based on the location. Every delivery is based on the indoor map. Every delivery is based on the 3D modeling. That's what it is. And this is a published figure. We have just a detailed exercise on this, and you have no hesitation in saying that this data is very, very correct. And the economic impact. Today itself, $7.5 trillion of economic impact. We as a profession, as a holistic profession, we make a $7.5 trillion economic impact. I'll just take 1 more minute or 30 seconds to say that why it is important that we actually talk about safety, sovereignty, and trade of space infrastructure. We heard about sustainability of space. We heard about the threats around that. If safety, sovereignty, and trade of space is not taken into account now, all this will be reversed. One bad actor, I already have seen, couple of bad actors can take it so backward that we all would be starting living into an age which we were about 20 years back. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to request PT Pacific Satellite Nusantara, Indonesia, and to all the speakers, the presenters, I'd like to inform you once again now that we have a buzzer which is going to sound at the end of 2 minutes 30 seconds, and so that will alert you that you have 30 seconds remaining. You will also have on the top right of all screens the countdown timer running so that you're aware of time. Let me now invite PT Pacific Satellite Nusantara, Indonesia. Sir, you can also do it from here.
Before it starts, just for the knowledge of people from outside India, one of the areas where India has made significant opening up in this year is in the data availability. Geospatial policy was launched earlier the year, and space policy, and both have now made the space data very easily accessible to anyone and everyone. And there's no approval required of any kind for data below 30 centimeter resolution, or data less than 30 centimeter resolution.
Now bring home great furniture anytime by renting it on Furlenco.
Over 300 great designs delivered in 72 hours for free with damage protection. Furlenco, great homes start with great furniture. Rental starting from rupees 399 per month.
Thank you very much for ladies and gentlemen for the time and for the head of delegation. We are from Pacific Satellite Nusantara. We are a private company in Indonesia. Actually, is number 2 for satellite. Usually the number 1 is PT Telkom, is state-owned. But we are growing step by step. Okay, next one. Oh, sorry. So we already 32 years. 1991, PSN is being as a startup at that time. Then we are operating for the beginning as a incline orbit satellite because we don't have money. So we are, but we try to giving solution in the rural area with the motorized antenna and everything underdeveloped by ourselves to make it incline as a business. And then the second, in 2000, we are together with Lockheed Martin is become MSS, Mobile Satellite Services, at that time as for L-band. And then 2009, we are one of the biggest become cellular backhaul for the GSM using satellite, at that time still using C-band. And 2016, we are complete MBO, means management by objective, means we are finished our financings, we change our management. So then from that time, we have resources that to change all the platform of PSN. After that, 2019, we start Nusantara 1. This is the first HTS for Indonesia, even already have a IP star at that time. And then after that, 2020, we launched Nusantara 2 from this collaboration with China. 2019 is collaboration with SSL from US, thank you. And also in several weeks ago, we just launched the Satria 1, or we call Nusantara 3. It's a Satellite Republic Indonesia. This is the first collaboration with the government, 150 gigs. And then the next, we hope the second largest, 160 gigabits per second with Boeing. Okay, next. Oh, sorry. Back. This is our constellation. Nusantara 1, Nusantara 2, Nusantara 3, and Nusantara 5, and we hope, but Nusantara 2 is failed because of rocket, and then we hope by this year our capacity will be 300 gigabit per second, and we are still designing another satellite. Our target by 2 years more is like 600 gigabit per second. This is our payload and capacity. Okay, enough, I think. Okay, finish. Basically, we are changed it to KA band from C band, from KU, then we changed because the capacity not enough anymore. And then, because I'm a head secretary general for Satellite Association in Indonesia, Indonesia is growing like 65% only for the satellite. So satellite industry in Indonesia is a very high increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for staying close to your time limit. Ladies and gentlemen, since we have over 50 presentations, I request you to please stick to time limits. We have to complete all the presentations. And I'm now going to request from Space Angel Australia, Mr. Ram Kuppuswamy, to join us on the podium. Also, I request all the industry body members, people at the back, to take front seats. The front seats are empty. We will take the country placards away very shortly, but we can always invite you to come and take these front seats. Sir, this is your clicker. The green button is for the head and the red for the...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Chairman of ISRO, Chairman in Space. I'd like to keep the presentation light. I know it's after lunch. Our project from Space Angel is the Australian Space Super Corridor. We are proud to build the world's first green space spots. Our focus is to provide rapid rocket launches at a low cost from the green space spot. The vision is to will be built together as a public-private partnership with the Western Australian government as well as the federal government in regards to providing access to space. Our project is currently listed on the WA Western Australian Investment government website at the moment, and you can get more information from that. The way we see our supply chain as well as collaboration, a close collaboration with India is very much how this looks like. In terms of shipping routes into Australia, Fremantle Port, which is pretty much Perth, is the entry point, and then it goes through right all the way through Brisbane and then gets back out. The last exit point is through Western Australia itself. So in terms of supply chain is really, really strong. And that's essentially where the southern polar launch location is, and soon we'll be getting an equatorial launch site as well. In terms of the value proposition in regards to the area, if you look at the area, we have about 450 square kilometers of launch site capacity and capability. The airspace is very clear. There's no marine parks at the moment. And in terms of launch aspects, cadence and trajectories is between 51 and 120 degrees for polar. This is specifically for polar. And we can even launch in terms of across the continent, because in terms of population, there's really a very low population at the moment. And so why Australian Space Super Corridor? Key aspects is like a real estate agent: location, 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 low impact on commercial aviation, low impact on launching and landing anomalies, retrieval opportunities is some of the areas that we're looking at. Environmental and social impacts are very, very important. ESG, we've got certification as a process that we will be going through in terms of ESG certifications for the green spaceports. Strong federal and state support. The state government is very, very much driving behind this, and essentially to provide a low cost and high impact, economic impact to the world, to the region, and there's a lot of federal and state funding available, including private funding going on at the moment. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir. And before I invite the next speaker, I'm going to invite the next 5 to come and sit closer to the podium. Dassault Aviation, France. So from Dassault Aviation, I request the delegate to, esteemed delegate to please join us here. The Exploration Company, we already have our delegate here. Imeria, France. Share My Space, France. And Leonardo, Italy. And with that, I now request Dr. Abhilash Chandra, SCBR in Australia, to please make his presentation.
Thank you. Namaskar, everyone. Dr. Somnath, Chairman of ISRO, Dr. Goenka, Chairman of InSpace. I'd like to thank you for inviting me here to be part of G20. Past 24 hours have been amazing, and I really want to thank everybody for that incredible experience. My background, my name is Abhilash Chandra. I'm Indian by descent, 3 generations removed from India, but India is still in my heart. I live in Australia now, so I've got the best of both worlds. I'm a little bit different to most people here. I'm a practicing vascular general and military surgeon. This is my 23rd year of service in the Australian Army. I've been an infantry soldier, medical officer, and now I'm the senior medical officer for 9th Brigade. I'm also an academic, so industry professor at UniSA and Future Industries Institute. And I'm also the founder and managing director of the Sabrin Group of companies. This background gives me a great opportunity to try and help deliver better healthcare to those who are in the world who need it the most. As we all know, 50% or more of the global population do not have access to adequate healthcare. The top left picture on this slide shows how the distribution of healthcare is globally. The darker areas are areas that do not have enough access to healthcare. So at this point, I'd made it my purpose to try and bring better healthcare faster to all the people who really need it. I've been developing the Sabrin eLife Pod. Basically, it's a transportable life sustainment pod that can provide an integrated emergency ICU and operating theatre capability. It can be transported by land, air, space, including the littoral zone, by a variety of different vehicles, which includes trucks, trains, planes, helicopters, amphibious vehicles, and boats. And when we look at starting to colonize extraterrestrial environments like lunar surface and Mars surface, I want to try and have the eLife Pod also providing the best healthcare for our people on extraterrestrial environments. So the eLife Pod is designed to have better diagnostic, better monitoring, and better treatment capabilities. It'll start off with ultrasound and X-ray. Future generations will have CT scanners. It'll have capability of managing airways, transfusing blood, and performing surgery. It'll have advanced telehealth capability, and it'll be built according to the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals. I want to work with India to try and build this eLife Pod. My goal is to try and get the eLife Pod to not only be useful for the Gaganyaan projects in the future, but also try and provide better healthcare for India and the world's poorest as soon as possible, being in line with the one Earth, one family, one future. These are my contact details. Please feel free to contact me with any questions or queries. Thank you very much.
How can more women drive innovation in our industry? Women continue to be globally underrepresented in fields such as science, technology, engineering, and math. This reality inspired a series of initiatives designed to accelerate women's professional development within our operations. Discover how Aramco female researchers have been granted 352 U.S. patents and counting. Aramco, powered by how.
Thank you very much, sir. May I invite Dassault Aviation France, Mr. Philippe Da Silva.
So good afternoon. Okay, and thank you for this opportunity to be with you today. I represent Dassault Aviation, a French company, leader and pioneer in the aerospace industry, both in military and in commercial sectors. And we have in this domain a very long history of cooperation with India. In the space sector, we are primarily focused on the design of reusable space planes and lifting bodies, which are at the crossroad of aeronautics and space, and which can benefit the most from mature aeronautical technologies. And we have been involved in many spacecraft projects since the 60s, ESA programs, NASA program also. And in all these programs, we have always been committed to apply our proven technical aeronautic skills, making Dassault Aviation a unique player in the space sector. So we believe in synergies between space and aviation, and we believe these synergies will become increasingly strong, particularly to meet the growing needs of the commercial sectors. Many of today's space sector challenges are indeed those that aeronautics sector was able to address yesterday. That is what we did over this last century. I'm talking about reactivity, reusability, flexibility, reliability, and of course safety. And we believe that such vehicles, such space planes, is a smart and relevant solution to address these challenges. So space planes are indeed a missing asset of the global space chain value. I was just talking about technical challenge, but space planes also bring key operational capabilities, such as return from orbit, which is still poorly addressed today, and for which we need to come up with more innovative concepts. Because the need to down mass is going to grow, whether it's people with development of manned flights, but also microgravity experiments, lunar samples, and we're working on such concepts in Dassault Aviation, because tomorrow it will no longer be a question of returning passenger and resources or equipment in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but of operating on hourly schedules, returning as do airplanes at conventional airports, and using existing infrastructures. So these are some examples of all the capabilities that can address such orbital space plane. I won't go, we don't have time, but it's transport, cargo transportations, manned flights, and in-service orbit, and a lot of applications. Regarding our skills are a continuation of aviation technologies. We are above all a global architect and system integrator, mastering all the key technological skills for design, development, testing, production, certification, support of complex air system. And we have extended these key aeronautical skills to the space domain as an extension of the flight domain, faster and higher. As conclusion, I will say that over the past 10 years, the global space sector has undergone an unprecedented transformation and expansion, and as a player in aerospace innovation for over a century, Dassault sees this transformation as a great opportunity. An opportunity to meet new challenges, to make space more accessible, more responsive, more safe, more reliable, and also less expensive. And we are convinced that we have much to contribute to this transformation, and we seize a real opportunity to develop fruitful cooperations. Thank you very much.
Junior, a cold-blooded assassin wanted in many countries.
Dad, please come back. Junior, तू वापस आएगा ना?
वो एक कातिल है या एक बेटी का बाप?
वो सिर्फ एक कातिल है, जो ज्यादा देर तक लुकिया नहीं रहेगा। लुक गया, हो सकता है, रुक गया। No bloody way. How the bloody hell do we stop this wildfire?
ಎಂದು ರಾಜಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಗಡ್ಡ ಕಲರ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಹೇರ್ ಕಲರ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಹಚ್ಚಬೇಕು? ಬಿಗಿನ್ ಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಿಯರ್ಡ್ ಕಲರ್. ಇದು ಗ್ರೇ ಅನ್ನು ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿ ಕವರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀಡುತ್ತೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಡಾರ್ಕ್ ಬಿಯರ್ಡ್. ಬಿಗಿನ್, ಗೋ ಫಾರ್ ಬೆಟರ್.
Thank you very much, sir. We have next the Exploration Company France, Ms. Helen Huby.
Okay. So, hello everyone, and I'm going to bring you in space. Our mission is to democratize space exploration, so to make it affordable, that is to say accessible from a price point of view, to make it sustainable. We are the first in the world to fly a space capsule with green propellant, and to make it open, we are the first in the world to open source our interface, and we want to be able to serve in a cooperative manner International Space Station, American Space Station, and also Chinese Space Station one day. So you see here basically our vehicle, our vision. Our vision is to make basically orbital vehicle like Volkswagen makes car. Our vehicles are made out of 2 bricks, 1 capsule, which fly to space station around the Earth, fly to space station around the moon, and then comes back and then can be reused, flying with green propellant, a technology that we develop in-house. And the second brick is the trunk, the service module, empty or filled with cargo when we go to space station around the Earth, and when we go to the moon we need additional energy, so we develop in-house a cryogenic oxygen methane engine that enable us to go to the gateway and or to land at lunar surface, and that engine can be refueled in orbit, so hence we can use, for example, the Starship capability as a tank to be able to perform several missions. So these are like cool design, but probably you want to know where we are today. So we started working in September 21. Today we're actually 82 employees because we grew since that slide, so since last week. We've raised around about 55 million euro, which is a record in Europe. We closed the biggest Series A ever raised in Europe by a space company. That's when there was war in Ukraine and double-digit inflation. And we are flying this year in October together with India. So thank you then to Radhakrishnan for the excellent cooperation that we've been able to set up with him. So we fly our first baby capsule second week of October, and it will be launched by PSLV. And in 24, we fly our subscale vehicle that will be launched by SpaceX. I want to show you some cool hardware picture, so that you can see that this is real actually. You see on the left-hand side our baby capsule that will be launched here from India, second week of October. You see in the middle the mid-size capsule, which is currently in the manufacturing process. On the bottom of the slide, you see our new integration room in Germany, and you see on the right-hand side the two in-house engines that we're developing in-house, green propulsion on the one hand, and oxygen methane for landing at lunar surface. And as a conclusion, I would like to thank again India for this amazing organization and for giving me the opportunity to present to you the exploration company, as well as for the great cooperation so that we can launch together this year our first baby capsule, and for the cooperations to come, among them a strong cooperation for the parachute and more to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, madam. And with that, I'd like to invite Emeria France, Mr. Philippe Gauthier.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much to give us the opportunity with my colleagues to present our industry. I hope I will survive to the buzzer torture. Okay, Emeria in brief. We are a medium-sized company, 70 million of revenue, 400 employees, 3 plants. And to summarize, we have 3 lines of products for space, but not only space, for sky also. Satellites, we design and make small satellite, balloons, and also we have a product line of equipments to make trajectography. Please, next. Oh, yes, I have the, I did not understand, excuse me. Up. Okay, fine. We propose small sats. Small sat means satellites which are under 100 kilograms and which address, I would say, 3 market segments. One is connectivity, mainly IoT. We are providing the satellites for a constellation called Kineis in particular. One product line is for Earth observation. And the third one, up to now, is only dedicated to defense application, is for space surveillance, and we are manufacturing right now 2 satellites for the French MOD to be in a geo-orbital orbit. And the purpose of those satellites is going to protect the key assets that the forces have in a geo-orbit. We have also under development a vehicle to take care about transportation of satellites up to geo-orbit. About the balloons. Balloons are systems now which are becoming again, I would say, fashionable. But just focus on the one category of balloons, which are stratospheric balloons. We are developing a maneuvering balloon, which is going to be able to stay at something like 20 kilometers of altitude during 6 months, and to stay stable in regards of the ground, so that there will be a lot of applications, Earth observation, telco, and so on, and it will be available in next year, in fact. And I wanted also to be brief to talk about our last baby. We are also investor. We are trying to move also downstreams for space application, and it has been well said in the presentation before that the business is much growing in that arena. And we have created one year ago a startup which is going to focus on the subject of water, inland water, management of the water, prediction of disasters, with 2 segments. We are going to put in orbit a constellation of satellites to make certain measurements daily on 30,000 points on the Earth. And we have also, of course, a digital segment, which is providing data and services to manage quality and quantity of water. And of course, it's a key subject all around all around the world. Thank you very much.
One Power Readers Autofocus, एक इनोवेटिव रीडिंग ग्लासेस जो ऑटो एडजस्ट हैं आपकी दृष्टि के अनुकूल, और इनका सीक्रेट है फ्लेक्सी फोकस ऑप्टिकल लेंस टेक्नोलॉजी। वन पावर रीडर्स ऑटोफोकस का डिजाइन फुल रेंज में अलग अलग करेक्शंस के साथ किया जाता है, 5 से 2.5 तक। जब भी आप लेंस के माध्यम से देखेंगे तो आपकी आंखें आपके दिमाग के साथ सिंक्रोनाइज होती हुई महसूस करोगे। इसकी वजह से आपको रीडर्स की एक ही पेयर की जरूरत पड़ेगी मॉर्निंग पेपर पढ़ने के लिए, दवाई की बोतल का लेबल हो या क्रॉसवर्ड पजल हो, यहाँ तक कि आपके कॉन्टैक्ट्स पर भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तो आज ही खरीदें onepowerreaders.in से और पाएं पूरे 80% तक की छूट।
Thank you very much, sir. And the esteemed delegate from Share My Space, France, Mr. Romain.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Chairman, I'm very honored to be here with you and to present to you my company, Share My Space. So we are a French-based company with a global ambition, and we work in the field of space surveillance and space operations safety and security. So we were incorporated in 2017 for one fundamental reason, Earth orbit congestion. So now there are more and more satellites in Earth orbits, more and more space debris that are causing increasing risks for the sustainability of human activities in space. So our fundamental mission is to tackle that. So how do we do it? So we've built a system that we called our orbital information system, which is a set of algorithms and database architecture, all secured. So we ingest, process, package, and distribute high added value data for our customers, who are institutions, military bodies, and commercial players in the space sector. So we ingest data from various sources, public sources, sources from partners, including our customers. And as a key part of our orbital information system, we control a network of optical stations scattered around the world. We currently have 4 operational optical stations. And we've actually designed, developed, and deployed the key innovation that we call the multi-telescope observation station. So it's an optical system made out of 4 optical telescopes that scan the sky and detect all the objects that cross an observation ring. So it works a little bit like a radar system would do, but using optical technology, which enables us to drive the costs down and to bridge the gap with the commercial market. So we've designed the system to be extremely sensitive in LEO, across all orbits, and in particular in LEO, also very, very accurate, so it enables us to address a wider market. So currently we detect even the smallest objects in the US catalog, both in LEO and in GEO. So going forward, so yeah, we've successfully addressed the key segments of our market, so institutions, military, and commercial players. We have 15 customers in 7 different countries around the globe, and we've really managed to package key products for each of these segments. So we are looking forward first I'd like to thank again the ISRO and CNES for having us here, and we're definitely looking forward to further collaborations with Indian partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the next speaker from Leonardo, Italy, we have Thales Alenia Space lined up. After that, I invite iSpace Incorporated, Japan, Sagri, Japan, and Unmanned Exploration Laboratory, Republic of Korea. So let me now invite from Leonardo, Italy, Mr. Sandro Panagini.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the possibility to present Leonardo activities and in special a focus on the space Leonardo activities. As you know, Leonardo is a global company that develops multi-domain operational capabilities in the aerospace, defense, and security sector with an integrated offer of high technology solution for military and civil application. 4 business sectors are managed by Leonardo. One is the helicopters through direct resources like the helicopter division and several cooperation and joint ventures. Another is aeronautics, then defense, electronics and security, and space. Space Leonardo is acting as with direct resources, providing activities, but through also the Telespazio, the joint venture with Telespazio, which is for the 70% owned by Leonardo, and Thales Alenia Space, which is owned of the 33% of the share, and also Avio for the launcher. So you can see that there is cover all the completely chain value of the industry space. It's worthwhile to mention that the 30% of share of Leonardo is owned by Italian Ministry of Economy and Finance, while all the other is on retail market through institutional investor and on the market. 90% of the institutional float is international. Space. Leonardo covers the entire value chain of the space industry, from the manufacture of satellites and orbiting infrastructure to the production of high-tech equipment and sensor, in addition to developing a new space application and the management of satellite services up to propulsion and launching system. Through the joint ventures, Telespazio, satellite services for the design, development, launch, and in-orbit controlling space systems, and services and application for Earth observation. Through Thales Alenia Space, satellite system for telecommunication, navigation, Earth observation, probes and rovers for space exploration, and multifunction orbiting modules. Directly, with ordinary resources, Leonardo provides instruments and equipment. Instruments, electro-optical instrument and hyperspectral payloads, laser transmitter and robotic system for space exploration and the study of our planet. And as equipment, photovoltaic panels, atomic clocks, attitude sensor, power distribution system, and orbital micropropulsion. Just to give you an idea of where the equipment and the instruments of Leonardo are in the solar system, we are far of the solar system up to close our system. Just to pick up two of these missions. One old, that is New Horizon, for example, launched in 2006, in which the Star Trekker manufactured and developed by Leonardo, owned the proper engagement to the planet and the proper flyby to Plato's planet. While one of the most recent is JUICE mission, in which Leonardo provide the PVA for the power of the craft. We are speaking about 85 square meters of PVAs, the biggest for exploration ever built till now, and two important instruments, one high resolution camera and a spectrometer in the visible and infrared spectrum. So those are the capabilities of Leonardo, that is provide a wide range of high reliable solution for Earth observation, science, planetary exploration, navigation and telecommunication program, based on a long-standing collaboration with Italian Space Agency and the European Space Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And may I invite from Thales Alenia Space Italy, Mr. Vincenzo Giorgio.
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief.
Good afternoon, and again, thank you for giving me the possibility to show up what Thales Alenia Space does in space. I could simply start with a statement that says that we do everything but launcher, meaning space infrastructure, telecommunication, Earth observation, science, exploration, and navigation. And in this picture, you can actually see all the orbits and all the products that, by the way, are very well flight proven since the last 40 years. So you see at the list of the chart, the Mars, where we have an orbiting system there waiting for the rover to go. Our motto is space to, meaning that space to observe, space to defend, space to explore, and so on. So that's the way we divide our disciplines. Let's start with space to observe and navigate. I'm referring specifically to a very specific competence of Italy in the radar system. It all started with the Cosmos SkyMed, Constellation 6 satellite going on, and 2 ready to fly, which allowed us to go into the position of a main actor of the ESA EU Sentinel for the Earth observation, whatever field. I mean, radar, hyperspectral, as well as optical observation. We have now developed, and we are under a contract to fly constellation for the high-resolution radar systems. The reason behind that is the increase time revisit that is very much required by the customers. Satellite ranging in the weight average of 200 kilograms and in a constellation mode. Going to navigation, we are building the second generation of the Galileo system in Europe. Then Earth to explore, space to explore. Our heritage starts from Space Lab, therefore we are talking of the 70s, more or less, or the 80s, and we've been working on the International Space Station, where we have a major role. I mentioned the fact that Thales Alenia Space has built more than the 50% of the habitable volume. And we are today the major actor in the building of the Lunar Gateway in terms of habitable volume. We have the International Lab, we have the Esprit module for the resources, we are building the US-led HALO under contract with a US prime, and we are developing under the Italian Space Agency a lunar habitat on the surface. We are also participating to the commercial LEO development with a number of actors. Today we have contract in place with Axiom, and you see the two modules, flight models being already manufactured in TAS, and we have the Martian mission ExoMars. We already have a satellite flying around Mars. We will land the rover in 2028. Actually, it would have been launched in 2022, but due to the crisis in Ukraine, the launch was delayed for the existing cooperation between Europe and Russia, which was actually destroyed. This being said, we are very much active in trying to look for area of cooperation with India as well as with other countries, including the possibility to localize some of the production that we have. As you see, what we need here is be competitive, and we're trying to do everything allow us to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And now I invite from iSpace Incorporated Japan, Mr. Masayuki Urata.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Masayuki Urata, Sales Officer of iSpace Japan. Today, I would like to give a presentation about our company and our recent mission, and also about our future missions. But before that, I would like to mention that the keyword is, let's go to the moon together. So this is overview of our company, iSpace. So we were established in 2010 with a long-term vision, Moon Valley 2040. Currently, we have employees with 200 people from over 25 countries located in Japan, USA, and Europe, Luxembourg. So we are developing lunar lander and lunar rover, and as asset, we have Mission Control Center in Tokyo. And we are providing a payload service. It's a transportation of cargo from the Earth to the moon. The second one is data service. We are providing flight data to the moon and also lunar data. As for the financial achievements, we would like to emphasize that we successfully raised over $200 million before IPO. And in this April, we succeeded in IPO in Tokyo Stock Exchange growth market. So it is the first IPO as a startup space startup in Japan. And this is the overall overview of our mission 1. So we launched our first lander to the moon last year in December, and we attempted lunar landing in April 2003. Yeah. So unfortunately, the result was ended as hard landing it is very important that we identified the root cause of the hard landing as a failure, and we can reflect such lessons learned, utilize lessons learned for the future missions. Yeah. Then as you can see, so we successfully took some pictures in the lunar orbit, and also there's some analysis as a hard landing. Then you can check our detailed analysis in the YouTube. But it is a kind of software error related to altitude measurement. Yeah. Then this is our future missions. We have two future missions now specifically planned. Yeah. So mission 2, we are going to use the same lander. And as for mission 3, we are going to upgrade for commercialization, which has 500 kilograms payload capacity. We are going to launch mission 2 in 2024, next year, and mission 3 in 2025. As for mission 3, we got a big contract from NASA under CLIPS program, and we are going to bring 100 kilograms of NASA's payload to the far side of the moon. We are going to bring 2 commercial communication satellites together with this lander. Yeah, if you are interested in a lunar mission in the future, so please kindly contact us, and let's go to the moon together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And before I invite the next presenter, may I invite presenters, the next set of 5 presenters, to please come and take seats close to the podium. Unmanned Exploration Laboratory, Republic of Korea; Glabcosmos, Russia; Inmarsat, UK; Mithira Global Communications Limited; and Voyager Space, USA. And now I invite from Sagri, Japan, Mr. Satoshi Nagata. Green button for the going ahead.
Okay. Nice to meet you all. And at first, I'd like to thank you, ISRO team and the admin team for today. Nice to meet you. I'm Satoshi Nagata from Sagri. Our company from Japan, established in 2018. Actually, we have a company in Bangalore here. Actually, I'm leading the Indian engineering and sales team. I'm leading from India. Yeah. Actually, our company in our world, we are utilizing the satellite images, AI, mapping technologies. We are utilizing these 3 key features of technology and supporting farmers in emerging countries. Okay, this is an example of our technology. We have 2 key features. Yeah, one is the auto mapping of farmland. We are, for example, in emerging countries, farmland is scattered. For example, in Himachal Pradesh in India, scattered and hilly, it's very difficult to track. But however, if we use Sagri technology, we can map easily. Based on this mapping, after that, actually we can check the total carbon, available nitrogen, pH/cc, main chemical indexes we can track. Maybe based on these analysis, we can optimize the fertilizer. Actually, in this scenario on the world, fertilizer cost is 2 to 3 times, and also the limitation of the supply of nitrogen. That's why farmers are suffering of the high cost of fertilizer here. To deal with these challenges, we Sagri can provide the optimization of fertilizer based on satellite image analysis. Then, after these analysis, we can support farmers like these, based on satellite image analysis of farmland. Then we can suggest farmers to please decrease chemical fertilizer. Based on that decrease, farmers can decrease the greenhouse gases from the farmland. Based on these degrees of greenhouse gases, we can contribute also to the a carbon neutral situation in the world. Then after that, farmers can get the carbon credit revenue from in the voluntary credit market. Yeah. In this concept, we Sagri working actually from India and Kenya, Thailand, Vietnam, all over the world. We'd like to work together. So, and friends from the world today, if you would like to partnership with us, yeah, we are open today. And also, I'm based in Bangalore, so maybe whenever you are free, we can have a call each other. Thank you for listening. Dhanyabad.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, next we have from Unmanned Exploration Laboratory, Korea, Mr. Young-Sub Kim. There you go, sir.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Young-Sub Kim, project manager at Unmanned Exploration Laboratory. UAL is a South Korean robotics startup specializing in making rovers for space. UAL provides many different robotic platforms for use in exploration. Our catalog includes conventional aerial drones, rovers on ground vehicles, as well as simulation chambers to test lunar equipment. As a leading startup aligned with Korea's national space policy, we have partnered with key national research institutes in aerospace, construction, and nuclear energy, and are paired with multiple government projects for space exploration. We have built and tested multiple prototypes of lunar rovers. We have small few kilogram two-wheel rovers to large four-wheel rovers with dedicated suspensions and solar panels. We are also experimenting with foldable chassis and fierce technologies that allow our rovers to be packed into small space and be available for more missions. And this is our foldable wheel rovers, and we can downsizing our wheels like this mechanism. Okay. We also have separate technologies for 3D printing technology that can use lunar regolith and manufacture synthetic lunar soil for experimenting lunar equipment. We are going through these projects with various partners, both in the public and private sector. We have institutions with whom we are developing a lot of these foldable structures. These partners are critical for us to gain access to advanced technologies such as new materials testing in their space environment. Our startup is located in both the capital Seoul as well as factory in a nearby city of Ansan. The pride of our facilities is a lunar environment test bed of 10 square meters filled with lunar regolith simulant. Also, we are collaborating with science YouTuber Minani to increase public interest in the space industry in the Korea. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us in the email address here. Thank you for hearing my presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, now let me invite from Glabcosmos, Russia, Mr. Dmitry.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I didn't bring any portable demo objects with me as the previous speaker did, but I will try to surprise you and flip my presentation backwards. This is a very complicated chart that just justifies our presence here. All of you know how important all of us are in the space industry for the space economy, and since we are in the Space Economy Forum, I thought it would be necessary to show this. This is a tribute to what the Director General of Roscosmos mentioned yesterday, the future, in fact not the future, but the forming Russian multi-constellation of satellites of different types. Several of them have already been launched. And this is in essence what the business of my company is. Globcosmos is a 100% subsidiary of Roscosmos State Space Corporation. We were founded in 1985, and since then, India was one of our main partners in international space business. In fact, the core business of our company, the most probably important part of it is providing launch services. In fact, one of the last launches was from the newest Russian spaceport, Vostochny. We organized the launch of 42 piggybacks, 42 secondary payloads. We also propose commercial space flights to the ISS. The next launch opportunity will be in 2025. By the way, speaking about secondary payloads, all opportunities for this year are booked already, but we have every year at least 2 to 3 opportunities to put your payload on a federal Russian launch. Finally, I would like to commend ISRO for the great work it is doing with the private companies. We in Russia, the Russian government is also turning to the private space business, and recently Globcosmos was authorized to tackle interaction with the Russian private companies. So, summarizing, we act as a one-stop shop for the whole Russian space industry. We're facilitating your contacts with a very complicated official, sometimes bureaucracy. That's well known how it happens. So you're most welcome to address us, and let's go to space. Thank you very much.
I'd like to now invite from Inmarsat UK, Mr. Gautam Sharma.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, both the chairmen, for giving me an opportunity to be part of this session. I'm Gautam Sharma, Managing Director of Inmarsat India. And we've been giving mission-critical services to the Indian government for last 2 decades. We've also recently started giving in-flight maritime services to our Indian customers. We have also been recently acquired by Viasat, which makes us one of the largest satellite service provider in the world. The mission of the company is to connect the world, because we believe whenever everyone is connected, the possibilities are limitless. As I said, together, Viasat plus Inmarsat becomes a $4.1 billion revenue company with EBITDA of $1.4 billion. And the enterprise value of Viasat becomes $14.8 billion. We have a constellation of 19 satellites in Ka band, L band, and S band. And in addition to this, we are also planning to launch 10 more satellites, including 2 satellites in HEO orbit to give connectivity in the Arctic region. The market which we will be addressing by 2030 would be $1 trillion market. And we have around 8,000 employees, out of which 300 employees are based out of India. And we also have global offices in almost 90 plus places, including 3 offices in India, which includes Chennai, Hyderabad, and New Delhi. And we have patents of 2,500 plus jointly. The focus of Viasat entity would be on fixed satellite services, giving high throughput broadband connectivity to consumers, strategic government services, as well as mobility services. The key markets would be commercial aviation, business aviation, maritime, space, tactical networking, etc. We also believe the future lies towards broadband and IoT, and that's why the focus would remain on energy, aviation, fixed, government, maritime, and on the IoT side, on tracking and monitoring and analytics. As I said, we believe in connections, and our focus remains on sustainability, because we strongly believe protecting environment is important for every citizen, community and charitable giving, and diversity and inclusion. These are few of the customers which we're already serving in India, which includes Vistara Airlines. They're using our safety suite broadband solutions in their cockpits. In addition to SpiceJet, where we have in some of their 777 Maxes, our Global Express services. We also serve Great Eastern Shipping Corporation of India by digitizing their maritime vessels, Shipping Corporation of India, and similarly, we're also giving connectivity across board to defense forces, which includes Swift broadband as well as fleet broadband and Inmarsat-C services. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And now may I invite from Mithera Global Communications Limited, Mr. Ravi. Sir.
Okay. It's not working? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ravi Alawadi. I represent Mithera Global in South Asia. Mithera Global is a UK-based company making constellation of MEO broadband satellites. Our motto is to provide services anytime, anywhere, inside of every time, anywhere. Ours is steerable beams. The satellites are at 19,500 kilometers. The filings are in the Ka, QV, and W bands. The constellation is of 128 satellites, out of which the first 12 satellites will go into the orbit in December, starting December 2024. The other part, which is very important for us, is the low-cost terminal which we are developing. It's a terminal which is developed under the leadership of Mithera with the consortium of some companies. The design is at this moment proprietary, working for Ka band, but I'm pleased to announce that very soon this terminal will evolve to switch over to the other bands, including Geo, Leo, and other bands. This terminal has two usage, one for the residential users, up to 300 Mbps using 60 centimeter antenna, and 1.2 meter antenna giving up to 1 Gbps speed. These are our main markets, starting with the residential enterprise broadband services, GSM backhaul, government for digital rollouts, services including the earth monitoring, military and defense, other data and communication services, disaster recovery, and rescue services. Just to conclude, we are a bridge between MEO, bridge between Geo and Leo, and we are totally aligned to what has been mentioned every time, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is one earth, one space, one family. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very crisp presentation. And I'd like to now call on, before I call on Voyager Space USA, may I also invite the esteemed delegates from Eliana, Singapore, Indra, Spain, Satlantis, Spain, PLD Space, Spain, and Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to be closer to the podium. And I invite Mr. Marshall Smith from Voyager Space.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So we'll go ahead and get started. So at Voyager Space, I talked a little earlier, we're building the infrastructure. We're trying to have inventive space infrastructure and diversified technical solutions. A lot of mumbo jumbo there, but what I'll say is, you know, this is what we're mostly known for is Starlab. Starlab is, Voyager is building the first commercial space station. We will launch this all in one single launch. It is a fairly large system. It's about 40% of the ISS pressurized volume. It has a power propulsion system, 60 kilowatt power propulsion system. The actual research system that's in the vehicle will have 100% of the payload capacity of the ISS actually, and then some. We'll have a robotic arm and a science airlock showing, actually that's our Bishop airlock that is on the ISS now. And then we'll have an equipment bay behind it where we'll keep most of the equipment. So, you know, this is a very large system, much larger than anything that has been launched in the previous systems as we move forward. We eventually will add on 1 or 2 modules to it, but in the long run, we plan to launch multiple of these stations because we really want to look at the focus of what we're doing. We want stations to be focused on research. We want them to be focused on manufacturing, maybe tourism, other things like that. They all have different needs, different types of customers who really don't play well together. You know, you don't want to be doing advanced microgravity research next to somebody who wants to play their music really loud as they move forward, or doing manufacturing that's dirty. The other things that we do that maybe aren't as well known is we're into orbital servicing and space sustainability, spacecraft communication systems, propulsion systems, both solid and electric systems, Earth and space visualization, ISR, and other advanced solutions. So just really quickly, you know, one of the things we're looking at is how do we recycle upper stages to be used as outposts for Earth observation or other types of research that folks might want to do as we move forward. Airlocks, of course, we do the Bishop Airlock now. It's the first commercial real estate that became a perfect permanent addition to the ISS in 2020. We use the Bishop Airlock to move it. It's actually very large. It's a little bit, I can stand up inside it, and we put payloads in it and expose them to the vacuum of space as we move forward. We do launch and mission management systems. NanoRacks, one of our companies, has been doing research on the ISS for over a decade. I've launched over 1,500 payloads. We're the largest launcher of payload systems to space with that. Moving on. We're doing orbit servicing and sustainability, refueling systems, those types of things, capture management systems, dog tags, where you can use electropermanent magnets and connect to facilities, connect in space so you can capture them and then either refuel them or remove debris. Communication systems, laser and RF communications. We have been doing RF communications for quite a number of years, as well as laser communications, digital systems, electro-optics, and custom communication systems. As I said, solid electric propulsion systems, and then Earth visualization systems. We have ISR capabilities that we use. And then finally, you know, other solutions that are out there. For example, we're involved with oxygen development on using lunar regolith and other minerals, and how do we go use those, as well as launch pad infrastructures, ground systems, and things like that. So with that, I'll leave it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. And now from Aliena, Singapore, Dr. Mark is going to present. So, the green button is to go.
Sure. Okay. Oh, it's all the way to there. Distinguished delegates, I'm Mark Lim, co-founder and CEO of Aliena. Aliena is a Singapore-based company that aims to provide last-mile mobility solutions for satellites. Aliena is a proud spin-off of Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. We were incorporated in 2018 to seize opportunities presented from the new space renaissance. This includes the improved performance and widespread deployment of small satellites, the observation of satellites operating at lower altitudes, and the shift towards deployment of satellites in small to large constellations. Our core product today is the multi-stage ignition compact Hall thruster, or in short, Music Engine. Music offers cost-effective performance, making it the industry standard for satellite platforms interested in compliance with deorbiting regulations, enabling operations of satellites in constellations, and improvement of satellite performance through operations at very low Earth orbit, VLEO. Just like the melting pot of cultures and innovation in Singapore, Aliena features an international team who have had extended experience working on 7 different international Hall thrusters. We also actively engage in capability development within Singapore by training and mentoring space systems engineers of tomorrow through our internship programs. We have contributed globally through the demonstration of our systems at various laboratories. This includes laboratories at ESA, Stanford, Imperial College London, and Kyushu Institute of Technology in Japan. We have also provided our systems and components to meet some of the frontier R&D needs of numerous research centers pursuing electric propulsion. Now, let me just spend a little bit of time speaking about our missions. We first made waves with the development and deployment of an ultra-low power Hall thruster. This was launched in January 2022 on SpaceX Transporter-3 mission. The system launch is officially the world's lowest power Hall thruster at just 10 watts and offers capability for ignition on demand. The satellite which hosted our system is also the world's smallest satellite to host a Hall effect thruster at just 3U. Our next mission is actually in a couple of weeks' time, and it's an incredible honor for us to be in India now, since the launch will be on the PSLV. In this mission, a 12U satellite will demonstrate our music engine as a multimodal engine alongside other systems built internationally. As an international collaboration managed by Eliana Singapore, this cooperation involved the UK for the provision of the satellite bus, as well as Finland for the resistor-jets paired with our Hall thrusters. We are incredibly proud to be providing our engines to a local consortium made up of academic and industry entities that will be flying a small satellite demonstrator at very low Earth orbits, VLEO. This endeavor aims to characterize the environment at VLEO and demonstrate capabilities for data acquisition in VLEO while compensating for drag using our low-power engines. Finally, we'd like to share that we have made history with a UK consortium earlier this year by demonstrating the world's first Hall thruster to operate on water as a fuel. Eliana provided a critical enabling subsystem for the thruster tested, and it was demonstrated to operate nominally in Imperial College London and at the European Space Agency's Propulsion Laboratory just a few months ago. Now, in conclusion, we'd like to take this opportunity at G20 SELM to highlight that we are extremely keen on forging new partnerships internationally. We also like to explore new mechanisms or collaborative opportunities for us to provide our systems and components to sharpen the edge of your missions. I'm confident that we can go far together, and I'm looking forward to making meaningful partnerships on the sidelines of this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, we now go on to Indra, Spain. May I invite Ms. Maria Cristina to kindly make her presentation. There's also a video in her slides, so we'll play that video, ma'am. Whenever you say, they'll play the video.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to stay here, showing a little what Indra company can do for everybody in the world, especially regarding to the space. Indra is a company that more than 56,000 employees around the world, with a presence in more than 46 countries, and with projects in more than 140. Really, we are starting. Here is the video. Please, could you add? Yeah? No. This one. Go to the following. Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Thank you very much. This is our radar for surveillance of the space. Really, the situation regarding the space and the debris that we are suffering every day more and more, we need to have a clear idea about what is going on. Really, the situation every day is more congestive, and we need to know exactly what happened. The space domain awareness is one of the critical areas, and for that, Indra has developed our surveillance radar that with the capability of the coverage of more than 2,000 kilometers, okay, and with very high accuracy in the detections. With this, we can perform a complete catalog about the things that has surrounding us, okay, and we can try to predict what will be the behavior in some extent. In this situation, we have an L-band radar, monostatic, with transmitter and receiver antennas oriented to the south area in a plane forming of 30 degrees. This radar is under operation from our Spanish Air Force from the end of the 2018, that right now is under the operation of the Spanish Air Force, as I mentioned. This is a radar that is contributing to the AST network and is giving all the information to avoid any collision, to predict the reentries, and also to analyze what happened in the space. Really, we have a long company with a long history in radars application, and this is key for us. Also, we are in the space, in domain, in the navigation area, in the control, observation, and space tracking, and in Earth observation applications. In all of this, we are using the Earth observation, for instance, in the downstream, we are monitoring the change in the climate conditions. We are also checking and planning the emergencies and rescues happen, and just giving us as much information in the image and the processing that we can. With this, we can plan perfectly what is the situation of the disasters. In the navigation area, we are contributing in the GNSS infrastructure and the performance and the monitoring and detection. Also, we are planning to have, and we are working right now in Startical. Startical is a joint venture between Enaria and Indra, with a 50% of each one, that we are preparing a very big constellation with more than 250 satellites, just mainly focused in the VHF and ADS-B payload for ATM control. Okay? These are the payloads destined to avoid any misinformation during the transoceanic flights, and it's going to give also the possibility to save in the oils and the transit areas to minimize the time also for the flights. Yes, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, madam. And with that, I would now invite from Satlantis, Spain, Mr. Guillermo Rosello. So the green button is to take you ahead, and the red.
Namaste. Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's my pleasure on behalf of Satlantis being present here. My name is Guillermo Rosselló, Director of International Business for the company, and we'll have a 3 minutes journey, now less, around Satlantis and images around the Earth. We come from the astrophysics, that's our DNA. We come from watching stars, you know, astrophysics, this coffee at 3 a.m., watching from special phenomena, trying to understand what is happening up there, to watch the Earth, to look down. And that's the technology that Satlantis has developed using technology for deep space employed for Earth observation. So we have developed an optical payload, high-resolution optical payload that is able to work in different spectral bands and able to work with these dimensions with small satellites thanks to the hardware and to the software designed by Satlantis. Now we're providing full Earth observation solutions built around the core of the mission, the brain of the mission, that is the optical payload, in order to be able to transmit to the customer as a prime contractor the Earth observation strategy based on our knowledge of the optical. We are a 100 employees company right now, a combination of private and public shareholders. As private shareholders, we have several oil and gas investors, as oil and gas sector needs to understand better and better the methane emissions, and space is one of the best assets to have a wide scanning, wide screening of methane emissions with detection and quantification. We're able to do this, configuring our sensor in a sweet channel and detecting methane with a 1.65 microns. This is our portfolio of payloads. We have two payloads in the market right now, one under development. The smaller one's 4 kilogram GSD, around 2 meters. The 170, which is 80 centimeters, you saw a previous image in the previous slide. And ISRO-300, which with a target of below 50 centimeters. When working with full turnkey solutions, full satellites for customers, we're working with the platform you can see on the screen, and 16 new CubeSat, microsats, and minisats in the future with ISRO-300. This is our technology roadmap. We are strong right now in the upstream and extending to MWIR and LWIR and polarimetry. These are our missions. We are in our 4th mission right now. We launched our 2nd satellite some weeks ago with Transporter 8, and we have ahead 3 missions for next year on 16 new CubeSats and on 2 microsats with different instruments on board for oil and gas and defense and security. Here you can see an image of Suez Channel in Egypt. Thank you very much. Shukriya, I just want to share a thought on behalf of Satlantis. Some centuries ago, ocean and sea were granting hope for mankind. And probably today, we're all here and glued by a new hope, which is space. Thank you very much. Shukriya.
Thank you very much to you, sir. And now from PLD Space Spain, may I invite Mr. Raul.
Okay, hello everybody. This is Raul Verdu, co-founder of PLD Space. It's a pleasure to see here in the G20 event. So it's very proud to share with us our capabilities. So PLD Space is a small launcher company. We are developing a simple and robust eco-friendly rocket. So we are selecting the very mature technologies in terms of engines, structures, avionics, ground equipment, operations and everything to do a very simple rocket to be operated and to develop an orbital class vehicle super, let me say, reliable, because we are understanding that we are not trying to improve the state of the art of the rocket. We are just trying to do in a very simple way, in a very cost-effective way. And I want to add also that it's eco-friendly. We are using green propellants called biokerosene. We are developing with the national energy company Repsol the synthetic kerosene to be, let me say, net zero company today. So PLD Space is a full vertically integrated company. So we manufacture everything in-house. We purchase very raw material and enter from one door of our workshop, and in the other door we are delivering entire rockets. So even the testing capacity, we have 100,000 square meters of ground testing capability to test structures, engines, systems, almost everything, COPVs or whatever technology that a launcher has on board. We are the unique company in Europe that we developed that system level testing. So we have, let me say, a small and a private test range. Today the company has a size of 150 full-time employees, growing up to 300 because we are increasing our capability from manufacturing 2 or 3 rockets per year to manufacture 30 rockets per year. So our last milestone was our first launch attempt. Unfortunately, our demonstrator vehicle called Mura-1 commands auto abort because a sensor in the umbilical release mechanism. So we are very proud to achieve that state of the art from the private point of view. So PLD Space was a company that was founded in 2011, 12 years of heritage. You know, I don't know if we are from the new or from the old space today, because a lot of years working today with a strong support with our national government and the National Space Agency. So I think with our project and our colleagues at Spain, we are guaranteeing at national level the capacity, and the European level the capacity to launch something in the space. So stay connected, because our maiden flight will be in September, October this year. So thank you very much to everybody.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, before I invite the gentleman from Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, I'd like to invite Larsen & Toubro and Lakshmi Machine Works to be closer to the podium. I invite Mr. Balaji Natarajan to now please present on behalf of HAL.
Good afternoon. HAL is a strategic partner, has been associated with ISRO for Indian space programs for almost last 5 decades. HAL has promoted ISRO for all its development projects, including Chandrayaan-1, Mars Orbiter mission, Chandrayaan-2, crew atmospheric re-entry experiment test, pad abort test of cruise escape systems, etc. HAL has been supplying critical structures, tank cages, satellite structures for PSLV, GSLV, and LVM3 launch vehicles. We have delivered the biggest tank and also the heaviest tank for cryogenic upgradation development program of ISRO. We are making critical hardware for the Gaganyaan project for both the unmanned and subsequently manned missions planned by ISRO. HAL is already supplying L40 integrated stages for the GSLV vehicle. We have also established dedicated facility for taking up stage integration of PS2 and GS2 stages of PSLV and GSLV respectively. Further, HAL along with L&T will be realizing the PSLV launch vehicle for NSIL in the coming years. This challenging project, once accomplished, will go a long way in establishing the role of industry in taking up bigger, complex, end-to-end realization projects for the Indian space programs. HAL has also established the cryogenic rocket manufacturing facility in Bangalore. We have commenced the pre-production activities and are hopeful of rolling out the development modules of the engine in a couple of months' time. The facilities with aerospace division has been augmented continuously over time to manufacture structures and propellant tanks of different types and sizes, different materials and varied complexities. The manufacturing excellence of the division is visible in production of space-worthy large components and assemblies with stringent dimensional and quality requirements. HAL has been the mainstay partner from the era of experimentation to the present era of commercialization. We hope that this journey will continue and HAL will remain to serve the Indian space industry in every way possible. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And now may I invite Larsen and Toubro. Mr. Lakshmesh is going to now present. So this is your green is ahead.
Good afternoon, sirs. And thanks for the honor to be here in the G20 summit. With over 80 years of strong customer focus and world-class quality, L&T has unmatched capabilities across technology, engineering, construction, high-tech manufacturing, and of course maintains leadership positions across all its businesses. In the domain of high-tech manufacturing, L&T has critical role in critical and strategic sectors like power, nuclear power, defense, and of course, aerospace. L&T has been partner to ISRO over 5 decades and across practically every domain of the upstream, midstream, and downstreams. When it comes to the upstream, Larsen & Toubro has been scaling up from being a tier 1 to super tier 1 to a complete system integration in launch vehicle domain. Of course, with colleagues HAL, we are going to do the PSLV system integration. In terms of satellite also, we are scaling up from subsystems to system to complete bus structure and power management system. In terms of midstream, we have been able to establish a lot of ground systems and radar communication, navigation, and GSATs on turnkey basis. And of course, in downstream, L&T, along with its group companies, have been establishing smart cities and other smart solutions by using space tech and data. Going forward, we look at creating an end-to-end capability across the space domain, in all the streams of upstream, midstream, and downstream. We do make serious commitments to the G20's theme, One Earth, One Family, One Future. We are looking at space as a serious economic opportunity. We have made investments in high-tech manufacturing capabilities and skill sets in design and testing. We take the responsibility of upholding the values of the country as well as the global ESG standards. And of course, take the responsibility to grow the space sector in India and around. And certainly, we do believe that it's through alliances that great things can be achieved. And L&T partners with domestic, global, governmental, private startups and to build and grow the space economy in a collective manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And now from Lakshmi Machine Works Limited, may I invite Mr. Channa.
Very good afternoon. Thank you very much, ISRO and G20 members, inviting us for our presentation. Lakshmi Machine Works, based out of Coimbatore. We are into composites, metallics. We have the machine shop on composites, machines, sheet metal, special process and assemblies. This is just an overview of LMW. We are a $500 million company, and aerospace division is a part of it. We are already delivering the green parts from our facility. We have installed 50 solar and wind mill with 48 megabytes, so we're already supplying the green energy parts. Glimpse of composite facility. You see all the facilities are being available at our shop, right from cold storage to C-scan, the newest machine we have, hot air oven, and also the clean rooms. The largest clean room we have to accommodate large launch vehicle parts, and largest autoclave we have, which is around 6 meter length and 4 meter dia. So accommodate major of the curing processes, including the hot air oven. You can see the NDT facility. We have all, as I mentioned, C-scan with the largest 7 meter, and all the facilities on Sonatest, A-scan, and bond tester as well. We're proud to say that we have created the Center of Excellence for Payload Fairing in India. We are manufacturing various payload fairing today. If you can see, our largest is around 10 meter height. The second was 3 meter height. So we will be the largest payload fairing manufacturer for various companies. Proud to say to contribution for ISRO as well, as I mentioned, including payload fairing, we are supporting the equipment-based route and also on the antenna structures, adapters. Some of the other programs we do with composites on the engine side, we have on the acoustic door panels, helicopter parts, radars, and also on the cowling parts for helicopter. We are also into the aerostructures. You can see the large parts of structures, including some of the space program and also on the wing parts. We do manufacture and also process at our facility and also assemble it. So we have a one-stop solution at our Coimbatore facility. As I mentioned, on the capability of engine parts, we do various parts, as I have displayed over here, right from large 1.5 meters dia rings to various casings and the turbine parts as well. We have the special process facility to accommodate all the parts over here. We do processing and also on the requirement of painting, NDT passivation. We are also in the assemblies of some of the structural parts of aircrafts and also on the, it's in military aircrafts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's now about 4 o'clock. It is 4 o'clock now. We'll take a very short 10-minute energizing break. We've got tea, coffee lined up for you on either sides of this room. I request you to please get a cup of tea, coffee, but come back at 4:10 because 10 minutes is all we have. We have a lot of more presentations. We are at the 23rd one right now. We have 49 total presentations. So I'm going to request you to please come back in a few minutes before 10 minutes finish. So I invite you to please do join us for tea, coffee on the either sides of this room in the wings, and please come back in 10 minutes. You could bring along your tea, coffee cups. Thank you so much once again, ladies and gentlemen. After this, of course, for those of you, our participants, we have Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, Midhani, Centum Electronics, OneWeb India, and Anant Technologies. Those are the next 6 presenters. And thereafter, ladies and gentlemen, I will be announcing the others to come join us closer to the podium. So thank you once again. Please take this energizing 10-minute break only and come back a little before, couple seconds before 4:10. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite all of you to kindly take your seats. We have to now begin with the rest of the presentations. I request you all to please come and take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I invite you to please be seated. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the announcement to conclude the tea-coffee break. As I said earlier, this was going to be a very short, energizing tea-coffee break. I invite you to please take seats. Thank you very much. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. So ladies and gentlemen, we have to now begin. May I request you to kindly take seats now? And I have to invite our next presenter. So may I request you all to please be seated? Please take seats, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, I'll go through the order. As you know that we have finished 23 presentations so far. We have 25 and 25 more to go. We also have 2 extra presentations, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to please join us back in the room and take seats. We will be starting this segment with Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, followed by Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, CMTI, Midhani, Centum Electronics Private Limited, OneWeb India Private Limited, Anant Technologies Private Limited. After that, we have Skyroot Aerospace Private Limited, and then Bellatrix Aerospace Private Limited. I request the esteemed presenters, the delegates from Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, CMTI, Midhani, Centum Electronics, and OneWeb India Private Limited to please stay close to the podium. We're going to be inviting you now, and I invite all of you to please take seats. And now may I invite Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited to kindly join us at the podium for their presentation. Dr. Satpathy, ladies and gentlemen, from Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited is going to be making his presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving us opportunity to speak here. And I represent BHEL, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited. It's a power plant manufacturer company. We are specialized in thermal, nuclear, hydro, and solar power plants, among others. And our interaction with ISRO for almost now 2.5 decades. And we have mainly focused on 2 major products because we are in the power sectors, so we also provide power to the satellites. Now, as you know, when the satellite goes into the space, its main and only source of energy is the sun. Now, the sun's energy is captured by the solar panels. And these solar panels consist of solar cells, which are basically multi-junction solar cells, which are basically triple junction solar cells or multi-junction solar cells with gallium arsenide kind of materials. And these are all made into the forms of panels. And you can see the panel which is there on the left-hand side. And we can able to make maximum up to 6.93 square meters of the panels. And it has all been used in the ISRO satellites which have been launched as of now. We also make batteries. These are the ones the power from the sun is captured by the solar panels. It goes into the battery to store it there. And then this battery energy will be used when the eclipse times comes. And BHEL ISRO has been working together since 2002 on making the batteries. We started the nickel cadmium and nickel hydrogen batteries. And from 2010 onwards, we have been making lithium-ion batteries. As of now, we have made 107 batteries and supplied to ISRO, and including 82 batteries of lithium-ion. And the battery which is being used for many of their satellite applications, including the Chandrayaan-3, which is going to be launched week from now. Besides the the panels and batteries, we have also gone to backward integration. We have gone to their sister unit, Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, and acquired the technology of lithium-ion cell manufacturing. And this technology, it is an indigenous technology developed by VSSC, and we have taken the technology and established the process and established the product and qualified the product for space applications. So we are the first company beyond ISRO is to produce the space-grade batteries or the space-grade cells in India. And so we will be very happy. And besides the ISRO customer, we have started catering to the non-ISRO customers. One of our major customer right now is Dhruv Aerospace. We have been supplying the space-grade panels to them. And I invite other people, other startup companies all over the world, if anybody interested to take our assistance from BHEL through InSpace, we can able to help you in this endeavors also. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to speak in front of all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satpathy. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, from Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, CMTI, may I invite Mr. Mohan Raj.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a big thank you for the opportunity to brief about Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, or CMTI for short. CMTI is a R&D institute located in Bangalore, and we operate under the administrative control of Ministry of Heavy Industry, and our domain expertise is in the manufacturing technology. And what we do is help the Indian industries. We collaborate with the Indian industries to resolve technology gaps in their area of operation, and then also come up with technology solutions for them, which they can commercialize. A brief canvas of our operation is depicted here. Mainly about our area of operation is mainly about advanced manufacturing technology, which includes, apart from complex manufacturing, micro and nano manufacturing, digital manufacturing, additive manufacturing, smart manufacturing, and so on. We also have a host of laboratories, state-of-the-art laboratories at CMTI, which provide services to industries in the area of sensors and vision. It could be in the area of hydraulics, etc. One of the main areas of our services to the industry is about special product development. And in this regard, I would like to brief you about the product that we've been supplying to ISRO for the past 20 years, and this is the vertical planetary mixer for propellant processing. And we have the technology for sizes from 250 liters, 250 kg to about 10 tons. Currently, we are building the 10-ton capacity vertical planetary mixer for ISRO, and shortly it should be in service. Apart from this, we also make continuous mixers, which we supply for the same purpose, for the manufacture of propellant. And these we have in the pilot capacities of 30 kg per hour. And apart from this, for the space program, we also supply diamond turning machines and hard turning machines, which we use to make space mirrors. So these are a sample of some of the products that we have supplied to the space program so far. So aside from the products, we also have excellent labs, state-of-the-art labs, which I was mentioning earlier. That is about the sensors and vision technology. We also have labs for the smart manufacturing and then the nano manufacturing. I invite all the space industries here, present here, to come visit CMTI so that you are aware of the facilities available in Bangalore and probably could be used for your own manufacturing purposes. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir. And from Midhani, may I invite Mr. P. Babu.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm from Midhani. Midhani is a
public sector enterprises under Ministry of Defense. This is a 50 years old company. And last 40 years, we are manufacturing and supplying special metals and alloys. Mainly, we are the only manufacturer in India titanium alloys and major manufacturer nickel alloys. And we manufacture special metals and alloys and supplying to mainly space, defense, nuclear and commercial sector. These are the major strategic program Midani supplies. So presently we have two places. Main place is at Hyderabad, Telangana state. And one more plant we have at Rohtak near Delhi, Haryana, where we manufacture armor product. We manufacture, these are the major category of alloys, super alloys, titanium alloys and special steel. And we have a different type of melting facilities like primary melting, secondary melting. That includes vacuum induction melting, vacuum arc remelting, electro slag remelting. These are the specialized melting process used to manufacture special metals and alloys which can be used in a critical and strategic application. This is the dedicated titanium manufacturing facility we have from titanium sponge. Then the ingot is made from there. Then we go for forging, hot rolling, cold rolling, wire drawing, white plate and casting manufacturing, all the facility we are having. These are the two hydraulic forge press we have, 1500 ton and 6500 ton. And hot rolling facility we are having to make bars, rounds and flats. And cold rolling also we can make up to 0.5 millimeter thickness. And we have a dedicated investment casting facility where we made all the castings required by space. And last 4 decades we are supporting space in supplying special steel like maraging steel and investment casting, plates, rings. And we also make fasteners and bio implants. Armoring plant, dedicated one, and whatever personal armoring, vehicle armoring we make. And apart from space, means we are supporting to the Army, Air Force, nuclear power plants and other strategic sector. We have a dedicated facility for chemical, mechanical, all the testing facility in-house. The testing facility included immersion ultrasonic testing, phased array ultrasonic testing, and for X-ray investment casting testing all we can do. We have got all this accreditation, and we have a 300 kg skull melting furnace which can manufacture titanium casting weighing up to 200 kg, and we got spring mill and fasteners of course. Now presently we made one wide plate mill which can manufacture 3 meter width and 15 meter length. Thanks for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. From Centum Electronics Private Limited, we have Mr. Vinod. So green button to go ahead.
Green.
Presentation will just show up. One second.
Good evening. Thank you, G20 SELM organizers, for giving me an opportunity to present about Centum Space Journey, and also thank you for enabling some of the delegates to make a visit to Centum industry and understand a typical case study of an Indian industry groomed by ISRO. Quickly, Centum has been a 30-year-old company. Our space journey has been about 23 years out of those 30. We are an Indian multinational company that way, with established footprints in different parts of Europe, doing high reliability, high technology. And the space journey basically started catering to various customers, primarily ISRO in India, but these are list of our customers. And to this, we are all now latest is we are partnering with Indra of Spain on the space radar opportunity. These are our key customers. And we have been working with Indian Space Research Organization since 2000, and the journey is something like this. And if you see it from the left bottom, from a typical component to right up to payload modules and subsystems, that has been the progression. An excellent case of how ISRO has taught us handheld and then typical Indian industry to move from components to modules to subsystems to systems with multiple domains starting from analog, power, digital, and today everything is multidisciplinary. And also the technology platforms have increased right from microelectronics to box assemblies to RF subsystems, various technologies which are otherwise used in latest upstream space technology is something what you will be able to see. And all of this has been done in turnkey mode where we design, we deliver, we buy the components. We're also working right now on the new space area where there is a paradigm shift happening in various domains, right from selection of components to the designs to the speed versus the cost effectiveness. And that is something which we are parallelly working in parallel with the traditional space domain. The subsystems, this is how the payloads have been. Payloads comprising of electronic warfare, mini synthetic aperture radar right up to Ku band, onboard computers, and the hyperspectral electronics for the hyperspectral payload camera. This is how the progression has been. The natural step is to move towards the small satellites. That's the need of the hour as far as Indian ecosystem is concerned, and Centum is no exception, and we are getting ready to develop and manufacture the satellites, hopefully with ISRO, with various other customers, various other end users. That has been the trend. So net, 22 years of credible space history, build to spec, build to print, both modes of engagement. We have about 80% of it is export, so there is a good amount of national, international domain expertise, strong design, engineering, and manufacturing infrastructure meeting global and Indian space standards. That is Centum for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And now, before I invite the next presenter, the next order will be Anant Technologies Private Limited. I request you to please stay closer to the podium. Skyroot Aerospace Private Limited, Bellatrix Aerospace Private Limited, Hughes Communications India, and Inox India Limited. And with that, let me now invite from OneWeb India Private Limited, Ms. Nishtha Kapoor.
Introducing OneWeb, the global low Earth orbit satellite communications specialist, uniquely equipped to support government operations anywhere in the world, even in the most austere and remote operating environments. Part owned by His Majesty's government and supported by international enterprise, OneWeb combines extensive satellite access and expansive terrestrial capacity to deliver secure, resilient, and multi-domain communications. OneWeb's global connectivity platform features 648 low Earth orbit satellites, which provide coverage across 99.7% of the planet. Our modern network architecture offers state-of-the-art cyber resilience and redundancy to ensure high availability of services wherever they are required. Customers benefit from high data throughput, up to 195 megabits per second, and latency levels as low as 70 milliseconds, ensuring near real-time command and control, reduced response times, and improved decision-making at the tactical edge. Customers connect to OneWeb's LEO constellation using a family of user terminals, which ensure fixed, on-the-pause, and on-the-move communications even at high speeds. User terminals can be installed on buildings and on board ground, maritime, and airborne platforms, including UAVs, enabling secure and rapid data transfer and automation through machine learning and AI applications. Potential customers include first responders, armed forces, and other government agencies. End users will soon benefit from the ability to integrate digital age technologies, including cloud computing and the Internet of Things. Choose OneWeb for rapidly deployable, real-time connectivity where and when it matters most.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is OneWeb for you and for the world. It's an honor to present an organization which is in the journey of transforming the humanity. Who are we? We are a constellation of 648 satellites, 40 gateways, which we build and own. We have variety of terminals from the best of the industry, and we offer high-speed, low latency, less than 100 milliseconds. With this, we offer an enterprise-grade, end-to-end managed, and truly global satellite connectivity services. Is this something an engineering brain fancy? No, we are live in Alaska, Europe, and Canada. And we have a paid customer who are very happily using our services. So while we are, still connecting our customers and we have started gearing up for Gen 2, so please look at this, any square which you fit in and you think that you can collaborate with us, please contact. So while in the start I said, and I just end with this, that we are in the journey of transforming the humanity, and why I say that? Because for every person connected, there is one not connected. For every school connected, there are hundreds which are not connected. For every disaster happened, there were chances that for a quick and a better response. For every security breach happened at the border, there was a soldier life could have been saved. And for every farmer or a fisherman who failed to predict the weather, they could have achieved more. And last but not the least, for every life we have lost because there was no doctor in the village, here we as a privileged part of the society owe back to the society and to the humanity. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you very much, madam. And with that, I may invite from Anant Technologies Private Limited, Mr. S. Sagar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll quickly explain about Anand's space sector activities. Anand started in 1992 with a vision to indigenize systems for aero, space, and defense applications. And we are 100% Indian-owned and AS9100D certified. So Anand has been associated with ISRO for the last 3 decades in design, development, manufacture of systems for satellites, launch vehicles, and payload applications. We are also into geospatial services where we use satellite imagery for different applications like disaster management, urban planning, socio-economic surveys, etc. And Anand also is part of AIT of spacecraft and launch vehicles. And we have contributed so far to 94 satellites and 74 launch vehicles. And we have facilities in Hyderabad, Bangalore, and Trivandrum with a technical manpower of 1,600 plus people. And we are on the verge of becoming a satellite operator, both in electro-optic side and SATCOM domain. So these are our satellite integration facilities spread across 900 square meters. It's first of its kind in private segment in India with all associated labs. Apart from that, we also have production facilities like ISO Class 7 and Class 8 clean rooms for avionics manufacturing and with all the test equipments. We also have ESS test facilities like vibration, thermovacuum, thermal cycling, etc. And we're also supplying solar array deployment mechanisms, and for that we have entire equipment. So these are few of the subsystems you can see on controls, communication side, telemetry and telecommand side, sensors, solar panels, the deployment mechanisms, power systems. These are all done in end-to-end mode where we buy all the material and then assemble it, test it, and straight away we'll be handing over to AIT. And apart from that, we are also into AIT of spacecrafts like ground checkout testing and solar deployment mechanism, as I mentioned, and spacecraft alignment activities. Presently, these activities we are carrying out in ISRO's campus. And on the other side, from our Thiruvananthapuram office, we are supporting ISRO for their avionics systems for launch vehicles like GSLV, PSLV, etc. And we are proud partner for PSLV's integration, stage integration and harnessing for the last 5 PSLVs, C51 to 55. These are the PSLV stage integration pictures. And this is about our own small satellite constellation called Anant Third Eye. Out of that, first satellite is going to be launched by this year end. And in this process, we are also indigenizing a lot of systems like solar panels, power systems, and battery, etc. And for the critical systems like AOCE, reaction wheels, etc. We are seeking support, TOT support from ISRO through InSpace. Yeah, last but not the least, we are also supporting startups in terms of providing manufacturing and testing support. So we enable, you disrupt is our tagline for startups. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Anant Technologies Limited. And with that, may I invite from Skyroot Aerospace Private Limited, Mr. Satish. I would also request the esteemed delegate from Hughes Communications to please be here closer to the all right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So Skyroot is one of the leading private space launch vehicle company, and we are on a mission to make launch space access more affordable, reliable, and on demand. So we are the first space company to launch a rocket into the space from the entire South Asia. And so far we have raised 66 million capital, and thanks to our investors who have trusted us into this endeavor, and winner of 2 prestigious national awards. And currently we are a team of more than 240 people. And this is our leadership and core team. Pawan and Bharat are the founders of Skyroot Aerospace, and both of them have previously worked with ISRO. And then we have Gnana Gandhi, Ishwaran, and Selvaraju sir. Like all of them are veterans of space industry. Previously they worked with ISRO, and later they joined us. And then we have Kishore, then Sirish, it's me, and Dr. Kiran, Kunal, and Sanjeev. These are the core team of Skyroot Aerospace. And this is our journey so far. We started in 2018, and initial years, 2019 and 20, we spent most of our time into manufacturing and design. And 2021, we started testing our systems and everything. And 2022, we made our first launch, Vikram S. And with this, we created a history. Being a private company, we successfully made it in our first attempt from the entire South Asia. And with this, we validated many of our technologies. And this year, 2023, we are looking forward to have our orbital launch by the end of this year. And these are the technologies like what we have developed, the cryogenic propulsion. So we call this as Dhawan series. So entire technology, like the engines have been 3D printed, and we use LNG LOX as a propulsion for this one. And even the mobile test facility for this testing the cryogenic engines is being developed in-house. And this is the liquid propulsion. And again, the whole engine is been 3D printed for this one. And we use the storable propellants here, MMH and 204. And this would be going into our Vikram 1 launch vehicle. And this is the solid propulsion where most of our launch vehicles are propelled with, the 3 stages. So you can see here the whole structure is being developed in the composite facilities. Yeah. And this is towards the Vikram S, what we have launched. The first one, the first picture, what you can see is during the launch. And second one is from the space, and the third one is after returning from the space. And these are the fleet of our launch vehicles. Vikram 1, which we have already launched last year, that is of 83 kgs payload. And Vikram 1 can carry 480 kilograms to the low Earth orbit, and 290 kilograms to the SSPO. Whereas Vikram 2 and Vikram 3 can carry 595 and 815 kilograms respectively to the low Earth orbit. And all these launch vehicles have been built on upgradable architecture, so we can change the systems from Vikram 1 to 2 and 2 to 3, and very minimum infrastructure which is required for integration of them. We can integrate the whole launch vehicle within 72 hours, and also requires minimum facilities to launch them. And this is the laurels from the extensive global coverage for our Vikram S launch. And these are the services what we offer. We provide the dedicated launches, and then custom orbits, ride share, and constellation rollouts. Along with this, we also provide the auxiliary service such as technical interface control and environmental testing, separation systems, and like many other things. And we launch from the Sriharikota, and also the upcoming launch pad from Kulshekarapatnam down south. So this is pretty much about Skyroot, and thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, from Bellatrix Aerospace. May I invite Mr. Yashas? So green button to go ahead and red to go behind.
Good evening, everyone. Bellatrix Aerospace is a Bangalore-based space logistics company, and we specialize in different kinds of propulsion technologies to help satellites move in orbit. And as you can see here, we have indigenously developed a range of products, and these products are designed to cater to the requirements of all kinds of satellites and various complex mission requirements. So starting from the smallest satellites, we have a thruster called the fingernail thruster. We have called it the fingernail thruster because it's that small and can sit on your fingernail. And going up, we have different kinds of electric propulsion as well as green high-performance propulsion systems. And we cover the entire range of satellites going all the way up to about 5-ton class of satellites. And one of the main advantages of working with us is the fact that if you compare our specifications and our products with those that are available in the market, there are various studies that we have conducted and various performance parameters we have optimized, because of which we are able to achieve one of the best performance out there in the market. And in terms of lead times and the cost, vertical integration has really helped us bring down both the lead times and cost of our products. So that is a major advantage that we bring in. And recently, with the help of ISRO and InSpace, we were able to have our first space qualification mission, and this was for a Hall effect thruster. It was in April 2023 on board a PSLV POEM mission. And I think the opportunity that we see here is in terms of our ability to customize the products for your mission requirements. So if there are certain requirements where the complexities are there and there are no ready products available, we are completely flexible to take up customizations for there. And our team also comes with expertise in terms of mission design and optimization, and we also do orbital transfer vehicles for satellites. So with that experience, I think we can really help you choose the right product, and we have the entire range of products out there, so we can give you optimal solutions. So with that, I'd like to conclude my 2-minute talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll now go on to Hughes Communications India, and may I invite Mr. Shivaji Chatterjee to please make his presentation.
Thank you so much. And the countdown clock is quite apt for a space event. So with that, let's just go. So definitely, I think this is a busy slide, but Hughes is a global company. We completed 50 years last year, and we are a $2 billion company. Apart from the satellites that we launch and the technologies that we provide, I think the key element is being able to actually provide service on the ground everywhere across the world to consumers, to businesses, to government, to defense, on the move, and really make a difference in the common man's life. When we come to the story about India, which is nearly 30 years since we were the first SATCOM licensee in the country, and since then we've been running the service with over 200,000 sites. Outside of the US, we are the largest SATCOM service provider anywhere in the world. You can look at the portfolio of brands which we serve. It's the top corporates, and I think it's really about providing service in every nook and corner of the country. When you look at the number of sites, it's servicing every zip code and really providing connectivity where none other exists. Many different applications we've heard about in space, but this is actually, if you look at every petrol pump in India, every ATM in the country, half the bank branches in the country, every movie and theater in the country, oil and gas rigs, the entire Navy, Army networks, they're all provided and connected by Hughes. And that's really the end-to-end ecosystem that we provide. In India, we are a joint venture with Bharti Airtel, which is India's leading telecom company, and we really truly look to provide a service which makes a difference. With ISRO, we have a very close engagement. We started our service with ISRO satellites INSAT-2 series in 1995, and when ISRO launched its HTS satellites, we were the first to adopt it, both for the BharatNet project, which connects all the villages, as well as our own HTS network all over the country. We also believe very strongly in Make in India, and we built a whole portfolio of products, both SATCOM and networking. And in partnership with OneWeb, which Nishtha spoke about, we are bringing a service which is transformational, really providing a fiber and terrestrial-like experience with satellite. Lastly, I think SATCOM plays a dear role in mobility, defense, national security, disaster management. And these are not just jargons, we've been running it, and I think the entire economy and our future is connected and powered by Hughes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And before I invite our next speaker, may I request esteemed delegates from Thales India, Azista BST Aerospace, Safran Timing Technologies, Astra Microwave Products, and Pixel Space Technologies to please be close to the podium. And from Inox India Limited, we have Mr. Deepak Acharya.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Deepak Acharya from Inox India, a part of Inox group of companies. We are into various product range. We have industrial oxygen Inox AP as our gas business. We are into Inox India, which is in the cryogenic engineering, and Inox Leisure into multiplexes all over India. So we have a revenue of around 1,000 crores or 125 million euro dollars. Around 20,000 tanks we have produced in last 30 years. And we produce or we manufacture around 13,500 tons of stainless steel products every year. We have more than 900 employees. Out of that, around 300 are engineers who are directly working on various projects. We have 40% of our products are exported to the various countries. We have our presence in more than 100 countries all over the world. We are on 130,000 total area, out of which covered area is around 65,600 square meter. So on our contribution to ISRO, I am very proud to tell you that we supply turnkey installation for cryogenic propellant filling and servicing facility and gas storage service facility at Sriharikota way back in 1999 and 2004. The second launch pad, whatever the launches you are seeing, are taking place from this launch pad. We recently supplied a 6.5 meter diameter thermo vacuum chamber for satellite testing at ISRO SAC Center, where the space conditions are simulated on Earth in this vacuum chamber. We are working with ITER project for supply of multi-core cryolines. We also supplied various high pressure tanks such as catch tanks or run tanks up to the pressure of 360 bar for storage of oxygen and hydrogen. Recently we have manufactured a cryostat for MRI superconducting magnet along with the support of Ministry of Health Department of India, and there is a lot of demand in India for such type of 1.5 Tesla cryostats. We have produced cold wall box for the supercritical helium equipments. We are ESPN certified pressure vessel manufacturer for nuclear applications. We also supplied the first hydrogen tank to ISRO way back in 1999. So we are into the three spaces like hydrogen, LNG and fusion. So we offer end-to-end solution for liquid hydrogen storage, transportation and small to big size as required. Few of the tanks we recently supplied to South Korea, And Inox is also a pioneer in the marine industry, especially for LNG infrastructure. And we have supplied a lot of cryolines to the ITER project, which is one of the unique in India, and very few manufacturers for India were qualified for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So that was Inox. And now from Thales India, Mr. Anurag Garg from Thales India is going to be making his presentation now, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you much, and it's a pleasure to be here. So as Vincenzo, my colleague, has spoken about Thales Alenia Space, I'll take this moment to brief you about Thales Group. We are an 18 billion euro global company focusing on aerospace and defense, civil aviation, and digital identity and security. We have been present in India for the last 70 years. We are part of the Rafale team supplying the key electronic components that go into the fighter jet. And we are about 2,000 people working in India, 1,400 engineers, 2 JVs, and 70 plus suppliers. So as a start, I would say that as Thales Group and as Thales Alenia Space, we are very much part of the Indian fabric and really committed to the commitment of Make in India. Just a quick synopsis of Thales Alenia Space, which is the space division joint venture with Leonardo. It's a 2.2 billion euro company, about 8,500 employees and 18 sites. And what I want to really focus on is really the coverage that we have across domains of telecom, observation, navigation, and exploration, and working with various agencies, be it commercial customers, be it defense, or various space agencies across the world. Like, as you know, except launch, we are into all spaces. We've already spoken about that, but I just want to go through the various elements, and when we are looking at securing and defending, whether it's a context of looking at our security at the borders, looking at high revisit, Earth observation, which is very critical to have real-time situational awareness, we're into that. Maritime surveillance is key because of India's interest in the Indian Ocean region, where you require high swath, good resolution images. So that's an area that we can come into. Notwithstanding the MIL-SATCOM area, which will become more and more complex and important as we go forward with the necessary cybersecurity. So that's really the defense part. Space to connect, where the whole telecom element comes in, where you need more and more high throughput, flexible, software-defined satellites to really manage the transition between DTH and broadband, and really flexible approach. So we are into that. Observe and protect, looking at the climate change and really the diversity of the country like India, where we need to really monitor the weather, real agricultural output, and a lot of that will depend on how much we rely on space and space-based applications to be able to augment our intelligence and our ability to take action on ground. To explore, we are very much working very closely with ISRO and NSIL to see that how we can be part of the exploration journey of the Indian Space Agency and part of the human space flight. There are a lot of areas that we are working in. Travel and navigate, while India is really working on the regional navigation system, we have solutions for that. Since time is low, I just want to conclude with this slide. Our approach towards India is very much long-term, supported by an ongoing dialogue between India and France from a G2G standpoint. We are really looking forward to working with the strategic users, with enterprise users on concrete opportunities behind which then we are willing to invest, ready to collaborate with our partners, with our prime partners, supply chain partners going ahead. And like I said, building upon the 70 years of partnership that we have in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And now from Azista BST Aerospace, may I invite Mr. Sunil.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sunil Indurthi, Director of Azista Industries and Azista BST Aerospace. So we've been manufacturing satellite communication subsystems for about 8 years, and about 4 years ago we diversified into development and manufacturing of complete small satellites through Azista BST Aerospace. Towards this effort, we've developed a 50 kg and 100 kg satellite platform, and today we operate India's largest small satellite manufacturing facility. To give you some information about this facility, it's about 50,000 square feet in area and about 150 employees, out of which about 35,000 square feet is in clean rooms. And this facility is capable of churning out about 100 satellites a year, and about 70% of all the subsystems are manufactured in-house. That is one of our strong suits. We are vertically integrated, and we've already produced some of our subsystems in large numbers, like the reaction wheels. We produce about 50 of them, and one of our key strengths is in our ability to productionize the subsystems, that is in automation of testing as well as in streamlining the production operations. About 3 weeks ago, we launched our first satellite, which is a 4.5 meter resolution, 60 kilometer swath payload. And the satellite LEOPS are currently ongoing, and the satellite is in great health, and we're going to start taking imagery very shortly. So again, as I said, we've already built the capability to produce these satellites in numbers. So in the next 1 year, we are actually having the capacity to produce about 10 of these 4.5 meter resolution satellites. These are a couple of our upcoming missions. The first is Azista 60 degree. 60 degree because the satellite does not have to tilt 30 degrees either way. You know, it just has to look downwards, nadir, and then it takes a swath of about 600 kilometers with 5 meter resolution. It's a completely indigenous payload, designed, developed, and the bus is also designed, developed in India. And the next one is the Azista Fine View, which is a sub-meter imaging satellite with about 0.52 meter in super resolution, about 10 kilometer swath. Even these platforms are designed for mass production, and we'll be flying them in the last quarter of 24. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil. And then I'd like to now call on Safran Timing Technologies, Mr. Ashrit.
Greens for the next one. Greetings of the day, one and all. I'm Ashrit Patil from Earth, Space and Beyond, representative for Safran Timing Tech, Switzerland. So I thank Team ISRO to have given me this opportunity to participate in this prestigious G20 SELM meeting. Thank you very much. Safran Timing Tech, located in Neuchâtel, Switzerland, are the world leaders in precision timing, frequency, and navigation for space and defense applications. We were earlier known by the name Spectrotime Orolia, Switzerland. So, this slide shows a broad classification of the space products that we have. In the column 1, we have the space OCXOs. In the column 2, we have the space atomic clocks, which is the rubidium-based, as well as the passive hydrogen and active hydrogen masers. And on the column 3, you have the space atomic clocks, which are almost ready. And also, I would like to add another column, which is not shown here, which is the active hydrogen masers for ground stations in the applications such as VLBI, that is very long baseline interferometry, deep space tracking and navigation, and also some applications such as SKA, which is square kilometer array, to which all of which we have supplied our active hydrogen masers. Now, in space OCXOs, the first column, we have the master oscillator and the ultra low noise master oscillator, which is the ULNMO. We have supplied over 400 flight units of these master oscillators and ULNMO versions that include are supplied to ISRO's Gagan payload, IRNSS programs, and several more. Coming to the space atomic clocks, in the second column, our space RAFs, which is the Rubidium Atomic Frequency Standards, is our ultra-high performance workhorse and highly popular in the field of timing and navigation satellite systems. We have supplied these to our ISRO's IRNSS programs, ESA's Galileo, and many other space programs globally. It weighs only about 3.3 kilo and a stability class of 510-14, being one of the best space clocks in the world today. We have passive hydrogen masers for space as well, which are already supplied to Galileo. It weighs about 18 kilos. Yes, they are quite heavy, but it is 10 times more accurate than even the rubidium atomic standards for space. And the stability class of about 810-15 or less than 110-14. Okay, MRO 50 in the third column is the mini rubidium oscillator, which is about the size of 5 centimeter by 2 centimeter. This is how it looks. This is the space clock. It's weighing 75 grams and has broad applications in low Earth orbit, for space and airborne avionics, submarine, underwater applications, and UAV and UGS systems. Next, we have mini RAVs, which you can see in the third column bottom. It's just 390 grams, which is 10 times lower than the existing rubidium atomic frequency standards. And it has the stability class of 210-13. And it has a lot of space applications in lunar missions, LEO, and navigation. All of the top space products are having deep space heritage. To name a few, we have supplied to ISRO, ESA, JAXA, DLR, that's German space, Airbus, Thales Alenia Space, and several more. So, in this slide, we have already mentioned, as in the previous, it's the mass of the space clocks and its stability class. And we have, as you can see, the programs to which we are supplied, that includes the harnesses, Galileo, Cosmos SkyMed, Connect, SpainSat, GSAT, and also ACES. The ACES is the atomic clock ensemble for space in the International Space Station. The product capacity is about 100 FM per year and 30 FM per year, and the mazes are about 24 FM per year. And by this, I thank you everyone for giving me the opportunity to present to you all. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going on to Pixel Space Technologies. And before I invite Ms. Neerja, may I also request Anabon Limited, Digantra Research and Technologies, Manastu Space, MapMy India, MQS Technologies Private Limited, and SkyServe to please stay closer to the podium. And now we have Ms. Neerja from Pixel Space Technologies. My apologies. Before that, we have Astra Microwave Products, Mr. Chandrakant.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So we are Astra Microwave, and I would like to cover a few slides on our contribution in the space segment and our capabilities. So we are a more than 30-year-old company, and we are into design, development, manufacturing of products for defense, aerospace, and space segment. We have developed payload subsystems and modules to ISRO for the past 2 decades. Our heritage, almost all the SAR payloads, we have been part of it. And in addition to that, all the communication satellites, many of them, we have been supporting ISRO in all the, making these payloads. So the products include from UHF to Ka-band, so all type of RF TR modules and the converters and a lot of stuff like all the programs also I have mentioned, like drivers and the LNAs and the beacon sources, transmitters, heterodyne receivers for the wideband quad super heterodyne receivers. So all type of for the SAR and be it the ELINT application or the communication applications, we have been part of it. And so we look forward to deliver similar subsystems and modules to all the payload manufacturers, and we would also like to add value in the more of the value chain. We are also in the space debris tracking. We have supplied almost 5,000 plus TR modules in the MOTR radar, which is in the Sriharikota. Mobile MOTR also we are part of it, and some of the strategic applications with DRDO, we have supplied all the TR modules, antenna element and radomes. We have this test facilities including the near field test range, open air test range, the far field, MIMC, HALT, HAST chambers, the multi-layer antenna assembly. We have the thermovac facilities, environment facilities, the laser welding machines. So all the facilities we have in-house. So I'm approaching both the Indian and the global industry to look at our facility and make use of them and choose us as your partner in realizing the products. In addition, we also build the MMIC products. We have a fabless facility. So we design all the MMICs for the radars and the EW. We have up to 50 gigahertz, we have designed the components, including the wideband. Some of them to name, I can say, like the Uttam radar MMICs we have designed. The Uttam radar hardware is being supplied by us. The roadmap was space segment. Of course, we would like to develop the complete SAR payload, the small satellite integrations. We have this facility for both ELINT and SAR and communication. We are working with Radiophysica for the long-range space debris radar. Thank you. This is my contact, so can please get in touch with me for your requirements. Thanks.
So that was Astra Microwave Products, Mr. Chandrakant. Thank you. Now from Pixel Space Technologies, we have Ms. Neerja. After that, we have Anna Bond. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's Pixel Space.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. My name's Neerja. I'm representing Pixel Space today. So we are a space data startup, and we're building the world's first and highest resolution hyperspectral commercial imaging satellites, as well as analytical tools to mine insight from that data. The aim is to be able to build a global health monitor for the planet by 2025, so that we can help businesses, researchers, policymakers, government entities detect, monitor, and predict what's happening around us in a lot of detail across agriculture, mining, environment, and energy use cases. But why hyperspectral? So the multispectral satellites in space today capture images at a small number of discontinuous wavelengths. They do give more information than a normal RGB image, so you can look at basic crop health, basic pipeline maps, basic water bodies. But this information is not enough to help predict and mitigate underlying unseen problems, and that's why we're building Pixel. Pixel was started by Awais Ahmed and Kshitij Khandelwal in 2019, right out of college, to be able to build a global space data startup out of India, lead India's private space exploration journey, so to speak. Pixel's small hyperspectral satellites capture images at hundreds of wavelengths across the electromagnetic spectrum. We're aiming to create a constellation of hyperspectral satellites to be able to image every part of the Earth at a 24-hour revisit frequency. Both the hyperspectral constellation and the advanced data analytics platform will be able to increase the spectral resolution available by 50x and give more information compared to the multispectral satellites in space today. Along with this, we've also recently launched a beta version of Aurora. That's our highly intuitive AI-powered geospatial analysis platform. And the idea is that extracting insights from Earth observation data is usually fairly complex and tedious. And that's why with this platform, we want to be able to simplify that process of extracting applicable insights and also allow even those with less technical knowledge to understand the images. This platform is going to be rich with features, have a sandbox environment, and a full public version of Aurora will be launched later this year. Here's where we are now. If we talk about a flight path, we have 3 working satellites up in space that are beaming down images, giving us feedback. We have about 50+ customers across the planet, and our plan is that by end of 2024, we should have 6 more satellites that we're calling Fireflies up in space in the lower Earth orbit, and complete a constellation of 18 to 24 satellites by 2025. We've also just recently announced a Series B funding round, and we're now at a total venture funding of $71 million, which is the highest funded Indian space tech startup so far. And we're very, very fortunate to have been, to have great investors like Lightspeed, Google, Radical Ventures, Accenture Ventures, and advisors like Preston Dunlap, Ryan Johnson, and Jordan Noon on our advisors. That's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Neerja. And now from Anabon Limited, Mr. Adi Narayanan. Green button to go ahead, sir.
Go ahead. Good evening. I take this opportunity to thank the Space Economy Leaders Meeting organizers for giving us an opportunity to make a small presentation about Anabond. Anabond is a company, it was founded in the year 1979 by one Mr. Vijay Kumar, who was actually working in atomic energy. He has resigned the job and started this company for making adhesives and sealants for everyone. See, this is the range of products has been displayed. The first slide, it gives a range of products. This is going, our products are being used by even a common man to the space community. That is a specialty of this. Any moving object, if you can think of in the world, it requires bonding, whatever it is, whether it is a metal to metal or metal to plastic or plastic to plastic. Lot of bonding technologies are being used. So Anabond bonds everything. That is the specialty of this. And in the adhesives technology, we are there in almost all chemistries. There is one particular chemistry called cyanoacrylates. This is product, I think most of the industries probably they would have used it. This bonds almost everything, almost I would say 99% of the substrates what you see in the world can be bonded to cyanoacrylates. Unfortunately, broken heart cannot be bonded using cyanoacrylates. In Anabond, we make products for bonding substrates, and we also provide service to the customers in such a way that they get bonded to Anabond very strongly. So we have very strong relationship with our customers, and they generally they don't leave us. We have very, very strong bonding with almost all the customers, whether it is a common man or it is a space community. Coming to the next slide, if you just see that, we are associating with ISRO and DRDO for the last 3 decades. And this company is led by a group of eminent scientists. And we have a specialized in-house facility, R&D facility, and which is actually approved by Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. It's a Government of India certified R&D department where all the products, whatever we sell in the market, they are all produced by us. We make the product in a small way, scale it up, and then we sell it to the market. Okay. And we are selling our products globally also. Okay, these are our milestones. We see that in 1982 we started selling our product to the automotive industries, then to railways, then to Indian Navy, then finally we started our products for the ISRO and DRDO in the 1990, then European market, then like that, slowly, finally we see that our products are being used by each and everybody, not only for space applications, even for the defense applications also, people use our products. Okay, and these are the products, various products going for our ISRO. In the case of ISRO, most of the products, though we have put about 35 plus products, many of the products are developed by ISRO. All the products for which we have acquired the technology, because they demonstrate the technology in a small scale.